Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers, real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Bronx telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
What's up?
Yo.
Hello.
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 How's it going,
new?
peeps? How you
What's
doing?
new? What's new?
Not too much.
New York, New Jersey, New Hampshire, New Zealand. Did you just do jazz hands?
Yeah, new. Speaking of new, we have Bronx emojis over here now.
Bronx emojis. Sweet.
Yes.
Very cool.
Custom emojis featuring Bronx EB.
That's awesome.
Those are cute.
Yeah. Excited.
Slide your head to your left just a little bit, Miss Logan.
Me?
Yes. You are Logan, right? There he is. There he is.
Oh.
Mr. Bronxy himself in the background, taking a snooze.
He's sleeping.
Good stuff. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight for another round of the Verdict Room. Myself, Mr. Mike from the Last 24, another show. Mikey has been running some great shows. For those of you that have been there supporting that, we do greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for those of you doing that.
100%.
Make sure you have subscribed to the Last 24 if you have not yet done it. You're missing out. I'm telling you, we had an amazing, and I mean an amazing show last night with Truth and Neurons, Dylan, Miss Audrey with Glitch, and myself. It was amazing, Mike. Great.
That was
show,
a
brother.
really good show. That was a really, really good show.
And
Totally unplanned.
Mike said it too, like we didn't have to show anything. We just talked through the whole thing.
We did.
Yes.
It was good.
Thank you, Bianca. It was amazing. And of
Super.
course, our Miss Kim is not with us tonight. She's on strike.
Mhm.
She's getting lazy. I'm just kidding. She's got family in town and she's busy. It's summertime, guys. Summertime is hard to stick to anything that, indoors when you have a lot going on. Most people do. It's almost over, thank the Lord, because I love fall. Football started. Pumpkin spice stuff is out. That means it's coming. I don't like it either, but I know that means it's fall. So Holler,
It does.
holler, Halloween is coming. I love it.
Halloween.
Halloween. That's right.
Coming fast.
Yes, and our special guest tonight is going to be none other than the up and coming Mr. Dylan Hildreth and his stupid football gear that he likes to wear. From Hildreth Investigates. Again, another Dylan is really putting it down, guys. He's been doing a lot of shows, a lot of appearances on different panels, different channels, and doing an amazing job at it. So please make sure, if you guys have not yet subscribed to Hildreth Investigates and Reacts, please do. You're missing out. Dylan's great. He's got a great show going on. He's a great person, great kid. He thinks he's my long lost son, but hey, what are you gonna do? It is what it is. I'm still not paying child support. But yeah, he's been doing amazing things. So please make sure you're subscribed to Dylan, guys, and support him. Show some love over there. He's doing great stuff. He has more than one channel. He also runs football channel, I do believe, and does a great job with that as well. Kind of like our friend Jesse Schul with the sports stuff. So make sure you subscribe to all of them. I think you can find the links within his channel to get the other stuff that he does. So again, he should be here by now, but you know how kids are. They like to
Where'd
be
he go?
late. They like to be late. They always like to be late. Oh, maybe that is him there. Hold on. Let me see what we got.
I think somebody's here.
My God. Impatient as always. You can tell he's younger than us. Hang
Too
on.
bad we don't have a peephole. We
I
don't even know
know.
who it is.
I know. I don't like letting just anybody in. Oh my God, I'm coming. Hold on a minute, dude.
Persistent. I like it.
Jesus. All right. Welcome, Dylan.
Oh,
I would have
Who
been on
knows?
time, but Dago locked the door on me.
It wasn't me. Wasn't me. Not me. Not here. Not ever. Not how. How are you, sir?
Oh, just another wonderful day in paradise. Getting ready to.
Are you coming
Probably-
to us from your $1 billion studio?
Oh yeah, always. The solid gold mic's on the way.
Your girl stopped in my chat, in my comments. She didn't comment, but she did a share.
Really?
Yeah.
Look out, buddy.
She's saving it for later, Joey.
I'm sure.
You know.
Yeah, after today's show, she'll probably do it, right?
Well,
Welcome. Yes. Welcome. We have the pack in the house with Bronx Tales True Crime. The last 24 is in the house. I don't know why you're not doing it, but you're not doing it. So, but you're still in the house. And of course, we have Hildreth Investigates community in the house, as well as the cafe. Are you dual streaming, Mike?
Hell no.
See, I knew it.
It ain't worth it. That's just another chat to put on this screen.
Oh, you never
I ain't
know,
dealing
though.
with it. I'm keeping it original.
But please, guys, hit the links for each of these channels. Make sure that you're subscribed and you hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything. Miss Logan puts out, Mr. Dilly Bar puts out, Mikey puts out, or myself, of course. We do appreciate every bit of your support in every aspect. So please do
It's like
that.
a chill
if you will.
night, too. You don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah.
I'll
It's
take it.
tonight. Well, it's supposed to be chill, but I don't think it will be at this point. Tonight, folks, we are going to review and react to the interview that was done last evening with the Drunk Turkey Show and Mr. Steve Goncalves. By himself, by the way. I'm surprised that was allowed to happen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There we go. Covering up part of Logan's head. Don't want to do that. But yeah, so that, I hope you're prepared. I hope you guys took your blood pressure medication, maybe poured a drink. Grab your seatbelts and strap it in because this is going to be, I was already warned multiple times by multiple people.
Oh, you hadn't watched it yet?
No, I saved it for this so I could have a full, real reaction. And you guys know I'm very animated to certain things. So
I did it before I went to bed last night.
did you? Were you pissed off when you went to bed?
Oh, yeah. It was late.
It was late when I left you. So Jesus,
1:30. Yeah.
It's 2:30, Mike. It was 2:30 when we
About
left here.
2:30.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Selling
See?
me out. Appreciate you.
When it's late, it's late. Yes. Yes. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You guys were over in Boise or something. I forget.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
My bad. Let me look at my phone real quick here.
Go for it. Go for
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Bruh.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bruh.
So, hold on. I'm having all sorts of technical issues over here. Sorry. So, anything else before we jump into this? Is there anything else that has happened with you today or in the past couple of days? We usually go through the week, but in the past week of craziness, Logan, you were telling me backstage that you did get your whatchamacallits are coming, right?
What?
Your FOIAs and stuff.
Oh yeah. So all of the FOIAs that we have recently been talking about, I think there's close to 10-ish of them, maybe 8 to 10. Those are all paid for, so we're just waiting for them now.
Hell yes, especially the one. I can't
Uh,
wait to hear this one.
Wasn't one like $400 some or something?
Yeah,
Five.
just
What was
shy of
this?
500. Yeah. It is a report, and an older lady. She was born in the year 69. She contacted law enforcement saying she knows this guy. This guy has admitted to these murders. He wrote out a statement about it. Saying, I guess, what happened and everything else. And there is a long interview about it. There's
Why did I feel
pictures
like?
of the statement.
Why do I feel like she lives out in Lewiston or something?
I don't have a. It's all the names are redacted. Everything is redacted in the report. So I'm curious if we recognize a voice or figure out who these two people are, or at least who the guy is. It
Yeah,
could be interesting.
sounds like some Mowat shit. That's what I'd like to pin
Yeah.
it to.
100%.
Yeah.
Like
But
the
here's the
lady
thing,
that
though.
found him on the side of the road.
Here's the thing, though. It's not. They didn't go looking for him
No.
because they don't have him in custody. Or
When the
never
hell was
did
this? Did they give you a date when this was?
when it happened.
Yes, I wrote it in the report. Let me find
You-
it.
I'm all about these fucking dates.
Should be this one.
Welcome, welcome,
On
welcome.
11/19. 11/19. Oh wait, hold on. That might not be it.
6 days.
The thing that kills me is he admitted to it. If that's true, which I know we've had that happen before.
The typed statement from the guy is 11/17, and it looks like the interview was 11/19. So really quick after the murders.
Hold on, did they interview him or just the woman?
The woman.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hmm.
That makes sense. I was gonna say if they interviewed him and they didn't arrest him, like what the hell?
Jesus.
Oh, she was born in 89.
So she's not that old then.
No, it was. She would have been. Oh fuck! I don't know. 40, 37, 65, 35 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Old.
Son of a-
Interesting. Dago, what do you think of Luigi Mangione?
Linguini Manicotti pleading guilty.
Yeah, what's the
changing
deal?
his plea.
Do you think he was threatened?
Man, I don't
What would
know.
make this happen? This
He
is twice now we've
seemed-
seen this.
Yeah, and he seemed so like nothing was gonna change. This is what I'm
Nope.
sticking with, this is what I'm going with. He's got very expensive lawyers that are fighting for him, and like, why would you do what is going on?
Especially
No
in New York
clue.
when you have nothing to lose.
Yeah,
Yes,
his
word-
exactly.
I think Lucy told me last night during Mike's show. And yeah, blatantly stated, I killed or I shot Mr. Thompson or whatever is Robinson. I think it is. I can't remember his name right now. I'm sorry.
Brian
he died.
Thompson.
Or yeah, that's it. And I was like, what? Since when?
And I guess he used a 3D printed gun.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
And
one.
what's crazy too is he pretended to be an investor to email the company or Brian or whoever it was and ask about their next conference. And that's how he got the address and information of where Brian Thompson was going to be.
Yeah.
What was this? Was a spoken thing, or this was written?
Email.
Email. Oh no, the
Uh.
plea. You're talking
Oh,
about
the
the plea, Mike?
plea?
Uh huh. plea.
He did in court, didn't he?
God, this guy's going to trash, huh?
They're gonna kill him. You know that.
I just wondered if they were doping him up. That's why I wanted to see if it was video or.
There's Brian Thompson, the person he took. They're saying he took his life. I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't understand it. I just don't. It literally blows my mind. I mean, how many times didn't Rex Sherman plead guilty as well?
Yeah, he didn't have a fight.
I
But,
get that, but like they're all doing it now.
yeah.
Is that like the thing for 26 or what?
Rex is going to live his next best life, you know, with his bullshit and expand and talk about his sick doings.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised, man, John. Now, next thing we got to hear from is Tyler Robinson. That's the next one.
I wouldn't be surprised if that ends in either a plea deal or a guilty plea.
Or death.
True.
You know what I'm saying. At this point, I don't doubt anything anymore. I'm just being honest with you. I'm kind of nervous about the Idaho court situation with Brian. Truly and honestly, I'm a little nervous about Brian's safety. I'll be honest with you guys.
Honestly, there's too many eyes on Idaho right now. Like there's more eyes on Idaho than pretty much anywhere else. So they gotta be. They have to be on their best behavior. You're not gonna do something crazy like that when all eyes are on you.
Right.
I think this guy's got some odd security.
Brian,
day one.
Go ahead, Logan.
Unless you're doing life and you've got nothing to lose and you want to make a name for yourself in prison.
I feel like you made some handshakes at that table with them guys. Went back when he was in jail. Conspiracy.
Tie my shoelaces.
I don't know.
Tie my shoelaces.
Stop that.
What else?
Yeah.
What else is going on?
I think that as far as new, I mean that trial, Kim's been while she was in, here, she was covering that trial going on. That trial's pretty wild, I heard. I won't cover it because of the children thing. I'm kind of past that. I can't deal with that much anymore.
That's kind of twisted.
The Clancy situation, I don't know if you followed that, Logan.
The evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, the clips that I'm following with it is quite a bit twisted, and I have some issues with what's his name, Patrick, the husband and stuff. But yeah, it's a little weird.
Yeah, I've been following that pretty closely. It's strange. It is. There's a lot of little things. I mean, actually, Conspiraling made a quick video. It couldn't have been more than 5 seconds long, and her video went viral yesterday. It's got like 300,000 views.
Wow. Really?
People are interested in Clancy right now because nobody thought anything different until Patrick took the stand. And then we got to hear the evidence and it doesn't add up. And it looks like he could have been the one.
That's kind of where I was going with that when I said that. Yes.
This whole window shit is where it went sideways for me.
The window thing. Thank you. Yep. The window thing.
I didn't pay attention to nothing until the window thing, and I was like, "What?"
Right.
I don't know shit about it.
It's way off.
Somebody made a video showing that when you put somebody's neck in the windowsill and you slam the window down on top of it, it makes the exact marks that she had on her neck.
Yep.
And then holding her, hanging out the window, there were 2 blood marks on the house itself, on the outside, the exterior of the house. And it would have been exactly where her wrists would have been while being held hanging outside the window.
Like she was dangling. Like,
this
is weird.
Yeah.
That's when it got weird for me. Yeah.
Little things like setting down the knife. A right-handed person would have the sharp part of the knife on the left-hand side when they set the knife down. Yes. It was the opposite way. and he is left-handed.
Oh, geez.
Oh boy. Well, there it is, right there, Logan.
Very
And
strange.
they can't try him while they're doing her thing. I just Jessie Lynn was talking about this the other night in Discord, and I have to agree with her. I don't think she needs to go to prison. I think she needs to be put into a psychiatric facility and monitored under like medical care. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is this a thing that with what's coming up, and I don't know anything about this, but can this trial really go through with the evidence that's coming up? Or is this
mean,
like,
if they don't have any other evidence, I guess that would be what it is.
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
no, it just seems like some kind of something of trial. It's like, I don't know. I guess not. I don't know. Like you said, you can't try two people at the same time. That's
No, but I'm wondering if they're gonna go back after the fact and maybe charge Patrick.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Or-
the prosecutors,
Try to.
the prosecutors would already have that evidence, and if they saw that kind of evidence, wouldn't they just pump the brakes and just go directly after Patrick?
I don't know. Can you? That's what I'm asking. I think that's what Mike was asking. Maybe.
Yeah,
Can
I don't-
you do that?
What are they gonna do with her?
I told you she needs to be put into a psychiatric facility.
Plea deal.
She's got some serious, in my opinion, some serious like medical issues, like mental health issues going on.
But it makes you think that if Patrick is possibly the one allegedly, in my opinion, that did this, maybe she doesn't have mental health. Maybe it was situational, because I couldn't imagine how she was treated then, if that's true.
Good call.
Yeah.
Very good call. That's a good call. Yeah. Very interesting.
Also, the medication that she was taking, when I tell you, Dago, the mixture she was taking, you're going to question it for sure. She was taking Seroquel. So what?
That's already one.
Quetiapine or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I've taken a quarter of the
quetiapine.
lowest dose and couldn't function for 3 days.
No, it's strong.
She was taking Seroquel and Xanax or Valium, strong doses. And they want us to believe that she was functioning.
She wasn't functioning. There's no way.
There's no way. And there's more. Then there's depressants on there, or antidepressants on there, and a couple of other things. Valium, I think, was on there. Like there.
Who the hell
Yes,
gave her this?
there is no
Her doctor.
freaking way she was functioning.
How, did they give you off the milligram that they were giving her instead of Seroquel, Logan? Did they say?
Yeah, they did. And I can't remember what it was.
My daughter took Seroquel, but it was a very, very, very low dose because she couldn't sleep. But damn, okay, they're saying Ativan, diazepam, sleeping meds on Seroquel is a sleeping med. Oh my god!
Yeah.
And she was taking the Seroquel for ADHD. That's atomoxetine. Wow. Oh my god, she wasn't functioning. There's no way. She was just a vegetable, basically, a zombie.
There's no way. No way.
Right.
Oh, and trazodone.
Shut
which
up,
will
right?
knock your-
No way. No way.
I mean, between trazodone and Seroquel and
They're both the same type of medication almost.
yeah, I mean, those knock you out for days.
Shouldn't she had some evaluation? Why the fuck is she even in a trial?
Thank you. You have to be found like to be able to stand trial. How? With all that medication, there's no way. She was also
And
taking.
given the way that she's been acting through trial, it shows that she's not fit for trial.
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like that shouldn't have happened. And she's taking Benadryl too. Jesus Christ.
I think it might be the case of she didn't know what happened. She didn't know any of this. And so in trial, she's learning all the details of it.
Trazodone, Seroquel, lorazepam, clonazepam, diazepam. I saw Benadryl, atomoxetine. What the hell is going on? this girl, no, she should be a complete and total like drooling zombie. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And
And
now
you're
I can't. Go ahead, bud.
I was just gonna say, and you said, Logan, that yesterday it was all in a span of less than about 3 months.
I don't quote me on that. I don't know what it was exactly, but I know it was a very short amount of time.
Yeah, when you're taking all the Pams, you have a problem going on. That's a lot, guys. That's over medication. And I mean, maybe she needs it. I understand, but if that's the case, you don't need to be sitting through a trial. You can't understand what's going on, in my opinion. So
Yeah, and in those instances where you're taking those medications, even if you took those by themselves, you could possibly be functioning like normal, but in your brain, you think you're sleeping. You don't even know
yeah,
you're functioning. Now mix them all together, and that's exactly what would happen. You would carry on with your life. You could cook, you could do this and that, but the next day when you wake up, you think you've been sleeping the whole time.
and you don't remember things. From my
You don't
understanding,
remember
there's
it.
no memory of any of that. Right?
Right.
Wow, that's craziness, you guys. That is craziness. So whatever she says, she shouldn't be held liable for anything she says during this trial, in my opinion. I hope she's got a good lawyer.
Well, here's where I'm at with this, and I can be completely out of line, but don't we all obtain attorneys for our best interest? Because,
Yeah.
whether we say something or shouldn't her attorney at some point in time have stopped this before it went to trial and said, hey, this girl was swimming in a fishbowl.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's where I'm at
100%.
with
That's
this.
what I don't understand. But I know that I noticed a couple clips I watched. She had nurses there with her, her attorneys there. I mean, somebody should have stepped up and said, unless they're just doing this as a regulatory, I don't know. It still doesn't make sense. They just need, my opinion, truly and honestly, is that she needs to just be put into a facility and monitored and taken care of. And that's where she's at this point, in my opinion. This is not
It's
going to do any good for anybody, in my opinion, this trial.
Mm-mm.
Other
it's
than,
also strange that yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Conspiraling says 82 degrees. It's very strange that she had been sitting outside for 20-25 minutes or whatever it was, and when the
right.
officers got to her, her core body temperature was 82 degrees.
She should have been dead. When you go below 93, you're in
It
a lot of
can't
trouble.
get to 82 that fast.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. Like, she should have been deceased, in my opinion. And
Where-
definitely
where was this?
hypothermia. What was your question, buddy? Thank you, conspiraling.
Yes, thank
where
you,
was
my love.
where was this at? like the town?
Massachusetts.
Another crazy story up in Maine, Massachusetts area. Yeah.
Okay.
That's wild.
Yeah, I'm trying to
And-
work with Grok here to kind of get a better time frame on.
didn't
when
she
would
go-
actually want.
From my understanding, didn't she like have a have a cardiac event, or like a cardiac arrest when they were like taking her to the hospital or something? If I remember correctly, she went into cardiac arrest.
Conspiraling
Yes.
says she died
Yes.
twice.
Yeah, she did. Yep.
Okay, I thought
You're
I heard
absolutely
that.
right. And with the whole possible window thing, now they say that she cut her neck, which is just the way it looks is like, no, she didn't. That's not from cutting your own neck, because there would have been actual cuts there. It doesn't look like that. It looked like she came into some where they, put pressure on it. She couldn't speak. She couldn't talk because her throat was crushed. Your throat doesn't get crushed from cutting the side of your neck. So it's strange that Patrick said he asked her questions and she answered them. But yet, when all the officers were there, they all said she could not speak. So, how would she speak to him alone, but couldn't speak to any of the officers? In the hospital, she had to get pen and paper.
Yep, that was the same thing we talked about yesterday. Exactly.
Who the hell is this guy? Just some putz?
Well, here's the thing. It's now come out, everybody's added it up, that the person he's married to now, he was actually cheating on Lindsay with her. They posted like reviews on hiking spots, and the dates that they talked about it were before him and Lindsay, before this happened.
Yo,
That's cute.
this is the list. Okay, this is the list of medications she was taking from September through January. You guys, look at all of these:
4 months.
sertraline, lorazepam, hydroxyzine. I've taken her hydroxyzine for anxiety. Buspirone. My wife takes that. Lorazepam. Again, buspirone. And the milligrams, 25 tetra, or yeah, I can never say that one right. 0.5 of lorazepam, 25, 1 milligram of lorazepam, which doesn't do nothing, but 5 milligrams, a half a milligram, again, 50 milligrams of trazodone, 50 milligrams of trazodone. She was a fucking zombie at that point.
That'll knock you out.
Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams, zolpidem, 5 milligrams, mirtazapine, 7.5, clonazepam. Just there it is, Logan. The I can never say it right either.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine. That's it. Thank you.
Gesundheit.
Diazepam, quetiapine,
And it's
diazepam.
25 milligrams. If she took the entire 25 milligrams, she wouldn't be able to open her eyes for 3 days.
Right. All of the bingo, and all of these Pams, they're bad, especially when you intermix them like this. There's a lot.
So I
Lamotrigine. Go ahead, buddy.
I went playing around in Grok to see
Amitriptyline. Yes, sir.
see with how long it would take, and Grok spit out on a typical cold night in the teens or 20s with some wind, a healthy, clothed, and relatively still person is unlikely to hit a core 82 degree Fahrenheit core temperature in under several hours. And
She
and
was worse off.
may maintain higher temperatures longer via shivering if fueled and insulated.
Insulated.
Aggravating factors such as injury, impairing, yada yada yada. 3 to 6 hours it would, and that is in the absolute worst circumstances.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not 20 minutes.
Right. She's on multiple mood stabilizers, Zoloft, things like that. This sounds like it's worse than what's his name? John, the Karen Reed situation.
Well, here's the thing too, is in all of her appointments with all of these psychiatrists and counseling and all, he had to be right there with her. So somebody said, why would she agree to take all of these? I don't think it was necessarily her choice. Even on the stand, when asked questions about her medication, he would say, we decided this, we decided that, like he was in control of that medication.
Huh.
Not her.
Boy, that judge should see
Thank you,
some shit on that.
Conspiraling.
Yes, thank you, Conspiraling. She loved her babies. No way she left them alone downstairs in separate rooms, on their faces, uncovered. If she did it, she would have died with that. I kind of feel that same way, Conspiraling. And thank you for the super chat. That's a good point. Very good point. What a mess this case is. This is why I didn't follow this, because it's Mikey remembers, because he's been around for a while. When we covered the Quentin Simon case and then the Boswell case, it flipped my PTSD right back into high gear, and I had to back away, because at the same time we were covering multiple cases of autistic children walking away from their homes and drowning in lakes. Sebastian Rogers went missing, an autistic child. It just, my head went nuts, folks, and I had to back
feel
away.
it. It's just like, yeah,
I had to move away from this stuff, because I can't. I started getting angry again, and the PTSD, I was like emotionally a mess. So I that's why I stopped doing the anything related to children, at least for a while, because I needed to take a break. It was all coming on hard and fast, and it's like, no. Especially Quentin Simon and Boswell. I was so pissed off watching those two trials. We covered both trials, and they were both. Neither one of those women showed any emotion for what they did to their children, and I was just sick. Makes me sick. You can
Yep.
see her realization that she isn't guilty in court. I've heard that by a lot of people conspiring.
Well,
Really sad.
conspiraling, the video that just went viral yesterday and today that she made is a zoomed in photo of or video of Lindsay, and she looks up at her lawyer, and is very fitting that it looks like she says, "He's guilty. He's guilty." And then she thinks for a second and she says, "I'm innocent." Like
And
she's
she
just
she came out and
realizing it.
said she did this, didn't she, Logan? She admitted to doing it, right?
I don't
Or
know.
something like that. Hey, accomplished.
I'm not sure that she actually admitted to it. I think she was just told over and over that you did this. And I think that's why she didn't ask about her children when she woke up in the hospital. Um because I don't think she knew what happened right away until she was told. So why would she
Uh,
think to ask if they're alive or not
Good
if
call.
she didn't know?
Got you. Got you. Wow. They stipulated to the murders. See, I was told by somebody that she had basically told them that she must have done it. She doesn't know what happened, but she must have done it or something like that. And then what you're saying now is like, wow, you guys, this is a disaster. Complete disaster. It's so sad to me.
Yeah, Pamela says when she woke up in the hospital, she asked for her lawyer before she asked for her kids or what their condition was. I don't know if she was told to say that or not. Yes, Logan, I think you're right. I think she asked for her lawyer because I think she thought she was in trouble for something or was told she did something bad or
Right, right.
I think she was just trying to fit all the pieces together and figure it out.
I think so too. And I haven't even fully watched the trial, Joanne, but I do believe I think he did it and blamed it on her based on her, mental stability and stuff like that. And he's gonna continue to, I think.
Yeah, I mean, him cheating on her seals the deal for me.
Right.
And that's not speculation.
And this is all supposed to be based off of what? Postpartum? Nah.
Postpartum psychosis.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought. Patrick made out with 1.5 in it. Oh my God. Did he really?
He's already married with a kid
I
and
knew that, yeah.
yeah. I mean, he met this girl way before this
Uh-huh.
murders happened
Yeah.
and she looks identical to Lindsay. Spitting
Right.
image.
Boy, we've seen this in some murder cases before, huh?
Yes, we have, Mike.
Hmm.
Many other times.
Sons of bitches.
This piece of shit needs to be worked over. And
Can't they
they
just
need-
figure out a different way? No, of course not.
No.
Because they're pansies.
Well, I'll be praying for her for sure. 'Cause I don't think she had anything to do with it. I really just don't. From what I've seen, the clips I've watched, little bits and pieces I know, to me, and I haven't even fully watched it, I'm coming to the same realization. Seems like most people that are following it are. I hope they get him.
Crazy.
I hope they do. I hope that because I think he did. I think it was him. 100% agree. Exactly.
I
Conspiraling.
hope it opens some eyes for sure and they maybe look at some of the evidence a little bit different.
Maybe they will. Hopefully they will. They're gonna have to go back though. I hope somebody sees this and they charge him at the very least. That's all I'm
Aw.
saying.
I'm sorry, Phoebes. Phoebes says my son was just in the hospital again for psychosis. It's really nothing to mess with. Very unpredictable behavior.
Oh my God, it is. Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Phoebes. That's horrible that you're going through that, and he is as well. Anybody that's dealing with any of that, we always keep you guys in our thoughts and prayers in this community because we know even people that aren't religious, that's the best thing anybody can do. If you're not religious and you don't pray, it is what it is. We're always thinking of you. So I hope it all works out, Phoebe. Oh, what a horrible world, guys. What a horrible world. Horrible things going on. Horrible things. I did in
Mhm.
my show, not to change the subject, but we need to move into this now. Um, I just did the I can never remember her name. It starts with a D. That interview that Accomplish put out, the cat lady from the Idaho 4 case. The one that they tried to claim came home from work to pet her cats and then went back in the middle of the night. You guys remember that? I know Dylan. I know Mikey. I know you do because we talked about it. You remember what I'm talking about, Logan?
I know who, but I can't think of her name.
Starts with a D. Somebody will say in the chat. But it's proof after doing this, and Duff, her last name's Duff. Thank you, Moon. But yeah, they lied. They absolutely lied. And Devery Duff, thank you, accomplished. Devery Duff, that's her name. They tried to force her to follow their narrative and say, "You sure you didn't come home? You sure?" And no, I didn't come home. I would know, is what she's saying. There was nobody to cover her shifts. She did not come home from work. She was there all night long. Are you sure? You're sure you didn't come home? Did somebody else have access to your vehicle? They were really pushing it hard. It was really sad.
Even down to the point that, like, it seemed like, so to me, I don't know, they were either at her place doing this or they had a picture of these parking lots, because they were even like, they were focused on the parking lot where she was parked. Oh, were you sure you weren't parked over here? Mm-hmm. And she clearly said that, no, I didn't like to park over there, something of that nature.
Right. And she didn't do this. And she, the only thing she said, she's a nosy neighbor, and she called them back. Because I went back after we watched the interview and I found the body cam video of them doing the canvassing. Mm-hmm. And they talked to her when they were, Officer House talked to her when they were doing the canvassing. There was never anything brought up about her coming home in the middle of the night. It would have been brought up. In fact, he went next door and talked to her neighbors, came back, and she's standing outside saying, I did remember that yesterday when I went to go get food around 5 or 5:30 from McDonald's, there were two guys standing at the door, knocking on the door. She said she could hear them, windows down, things like that, saying, hey, we're here. One guy was on the phone. Let us in. We're here at 5:30 in the afternoon. Two guys standing there, one tall, one short. And I was like, really? 5:30? That's nap time, folks, when everybody was napping in the house, supposedly. Thank you, Bianca. What's up, Moto Man? So that's all she could remember, but she did not go with their narrative. They were trying to say that was her vehicle that we saw, which it wasn't. She does not own an SUV like that at all. And that she came home in the middle of the night to check on her cat. That's her. It's not her. That's what they wanted us to believe.
I agree with Heart of Gold, who says it's very similar to officers interviewing the dog walker, and they wanted him to say the back door was open. They kept pushing for it.
It's probably ISP too, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
So take that into effect, folks, and think about how many interviews they've done. How many people have they coerced into saying specific things in these interviews to go along with their fucking narrative?
And that would explain the double interviews, And as we've gone along, it's like, okay, well, they've been caught by FBI first. Okay, well, that makes sense. Why would they have then got interviewed by, it appears, MPD and then ISP? Because MPD felt him the fuck out, and then they said, they sent him to ISP and they did this exact same shit. And they flushed the ones that they didn't want involved if they couldn't railroad them into their narrative. That's fucked.
Agreed. It's proof, folks. It's proof for all of you guilters or non-believers in what we're talking about out there that come at us day after day trying to tell us we're crazy, we're wrong. Watch the interview. You see them do what they do. They wrote a report out stating that she left work and came home in the middle of the night to check on her cat. We've watched two interviews, one with law enforcement recorded on an interview, an audio, and then we watched person to person with Officer House. None of that stuff was ever talked about. It's a lie. They wrote it in the report and pushed it through like it happened. It's a lie. I'd love to talk to her right now. Love to talk to her. Ask her if they threatened her.
I mean, when you sit there and kind of think about it, when did we get the actual description that they're pushing from Dylan? The bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
Interview number 3.
Oh, wait. Oh, say that one more time. When did we what? Sorry.
Actually get the description that they started pushing out to the universe. With the bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
Interview number 3. Number 3.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so right, that's a good point.
And I believe it was Nunez. He was pushing in that initial interview out in front of the house. Did you notice anything about the eyebrows?
Yeah,
No.
right. Yeah, that's not a normal question to ask somebody when you're talking to somebody right as soon as this happens. Did you notice the eyebrows? Did you notice he was clad in black by chance? No.
He had a fucking mask on, pal. What do you
Right.
think?
It's weird shit, guys. Very weird shit. It's proof positive, in my opinion, with this interview that they're truly, they have created the narrative and they have tried to force this on many, many people and coerce people into believing this. And I'm going to guess that they have with some people, you guys. I will be honest. I believe they have.
And it goes back to what I've been saying for a while. How would they know that they need to start playing cover up right off the cuff? Because they know it was one of their own, in my opinion.
Had an involvement. Yeah, good point.
We know two officers from MPD and one officer from WSU that is completely unaccounted for at the time of the murders.
Yep.
Can you imagine being that girl, how she felt being interviewed by 3 different departments, I'm going to say, and how scared she probably was at the end? She's like, holy shit, they keep coming around and I didn't even have anything to do with it. I just fucking let my cats out. No wonder why nobody'd say anything.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robert. All right, guys. Put your seatbelts on. Take your blood pressure meds.
Click,
Pour
click.
yourself a drink. Whatever you got to do, because there's going to be some people that ain't going to like this. Thank you, Bianca. I'm probably going to be one. So let me do this first.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Are you sure that's a sufficient enough trigger warning?
Well, that's what I have for now. So excuse my language ahead of time. I'll put it that way. I already have a feeling. So, yeah, here we go. And I guess the way we'll do this is we'll stop and start it throughout since we have that time. Thank you, Bianca. Trigger warning, sensitive topics, images, content may contain discussions, descriptions, or images that some viewers may find disturbing, upsetting, or emotionally challenging, or make you swear your ass off. Yes, thank you, Bianca. I added that last part. Anyway, again, this video came from Daniel with the Drunk Turkey Show. For those of you that aren't familiar, Daniel's been around for a long time. He used to be a little bit more on the fence side for a while, but yeah. So
yeah, we talked about that last night. Like that's where like everybody started together.
Yeah,
everybody was cool, but you know,
absolutely.
He doesn't seem to know much about the case, though.
No, he's definitely
he used to know a decent amount. He used to come on my show. I would go on his show way early on in this. He even sent me a text message one time and told me when the car came back with nothing in it, he was like, Dago, I may have to give you one on this. Like, you're right. And that only lasted for one day because the next day he went right back to it. So just saying, it is what it is. Matt,
Because it's all about being right, not getting it right.
Yeah. Well, for those of you, again, at least hit the like button over there for him, please, for putting the video out. It is appreciated very much. Again, the channel name is Drunk Turkey, and the creator's name is Daniel. So thank you very much for doing it. And again, this is an interview with Steve Goncalves by himself. Quite interesting. I was surprised to see that happened. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button for all the channels, for the creators in here, if you will, please, and thank you. And here we go.
Further ado, let's bring the guest of honor, Steve. How's it going, Steve Goncalves? How you doing, my man?
Doing pretty good, sir. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Football's back in session, so
I'm loving it, man. It's Friday. It's beautiful. The weather's great. It's not winter yet. It's a good day.
It definitely is. It definitely is. And congratulations to your family and to your son. I saw the recent nuptials, so congratulations on that.
Yep. Even out of tragedy, beautiful things can happen if you have a good attitude and you just be who you are. Be a strong family, and good things happen. And we met Olivia. We got an Olivia. Now we have an Olivia. Beautiful name. And now we have two of them, just like we have two Steves. So, we had three Steves when my dad was still around. But yeah, it's pretty nice.
That's awesome. That is awesome. There's two Daniels in my family. I was hoping for.
That's awesome, Bianca. I love that. That's hilarious. Warning, this interview may cause swearing, yelling at your screen, dramatic eye rolls, and an urgent need for more coffee. Proceed at your own risk. I love you, Bianca. That's hilarious.
I love it.
So did anybody look up the Idaho Bill 37 that Stevie's got on his chest?
Not
It's
as
the,
of yet.
It's
Firing
the
squad.
firing squad one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
That's just
Yep.
as bad as her wearing the Death Row Records t-shirt,
So stupid.
Is what it is, I guess. Okay. Here we go.
For a third, but got nothing but girls. So.
I told my son I'll disown him if he doesn't have the fourth. So yeah, he's got business to do. He's got work to put in.
There you go. Yeah, my dad told me the same thing. He's like, we need a third, and it just didn't happen before me. I got three daughters. Four. My oldest, she didn't make it through delivery, and so I would have four daughters. But yeah, my mom cursed me. She told me, because I have nothing but brothers, you're gonna give me nothing but granddaughters, and she was right. She was right.
Yeah, I told Christy we're having 5 boys, and I had the names picked out, and she was not listening. So, we got 5, but we got 4 girls out of it, and it was actually probably the best thing for me. I would have been a savage and probably been like arrested or something, gotten in a lot of trouble with 4 boys. It would have been bad. The house would have been unruly.
There you go.
It was good to have girls.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah,
and so. Kind of transitioning. I know this is a not an easy subject, but Brian Koberger, he's wanting to change his plea. One, were you guys even notified about that, or did you find out kind of with the rest of us? And 2, what are your feelings about him wanting to change his plea?
We got some half-handed BS story. I've since learned from some authors out there that other family members had heard on Monday. On Friday, we heard we were discussing how we could safely get to the courtroom and make sure that we weren't going to be, because we'd already had our car vandalized. We had these pro burgers that threw a bunch of food on our car, some really disgusting stuff. So that was kind of a contention, like, how do we make sure that we're safe? I didn't want to have to
that's a FOIA.
knock somebody's head off just so I could get to a courtroom. And so they were going to have police there and all that stuff. And then at the very end of that, they said, what would you guys think about a plea? And they just kind of slid it in like that. And we had just a light conversation. And the Cornodals were also a part of the same. We had a family call. We did it at the exact same time, which they didn't like. They tried to keep us all in separate little bubbles. But we were getting close to going to war. We're going to go into the courtroom. So we were all staying all on the same page, all staying together. We weren't letting them separate us, which you can't underestimate how much. I mean, when we go into the courtroom, they put us in separate rooms and stuff. So
why?
And it's nothing we wanted. We never asked for it. Like, we were literally texting each other, like, where are you guys at? And they'd be like, we're in this room. And we're like, well, why are we over here? And it was very, that's when we started putting things together. Like, they didn't want us to all be united. They didn't want one force, one unified message to have to deal with, because if that message wasn't what they wanted, it would look really bad for them. So they did this strategy of separating all the families. But in that particular case, we were on the same page, and we didn't have a lot of discussion. And then we've now since learned that a week earlier, his family was part of the negotiations for this plea deal. and now he's calling them witnesses, and how ridiculous that is, and how embarrassing Idaho must be. And the so-called leaders of our courtroom might be feeling a little stupid right now because they played into this, master degree criminology's back book. They played into it, and there was families that were saying, hey, you need to be careful with this guy. He's not your average criminal. This guy has probably dedicated a portion of his whole life for this moment in time right now. And we're just unfortunately we're unfortunately part of his master plan of destruction. Now, he probably obviously didn't want to get caught, but he also had plans when he did get caught. He probably knew eventually somebody's going to catch you, because we've seen some things that he's done that he learned back in college. He's doing the same behaviors that somebody else he's followed, BTK. He's doing some of the exact same behaviors that man did when he was caught. So that tells me he's had this in works for a long time. And we already know that he's wrote papers, and they talk about some of the things that he did in real life, like opening the door and not reopening the door. Don't ever close the door. And he was trying to pretend like it's from the perspective of a police officer not trying to contaminate a crime scene. But you can flip that on its head and also put yourself in his position. How do I go in there as the murderer and not leave any evidence behind?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop real quick. The way that, okay, this bothers me a little bit. Okay. The whole thing, I know it's going to, but the way that they explained that they believe Brian thought this out, like this is like some kind of he makes it sound like a CIA grandmaster plan that was sat down on a war table and worked out, and all these pieces were thought out. The good side, the bad side, if he succeeded or didn't succeed, he worked all of this out. Come on. Like that's a lot,
He couldn't have possibly. So you mean to tell me he sat down and planned all this out without looking up anything on his phone, not the floor plan,
right,
not who lives there, not anything. And then he approaches the one house in the neighborhood that has all the lights on, the music going, people awake, hella cars in the driveway. You don't know who's in there. But there's houses surrounding it that probably have people in there sleeping, lights off but TV's on. Much easier targets.
Yes. And how do you don't know pulling up to this house if those 5 cars belong to 5 football players. Who knows that? Nobody's going to go into nobody. Even somebody that is dumb is not going to go into a house like that without. And here's the thing, Logan. Don't forget, there was zero connection. He did not know anybody in that house. So how did you plan anything without any of that knowledge? I fully agree with you.
The most he would have been able to plan is what, 3 months? Because that's how long they were in that house.
That's it, buddy. Good point, Dylan. Huge point. No way. No way. That is, all due respect, that's highly ridiculous. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
I could, based on the information that was coming out and the evidence and hearing some things, it sounded very much like they were prepared for a person that was very prepared, or at least they were they knew that the person that committed this crime was very prepared for it, and had gone through extreme lengths to prepare for committing the crime. And has it changed? I know the plea happened. Do you guys still how can I put this? I know that there's a plea deal change. He's wanting to withdraw it. Has were y'all notified about that in a similar fashion as well, or is it been more openness since?
No, they didn't notify us. The media notified me. I've got a pretty decent relationship with. If if you can help my family, then I will work with you, and I will be respectful. I'll do an interview. I'll do anything I can to stay informed. And that means I have to like do an interview with somebody at any particular time. I'll do that to keep these lines of communication open. So I heard pretty early, and I was able to let some of the other family know. But this individual that notified me also told some of the other families. So I think we all were pretty much aware. But again, that was way out.
Who's this individual? Any guesses? Any thoughts? Any
Mm.
questions?
Shocker.
You know what I mean? The way he's saying this, I'm curious who he's talking about.
You know,
I
my
see that. I see
thoughts.
that little smirk on your face, Logan.
She knows.
He does.
What's it start with? Just give us a letter. Go home.
Who is he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
The person that informed Steve of this, the individual.
I don't know. I don't think it's Ray.
I don't either. I think
What
there
was
was
that?
somebody else.
You look up and to the right when you lie. Is that what it is?
I don't think it's Ty because I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
That's a good call though, but I don't know.
Well,
don't
he
know.
did say something about the news. I feel like he's got more than
Pam,
one.
I think Pam's a little on point with this because
Yeah.
Brian Enton became very close with them, very close.
You gotta
Was
think
having dinner at their house.
that's the interview with Cy.
But it happened way before this, so
Yeah.
just curious. Fixler, could it be Kevin Fixler? Maybe.
Mhm.
I think Enton would have been more
Yeah.
the one to get that info first. But thank you, Pumpkin. Good question. Good point. I'm just curious what everybody's thoughts are. Brian's Brown Banana said Fixler's who I thought. Good call. It could be.
It probably was.
Yeah, because Fixler was shoved right up there with them too.
Yep.
For all we know, it could be Skeletor. Who knows? She could have gotten the information somehow too.
Well, and Fixler, I'm pretty sure was the one that was like sending them tons of information and stuff and constantly in contact, keeping them in the loop, letting them know. So yeah, my guess is that's who it is.
Christine says the guy that Brian talked to is the one who notified Steve. So whoever Enton talked to would be, I don't know. I'm sure as soon as it was found out, Fixler, Enton, everybody was on the phone. Did you know that they're gonna, you know what I mean? Trying to be the number one. Just saying. Interesting point. Interesting thought for sure. On we go.
Actually, come to think of it,
Sorry, Dylan. Go ahead.
given the rumors about Kaylee and was it Rosie or Tizzy?
Rosie.
Either one of them. What if it was Rosie?
I mean, I guess, but
He would be able to feed. He would be able to feed Steve a line of BS that Steve would jump on because of the badge.
yeah, but do you think that law enforcement would know that before anybody else? I mean, how would they get that information?
But why would law enforcement care if he knew?
No. How would law enforcement? I don't think they broadcast like things within the courthouse or things, from the prosecutor's office to law enforcement is what I'm saying. I don't know that would happen. That he would be able to know is what I'm saying that early on. I mean, anything's possible. That's my thought is all I'm saying.
Fight it, Dylan.
Yeah.
Burn it down.
Come on. You know you want to.
We'll get back to it.
Yep.
To it.
And we had already heard about it as well.
That's wild. It's more like they're pandering or towards him and his family than the victims. And I find that.
Oh, hold on. I wanted to back that up a tinge for a second.
Be respectful. I'll do an interview. I'll do anything I can to stay informed. And that means I have to like do an interview with somebody at any particular time. I'll do that to keep these lines of communication open. So I heard pretty early, and I was able to let some of the other family know. But this individual that notified me also told some of the other families. So I think we all were pretty much aware. But again, that was way after his own family had already heard about it as well.
That's wild. That's wild. It's more like they're pandering or towards him and his family than the victims, and I find that to be insane.
Well, again, also remember what we were told from Brian's PCR, that they brought his family in. Turby said this, actually. They brought his family in to work him and get him to take the plea deal. That's why Brian's family knew about it. They used his family to get Brian to take the deal, if that's correct. Because remember, Turby said that the way he foresaw this was that Ann was saying, I can't get him to take this deal. I can't get him to take this deal. So they went and used his family to talk him into doing it. So that's the only reason why they knew about it before anybody else did.
I think it's absolutely absurd and ridiculous that Steve Goncalves has the nerve to fix his mouth to say, I do everything I can to stay informed, but you haven't read one word of one freaking document.
Yep.
And if they're going to be out here working DNA on other people's cases, I surely would hope that they would read the documents in those cases to know that they're not convicting an innocent person.
It's a hell of a shit resume.
Amen. Absolutely, Logan.
But I doubt they'll take the time to do that if they won't do it in their own perfect little daughter's case.
They're telling us to stop reading the documents. You think they're going to read them if they're telling us not to read them?
They're trying to get them all hidden from the public, which is sickening.
It is. It truly is. Absolutely agree.
You know, not saying that it will, but if it does come down to a situation where he does go to trial again, do you know, is it going to be Bill Thompson again? Did he retire? Do you know any of those things?
Thompson was reelected in 24. He tried to retire beforehand. I personally believe he knew that Ashley wasn't ready for a case like this, so he stayed around one more term. I think it might be a 6-year term. I don't know for sure, but I know he's not going to do this is his last term, is at least what he said in the past. If something's changed between now and then, I doubt it, because I mean, the man is like 73, 74 years old. He's into music. He deserves a retirement. He should go and do that. So I don't think he would be a part of it. I don't think so.
Gotcha. And if it were to change, how would that make you feel? Are you embracing change? Would you prefer it to be different?
Well, I was afraid that we would be dealing with this a year from now or 2 years. I told the courtroom and anyone that was willing to listen, don't make the families have to defend this case for the rest of our lives. You guys have one moment in time, sit down with this guy, get some concessions. Unlike Turvey, who thinks you can force somebody to allocute, you can't in Idaho. It's ridiculous that he doesn't even know Idaho state law. But you can't force that, even though he said that. You can only get concessions. You can go sit down, turn on the recorder, have Ann sit next to him and say, you are willing to give this information up because you understand that this is going to be used against you, and then have him lay it out. And he could have, there's strategies. You don't want to just get him to confess. You want him to confess to multiple things. Like, did you not break into the home? Because right now he's challenging, he didn't murder them. But if you would have, if Thompson would have done his job, like we were begging him to, because we had Shannon, who's a much better a lawyer than Thompson ever could have been. He was like, hey, he may challenge this confession, but he can't challenge both at the same time. So get him to say a separate plea that he did the burglary, and then get him to say the murder as separate offenses. So then you have multiple problems for him if he goes down the road of this I'm going to go and I'm going to challenge what I said. I'm going to say I had ineffective counsel. So there's strategies that have been done throughout our states, all 50 of them put together. There's a lot of strategies that's out there. And I just felt like we had some people who just were rushing, try to get it through the door. They hated the media. They hated the attention. And this is why we are right now. This is why we're facing this. It's super unfair. We shouldn't be doing this, but I'm not scared of it at all. I know we will kill this man.
Mhm.
He will be dead. And I will laugh in the Kohlberger's face when he gets a retrial and we kill this man, because they see the digital forensics that I've seen and they map him and they identify that he's in the car and there's no doubt about it. And it hits this house and goes right past this camera and this phone's on and he's doing turn by turn directions. I know how toast this guy is. So I would love
We can't stop it.
for these guys to get what
Gotta
they
wait for
think they
Dago.
want and then just live with their decisions.
Well, it's one of the things that I've said a lot about this, about Brian Koberger's defense team. It just seemed like everything that he's asked for hasn't really worked out in his favor. Whether that was changing of the judge, locations, waiving the speedy trial, all those things. I think that it would have worked much better in his benefit had he gone to trial in Moscow much quicker. But everything that he has asked for has worked out negatively for him. And I think this one would as well. I for one, am as also not afraid that if he were to get a new trial, I think it would result, in him getting the death penalty. I doubt it's going to get there. Any concerns on your part that it actually might go to trial?
The highest I've ever heard an expert tell me is 3%. 3%. Yeah. And that's actually done with some kind of legal AI that goes through all the cases. Some argue a mass murderer has never been able to use this strategy, but there's some cases that are pending right now. So it's kind of hard to say. Mm-hmm. So the average is 1%, but I've heard as high as 3%. So I'll say 2% chance that this strategy works. And I hope I'm wrong on that, just because I don't want to put the other families through that, even though it's something that I would love to see. I'm built for war. I'm built for this type of stuff. I think we need leaders in our courtroom, and we don't have any anymore. 90% of our cases are settled out of our courtrooms. And it's hard because you make one little mistake and the people feel that you throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. And that's a hard argument. So we basically forced our country into a situation where we're going to get 90% of our major violent crimes being settled without our input. And I think that's a shame. And it's unfortunate, but I'm only a dad. There's only so much I can do. I'm focused on this case. I'm focused on other cases that we're going to be involved in with our charity work. So I'm a passionate kind of person, but
Dago,
you got to know what.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got a lot to unpack.
Unpack it. Lift it up, buddy.
So he pretty much said that he has seen the phone data.
Mm-hmm.
That he can
Pin
see
by
Kohlberger's
pin.
phone going to the house.
Can we rewind it like way back?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did. I'm sorry, guys. My granddaughter ran by and grabbed me and had to tell me this whole story as I was coming back. So I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go back here.
Thompson was reelected in 24.
Is it after this?
Yeah.
He tried to
this is fine.
retire before.
Okay, good.
And I personally believe he knew that Ashley wasn't ready for a case like this, so he stayed around one more term. I think it might be a 6-year term. I don't know for sure, but I know he's not going to this is his last term, is at least what he said in the past. If something's changed between now and then, I doubt it, because I mean, the man is like 73, 74 years old. He's into music. He deserves a retirement. He should go and do that. So I don't think he would be a part.
Now he deserves a retirement. He was your mortal enemy 2 days ago, Steve. Really?
Yep.
Okay.
He sure surprised you with a plea, didn't he there, bucko?
Right.
Yeah.
Part of it. I don't think so.
Gotcha. And if it were to change, how would that make you feel? Are you embracing change? Would you prefer it to be different?
Well, I was afraid that we would be dealing with this a year from now or 2 years. I told the courtroom and anyone that was willing to listen, don't make the families have to defend this case for the rest of our lives. You guys have one moment at a time. You know, sit down with this guy, get some concessions. Unlike Turvey, who thinks you can force somebody to allocute, you can't in Idaho. It's ridiculous that he doesn't even know Idaho state law. But you can't force that, even though he said that.
Why should Dr. Turby know Idaho state law? Why is that ridiculous? That's not his job, okay? And he never said that either, that I remember. If I'm correct, I don't think he ever said that they should have forced him to. Nothing like that, did he?
No.
Did I miss it?
Not that I
They-
not that I
he said-
remember.
He said they should have. He gave a bunch of stats about people not allocuting.
But he never said they. Wow. Okay.
He
Hey,
just
big
said that
honest.
the non-allocution is a big problem for him.
Sure, I get it. But my thought, I agree with it to an extent. Like, if you're going to offer a plea deal, it should have been wrapped into the plea deal. I would at least think you would attempt it. Not, I know you can't make it mandatory, but I think you would have at least attempted it. But I know why they didn't. He made up some dumb story, Thompson did, but we know why he didn't, because he knew Brian couldn't. Because he didn't know. Go ahead, Logan.
Right. They should have at least asked him, though, because had he made up a lie and said, oh, I did this, I did that, that would make this process a lot
Yes, ma'am.
harder for Brian Koberger.
Absolutely.
If they knew he could have allocated, they would have had him allocute, but they knew he couldn't. So they screwed themselves by not asking him
Mm-hmm.
because they knew he couldn't.
No, instead they come out with some dumbass story that makes no sense. If he did, you wouldn't understand it. And then on top of that, he's just gonna lie. He's just gonna lie anyway. Well, if he's such a liar, we've all said this. Everybody has said this. You believed in him enough to take him saying that he did this when he took the plea.
Right.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, folks.
Right.
So
That
stupid.
someone like Brian wouldn't be able to come up with that a theory out of whole cloth like that.
No, not at all. That's just not in his will. Like, that's not in his mind to do that kind of thing. He's not a liar.
And why does Turvey need to know Idaho law when his job is to review evidence and find evidence or a
Exactly my
rebuttal to
point.
the evidence? He doesn't
Right.
he's not a lawyer.
He's relating back to size bullshit.
Because in
That's
Steve's mind, if you're an expert, you're an expert of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's part of it. That is part of it for sure. But he just disagrees with Turby, so he's going to make excuses up for why Turby shouldn't say the things he should. You know that too. Thank you, Bubbles.
Any person who disagrees with Steve hates them and they're the worst person in the world, and he has 0% open-mindedness.
Right.
0.
Mm-hmm.
It's so obnoxious.
It is. That's even being nice, Logan.
Yeah, it is.
You can only get concessions. You can go sit down, turn on the recorder, have Ann sit next to him and say, you are willing to give this information up because you understand that this is going to be used against you, and then have him lay it out. And he could have, there's strategies. You don't want to just get him to confess. You want him to confess to multiple things. Like, did you not break into the home? Because right now he's challenging, he didn't murder them. But if you would have, if Thompson would have done his job like we were begging him to, because we had Shannon, who's a much better a lawyer than Thompson ever could have been. He was like, hey, he may challenge this confession, but he can't challenge both at the same time. So get him to say a separate plea that he did the burglary, and then get him to say the murder as separate offenses. So then you have multiple problems for him if he goes down the road of this, I'm going to go and I'm going to challenge what I said. I'm going to say ineffective counsel. So there's strategies that have been done throughout our states, all 50 of them put together. There's a lot of strategy that's out there. And I just felt like we had some people who just were rushing, try to get it through the door. They hated the media. They hated the attention. And this is why we are right now. This is why we're facing this. It's super unfair. We shouldn't be doing this, but I'm not scared of it at all. I know we will kill this man. Mm-hmm. He will be dead. And I will laugh in the Kohlberger's face when he gets a retrial and we kill this man.
That is so effing shitty to say. Two wrongs don't make a right. I get that they think that this is the one who killed their daughter, but that's a shitty ass thing to say.
Yep.
You'll laugh in his parents' face. You fucking that.
That shows your character, Steve, not theirs.
100%.
It's like in Steve's mind, the entire family went over there and did it.
Right.
Like,
you're a disgusting person, sir.
That's nasty. That's a nasty ass attitude.
I can't believe he just. Yeah, I can. I can believe that I will laugh in the Kohlberger's face, meaning Michael, Marianne, Melissa, and Amanda. He's going to laugh in their face when Brian, if and when Brian faces the death penalty.
Yep.
That is a sick mental. No.
So you think because your daughter was killed, that whoever you think did it should be killed, whether they did it or not, whether they're, you know what I mean?
Right.
Trash.
Yeah, I'm with SRB. I can believe. Welcome, Fizzy. Good to see you, dear. We missed you.
Hi, Fizzy.
Yeah, I'm with SRB. I can believe him. I think Christy probably would have said something worse, but I agree. Like that's really bad. Really bad. Beyond bad. Those people, what did they do? I want somebody to give me an answer. What did Marianne, Michael, Melissa, and Amanda, what did they do to anybody?
Nothing.
Existed.
But what he's gonna say is they didn't stop it. They knew he was this horrific murderer, and they didn't stop it.
They sent him to school out here.
Now, and it right. So now, because they're supporting their son, their brother, shame on you. There is shame on you.
It's hard for me to believe that they are one iota of religious.
Right. Like, how are you wearing that hat right now?
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry.
You're that type of religious.
Yeah. You're wearing a hat with a cross on it, which should be non-judgmental and, everything else. Saying that you're going to laugh when the state shoots and kills somebody. Okay.
In his family's face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gross.
Beyond gross.
Maybe he should put this in an infomercial for his DNA company.
Yeah, right. Yeah, good point, Mike. And they are, Chris. They really are.
My family treats everybody so well. Everybody's so nice. They would have accepted you.
Yeah.
I doubt
believe
that. Yeah.
Then he said, I believe I'm a passionate person. Are you? About what? Wow. I get it too. Okay. Bubbles has a good point. I can understand the anger, and I fully do. I get it. There should be anger. But why include the family? You got to be something else to be able to do that. I'm sorry.
His whole hat and shirt contradict each other.
Oh, yeah.
He's a walking contradiction. That's it.
Living dead. Cosplay Christians. That's a good point.
Pretty much.
Yep. Wow. What a joke.
Because they see the digital forensics that I've seen, and they map him and they identify that he's in the car, and there's no doubt about it. And it
Hold
hits
on.
this house and goes right past this camera.
The digital forensics that he's seen, no. He's only heard what Cy Ray has told him. And now that Cy Ray's going on this
Yep.
bender saying, I can put Brian Koberger's pinky toe in the corner of this stair inside the house. No, you cannot. Because if that was true, it would have been used because his maps and stuff, his, all the work that he did would have shown that. And then it would have been used against Brian. The prosecution would have taken that to all the
Take it
way.
easy, Big Amish. Actually, Cy said, I'm not trying to stand up for Cy, but he did say, if they would have pushed with their technology a little bit more, then they could have found him in the house, which is a maybe, possibly, I'm not sure, but possibly scenario. He never said for sure that was true. And they're taking it once again as a factual statement because they want it to be true.
I mean, even in that same interview, Cy Ray told them Brian's going to get a trial and he's going to walk.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
they absolutely did say that.
He said it outright.
Sure did.
But he doesn't take that one and run with it. It's only what fits his narrative. Then he takes things, twists it, and makes it fit that. And then he tells the world, and now everybody's misinformed.
And it's just fucking mind blowing because the info's coming from the same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It goes with the outfit, the hat and the shirt. It fits.
And y'all trust and believe that if there was digital forensic evidence that put Brian Koberger in that house, they would have used it because they had nothing in this case.
That would have been the first thing they used, Logan.
Absolutely.
They would have stood
And they
on
would've
top of that.
Never offered a plea. Never. We can put you in the house.
Yep.
They would have never offered a plea.
Right. That would have been plastered all over the internet left and right.
Yep.
They didn't even blink about it.
What if Bill Thompson said, nah, we don't need that. I like the challenge.
With the case that they didn't have, he didn't.
There ain't no way. They got scared when she asked for all the stuff on the car,
Right.
All the discovery on the car. Yep.
Let's see if I can pull this off with the least amount of evidence possible.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's ask this question. How did you get it, Steve? Who gave it to you? Because I don't think anybody did. I'm sorry, but no. Especially not
Right.
now when you have this WSU case going on. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He pulled that out of whole cloth.
100%.
Camera and this phone's on and he's doing turn-by-turn directions. I know how toast this guy is. So I would love for
There's
these
no
guys to
turn by
get what
turn.
they think they want. And then
There is no turn by turn. Where anywhere in this case has there been turn by turn directions
Never
of
anywhere.
Brian Koberger's movements, especially not between 2 whatever and dang near 5 in the morning. Now
Right.
you've got turn by turn. Get the heck out of here. That is a flat out blatant lie.
I thought Cy was bad at gaslighting. This is pathetic.
He's taking the blue pill, Joe.
Yeah, right.
And once again,
Oh,
surely
no.
if there was turn by turn on Brian Koberger, they would have used it.
It would have been front page of the New York fucking Times.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God. Like, right as soon as they had it. Yes. There would have been no plea deal. There'd have been nothing that we've seen would have happened, you guys. None of it. They'd have railed him right in through the court system, right through the trial, and he'd have been on death row right now. End of story.
I mean, they said his phone was turned off between 2 and 4:48 or whatever it was, and now they first say we can't
You
put him
just live
anywhere
with your
because his phone was off, but now you've
Right.
got turn by turn in that time. Get out of here.
100%. Brewster, you can email me, sir, ma'am, sir, whatever you are. Go ahead, Dylan.
I was just gonna say that even I think it was Turvey or it was somebody in the community that's from Idaho. There's a pretty decent chance that he went in a part of Idaho or Montana or Washington where there's no cell service, and that's why it went offline.
Yeah, because
I believe that's been talked about quite often, actually.
Was it Truth and Neurons that said that?
Well, even the area the Chapins went through to get there was the same. Would have been
Yeah.
the same area.
Yeah, right.
It's up around Lewiston, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what I had heard, Mike. You are correct, sir.
Rochelle says can't place him at that house or show that he had any contact or connection with the victims from the words of Bill Thompson. And you're
Zero.
saying you have turn by turn?
And that he was there previous to the crime? No, they would have told us. Bill Thompson would have tap danced on a fucking judge's desk about that.
Absolutely.
100%.
And this is why everybody is so misinformed in this case.
Unbelievable. It's ridiculous. Jesus.
That's a good thought of a video, though, bud.
Say again, Mike.
That'd be a good thought of a video. Bill Thompson tap dancing on.
Oh yeah, it is. Good idea. I have to put that together. You hear us? You hear us there, Miss Bianca? Good idea. He doesn't want to accept the no connection, you guys. They're still running around telling people that he was stalking them. Come on. He will not. They will not accept the facts. They refuse. They refuse to read documents. They're listening to gaslighters that are guilters telling them, oh yeah, oh yeah. They had him in the house and he was doing this and he was stalking them and he knew whose bedroom was whose and he was in the house, Steven, and he believes every bit of it because he wants to. He doesn't want to know the truth because the truth will take away their closure, in my opinion. The little bit that they have, because you're never going to get closure from losing a child. It's horrific, you know? And again, not to take away from their loss, because it's one of the most horrific things that can happen. They have every ounce of condolence from me. Beyond that, no. I'm sorry. There's nothing. I've never seen anybody like this in my life react in a case like that. Ever. I don't know who this person thinks he is or who they think they are, that they should be getting away with what they are.
But that's the whole point too, is yes, that you lost a daughter, 4 families lost their children, but and it pulls on everybody's heartstrings. So
why we're
stop
here.
coming out here and lying to them.
Right.
The simple truth of the matter is Steve chose a shot at $400 million over justice for his daughter.
And truth.
Steve's an IT. He's not stupid. You don't get to be conveniently stupid. He knows exactly what this is. He knows he's being lied to. He does not care.
Right. I agree with you. I told you why. 100%.
Well, it's one of the things that I've said a lot about this, about Brian Koberger's defense team. It just seemed like everything that he's asked for hasn't really worked out in his favor. Whether that was changing of the judge, locations, waiving the speedy trial, all those things. I think that it would have worked much better in his benefit had he gone to trial in Moscow much quicker. But everything that he has asked for has worked out negatively for him. And I think this one would as well. I for one am as also not afraid.
Yes, sir.
How would that not work out for him well? That'd be my question for the interviewer.
Well, he thinks it's not going to. They all do. They think that this is going to just fly by. that it's all going to be denied, that Brian's not going to get, approved on the trial or any of that. They all believe this.
And unfortunately, Daniel's a cactus.
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows? All right, on we go.
That if he were to get a new trial, I think it would result, in him getting the death penalty. I doubt it's going to get there. Any concerns on your part that it actually might go to trial?
The highest I've ever heard an expert tell me is 3%. 3.
That ain't true. What did Side just tell you 2 weeks ago, boss? Come on now. You're in denial again.
I mean, he's playing that is what you kind of call bad math. He's playing in a normal case and lumping this in with everything else
In a normal situation, right?
Yeah, and as we all know very, very well, this is anything but normal. When every single defense expert starts their thing with in 20 plus years, in 30 years, whatever, I have never seen this before. This is not a normal case.
Not even remotely, bud. Not even remotely. Yes, we have a Bronx alert. Bronx is in the house doing his guard duty. Yeah, this is beyond, way, way beyond the level of abnormal. So, no, that statistic, it relates to a normal case with normal situational stuff. Normal, everything about it has to be normal for that stat to work. And again, that's not what you were told. Your buddy, Sly Prey, just told you that if Brian gets a trial, he's walking. Period. End of story.
A good one. Sly Prey.
That's what I've been calling him, Sly Prey. So, I mean, it is what it is, but you don't want to believe that because just like your daughter, it's not going to happen. No, 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 no. And when it does, oh my God, the implosion is going to be bad, guys. I mean, really bad. So, 100%. Just wait. Get him, Bronx. Get him. Protect
Get that FedEx driver.
Yeah.
It's unreal. I mean, I feel, like I said, you guys, I feel so bad for their loss, but I've never seen anybody in any other case that I've ever seen, okay, ever, come out and make statements and attack people's families. And I don't get this. I don't understand the mentality with this. You're supposed to be upset. You're supposed to be sad, angry, all that. Never have I ever seen anything like this, you guys. It's beyond a level that it's almost like you all need to be checked in somewhere for a while, I think, get a little bit of help here.
It begs the question, what's Steve trying to cover up?
That's been being said a lot recently, Dylan. A lot.
That FBI, former FBI or whatever, he said very early on in this case that
he
Steve
did.
was concerning him.
Yes, he did.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Something's wrong here.
More than one person has said it too, that there's something that they believe that why it has to be what it is. There's no other way. And there's a reason why it has to be that way for them. Something's not right. I agree with it. And yes, something is wrong here. So on we go.
Percent. And that's actually done with some kind of legal AI that goes through all the cases. Some argue a mass murderer has never been able to use this strategy, but there's some cases that are pending right now. So it's kind of hard to say. So the average is 1%, but I've heard as high as 3%. So I'll say 2% chance that this strategy works.
In a normal case. You keep forgetting to slide that in there. 100%. This is not a regular normal case. So whatever. Take what he's saying and probably multiply it by 5, in my opinion. At the very least.
Yeah, I'd say multiply by 20.
Yeah, considering what Brian has, the accusations Brian's made, if the court doesn't look at these accusations alone, that whole court system's going to get looked at in a bad way. Okay, and if they
Especially if this
ignore
goes
it,
up to federal.
yes, and it will. Go ahead, and this is why we've talked about this many times, Dylan. You and I, myself. But if Hitler denies this, guess what, folks? Go for it. I want him to, because deny it, let it go to the state level. Deny it, let it go up to federal. Please, God, let it go to federal, because the truth will be pulled out of this, in my opinion. Oh my God.
I hope
I hope,
WSU and any other lawsuits going on, I hope they hear loud and clear the many death threats that Steve is shouting out to Brian and his family.
They definitely should. Those should have already been called into question, Logan, like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They just keep on going with them because they keep getting away with it. And people are
Yep.
probably going, well, they had a horrible loss, that's not an excuse.
No.
Hitler himself allowed people to applaud in the courtroom. He allowed Olivia to make a statement about call him a pedophile when that was never even one of the charges. Are you kidding me?
Right.
And you didn't shut that down? Shame on you. Thank you so much, Michelle. God bless, hon.
That's another thing that I find very interesting. Why are they obsessed with trying to pin him as a pedophile?
That's
It's
a whole other
weird.
story, buddy.
Like that, like especially with Olivia.
Yeah, there's some people that have been saying things about that. They believe there's some things in the background that has something to do with that. So they could prove that sounds could be heard downstairs. That was the most shady thing. How can his defense build a defense if the biggest piece of evidence is destroyed? That's a great question, Rooster. We've asked that for 3 years now. And I put my email out there, Rooster. If you have something you want to send me, feel free, please. I would love to hear from you.
Bubbles knows what I'm hitting at.
Even Detective, I know what you're hitting at too. I'm just trying to kind of stay a little bit away from it for a minute, but we'll probably hit it eventually. Detective Olivia has told him tone it down, and I can't. Yeah, I agree. Nobody can. There's something in the background with that whole thing, Dylan. I fully agree. Oh, of course, I'll bring on panel on a regular show, 100%. Maybe at the end of the show, if we still have some time, we can bring you up here. If everybody else is okay with it, if you have things you know that you want to speak on, 100%. If you stick around.
wrong on that, just because I don't want to put the other families through that, even though it's something that I would love to see. I'm built for war. I'm built for this type of stuff. I think we need leaders in our courtroom, and we don't have any anymore. 90% of our cases are settled out of our courtrooms. And it's hard because you make one little mistake and the people feel that you throw the whole.
You going to law school now, Steve? Is that the next step? You're going to go get your bar license? Come on.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
whole
That's what he says.
That, bud.
That's what he says. You gotta. That's where you gotta be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the anger thing, I think, was even before this all happened. It was probably like that.
Well, I mean, their first reaction was, they said in an interview, their first reaction was, really? Him?
Yeah, right. They didn't even believe it was him. First time they saw him, they did not believe it was him. Word for word what they said.
baby out with the bathwater. And that's a hard argument. So we basically forced our country into a situation where we're going to get 90% of our major violent crimes being settled without our input. And I think that's a shame. And it's unfortunate, but I'm only a dad. There's only so much I can do. I'm focused on this case. I'm focused on other cases that we're going to be involved in with our charity work. So I'm a passionate kind of person, but you got to know what, get in where you fit in, right? I don't fit in all those different avenues. I'm going to let the courts be the courts.
That's a good point, Rogue. Knowing how they act, okay, in public, the way they react to things and talk to people and act out, who's going to really want to work with them with this organization? Seeing these people, they're like thugs and bullies. You know what I mean? That's not anybody I would want to work with through an organization like this. It just doesn't. I wouldn't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I wonder if any of the, charity work he's doing, I wonder if any of those people know that he has a entire oldest daughter that he has nothing to do with, that he completely abandoned. I wonder how they feel about that.
Good point.
Yeah.
Very
And they're
Christian.
dragging the other one into shows now.
Yeah,
Yep.
you are correct. Not a place for your kids to be. Whether they're, family members or not, they don't. She's still young. She doesn't need to be brought into this.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very not a good point. Or not a good thing to do. But good point, Mike.
Betty Blue makes a good point. Were Kaylee's parents not her emergency contact? I don't think they were.
I don't think so either. And that all plays back to what they've denied now, but that she was not talking to them. When she went home, she wasn't staying with them. She was staying at her aunt's house. I'm starting to wonder how close they really were at this point, Of course, they're
Yeah.
going to say that they're close, and they're going to deny it, that they have, but you got to still wonder, is it true? Was there some kind of, and then you hear that whole, when she went and she sold her car, got the money, she jumped into another car and took off and yelled out the window, and I'm keeping the money, and off she goes. Who would say that to their dad unless there's some kind of animosity in some aspect, possibly? You know what I mean? I don't know this, folks. This is just all speculation, obviously, but it makes you wonder about some of these things. It really does. Wonder who her emergency contact really was. Grandma? Her aunt?
Or none at all.
Right. And then you have Christy saying that, and I question this hardcore. It was the Hannity interview. Christy said that that Kaylee was Olivia's best friend. Does anybody else question that beyond me?
Mm-hmm.
Olivia, her sister. I
Ain't
don't.
no way.
That doesn't line up for me.
Nope.
Well, it wasn't reciprocated because Maddie was Kaylee's, so.
Yeah, and that she threw Maddie in there. They were all best friends. I don't. It doesn't feel that way to me. If anything, I almost go ahead.
I remember in the beginning, didn't they say that Kaylee had her sister Olivia blocked on social media?
Yep.
I remember
Yeah,
hearing that. I don't know how true it is, but I heard
thought
that.
it was that she had all her siblings blocked on social
That's
media,
what I heard.
and she wasn't talking to her parents.
That's what I heard.
I question that because I don't think they were as close as everybody thinks they were. They want everybody to think they were.
No.
Olivia seems like, and we don't know who Kaylee was as a person, but Olivia just is not a happy person. She never seems to have been a happy person. You know what I mean?
No.
So, yeah, she promotes like anger and misery like regularly. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you notice on the Facebook page, a lot of the videos that they show of Kaylee and Maddie are when they were like young. They're not.
yeah,
It wasn't anywhere near close to the end of their life.
yeah, they were all
Yep.
little. Wow, stuff.
And I'm just going to be one of those dads that is the worst victim that you could ever ask for.
Yeah, and that's all you can do. You're your daughter's advocate and the one that speaks the loudest for her. And so you got to do what you got to do. And if it does go down that direction, I'll be in your corner backing you up, my man. And so with what Brian Koberger is saying, I think he's kind of bringing in what was his name, Brent Turvey, I think is the defense expert. He's using a lot of what he has put out there in his book called A Broken Plea as part of the evidence that he's trying to utilize to get a new trial. I've read some of it. Some of it had something to do with hair and Ethan's hand. When I went through the documents, it said it was his own hair. So I'm not seeing anything there that there's a leg to stand on. But from what I understand, Turvey's also kind of maybe taking some shots at you guys.
Maybe if you took the sunglasses off, you'd be able to see it.
And anything you want to say?
When you say Turvey,
Say that again, bud.
Maybe if you took the sunglasses off, you'd be able to see it.
Oh,
Them glasses never come off, buddy.
Ask Dago later about that.
Yeah, those have never
Turvey
been off.
didn't write Broken Plea though.
Nope.
No, he was just a source for Whitcomb.
So what is he talking about? And he goes, oh, it looks like Brian's using Brent Turvey's book Broken Plea and everything in it to file his PCR. No, he used one thing because he didn't know about it, and it was the hair. It's not the whole book.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Not written by Turvey either.
Nope. In one chapter, 100%. That's
Mr. Know-It-All.
right. That right, Chris. That's what we're saying. Since when did Broken Plea become Turvey's book? He was a source in it. That's all he was that Whitcomb used to write the book. But okay, whatever.
That's kind of an interesting transition, though, that that they're kind of trying to make here.
Yeah, it almost looks like it, doesn't it? Like it's being done on purpose.
Oh yeah. Nothing in this case is by accident.
No, not at all.
Not one thing, buddy. Black Patch says, dude, I'm a dad to a daughter. I have 2 of them, by the way. I get it. But as mad as you are, you have to have some control. Threatening families. What a punk move. It is. It really, truly is. Fully agree with you on that one, bro.
Clock that.
It's classless. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the forensic gigolo. That's what I think. The guy who takes money to make your crime scene whatever you want it to be. He literally brags about taking tens of thousands of dollars and going into a crime scene and reenacting it, acting it, and making it what you need it to be. Do you need 2 perpetrators? Do you need a different weapon?
He literally
What the hell is he
didn't-
talking about?
He literally didn't take tens of thousands of dollars, first of all. Second of all, you should be reenacting a crime scene. It's not acting, it's trying to put it together. And weren't your police officers the ones who acted out the whole stabbings and said it could be done in 90 seconds or whatever it was?
Yes.
Although
Yes.
they're not
No.
putting up a fight with anybody in there.
Right.
They're not. They know the layout of the house. That, like, shut up.
90
This is-
seconds to 3 minutes is what they said.
And they did not, like Logan said, and I've argued this since I found out the whole walkthrough, rerun through, whatever shit. Nobody jumped up and fought for their life like Xana did. Nobody fought back like Maddie or like Kaylee did. Nobody ran through the house and did the whole thing like they did the same way, because guess why? Because nobody knows how they did it. Because nobody was in there except for the killers and the victims.
And
So
the
again,
Damn it.
the prosecution's crime scene expert, and I'm using that term loosely, she said that Brian went in and killed Xana and Ethan in his freaking birthday suit.
naked, running through the house naked, yeah.
And then you tack on Dylan's and he's high kneeing through the place and then moonwalking out the door.
Basically. Naked.
Yeah.
Turn by turn
Perfect
directions.
sense. Perfect
Naked.
sense, Stevie.
Yeah, 100%, buddy.
Sounds
100%.
like Brian Koberger was in there dancing, not Kaylee.
That right. Thank you.
Like some random dancing bullshit from iCarly.
with the vacuum. Yeah, don't forget about it. Thank you, Rochelle. With the vacuum, a mini vacuum. This is the fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm telling you. Oh my God. Yes, Andy was naked. 100% naked. Thank you, Circus. Yes. This is so.
Yeah. Like Bubbles said, even the logic on that makes zero sense.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's how you make sure you leave no DNA when you're naked, right? Yeah, okay. I think you'd leave more DNA if you're naked. You're sweating.
Right.
Come on. What the hell? Oh, here it comes. I can feel it rising, folks. It's coming slow.
I just hope I'm just out of the blast radius.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, that is my pause game is like perfect, you guys. I always pause just perfectly every time. I don't know how. I didn't even try.
Do you need multiple weapons? That's what this guy does. He walks into a crime scene with preconceived ideas that have been delivered with thousands of dollars. And then he goes in there and he finds them. So yeah, Turvey's a joke.
How can you find something?
I wish I could tell every.
How can you find something if it's not there? So he finds them because they're there.
I mean, we saw the picture. The hair was there by the bed frame.
He shot the fuck out. What does he want to pay attention to? He just make no goddamn sense.
Hello?
I'm here. I'm wrong.
Oh, can you play it?
Yeah. I was just making sure everybody was done.
Oh.
Where'd the volume go? Or did this get redacted?
Can you still hear it?
No.
Oh, odd. Hold on. Somebody just please answer my question. I did. Does anybody see Elena's question? Hold on. I have to reset this, I guess. Let me know if you can hear it.
He should be really.
Okay. Does anybody see Elena's question?
I'm working through it.
I see this, but I don't see anything beforehand.
I don't see anything. Still rolling though.
I'm gonna push play, and when we see it, we'll find it, Elena, if we can. It may have rolled off by now. Welcome, B. Good to see you.
Be careful talking like he's me. I can talk all day long. I'm not the one being investigated. I'm not the one with information that I signed a contract to protect. They didn't give me anything. Everything I got, I earned. I paid for investigators. I had a private investigator. I did my things. Everything I got on my own. That man was given things, and those things have found their ways in different places, and they're all coming back. And he should be he should be listening to his lawyer. His lawyer's got to be telling him, you probably shouldn't be doing interviews anymore.
Well, one of the weird things, isn't it?
What the hell is he talking about?
He's
talking
trying
about
to
Dr. Turvey.
insinuate. Yeah, he's trying to insinuate that Turvey is the leaker.
Oh, of course
Suddenly.
he is. Of course
Suddenly.
he is. Wow, buddy. You know what? I wouldn't mess with Dr. Turvey. He's a very smart guy. He has money. And if it comes that way, good luck, buddy. You're about to get your ass sued off.
He never once before said Turvey had anything to do with the leak.
Nope.
And now suddenly when Turvey brings up his name, now he wants to throw Turvey under the bus like it's true.
Who wants to bet that came out of Sly Prey's mouth?
Yep.
Then now that they have this new relationship, and you know why it may have happened, folks? And this is just absolutely alleged, but I believe it's very possible that Sly Prey could be the leak himself. So What better way to keep people from looking at you than by pointing it and giving it to somebody else? Come on now.
Right.
Good old Sly
Yeah.
Prey. On we go. What a mess.
And one of the things that has come up is the Dateline, who leaked all the information. And I think a lot of people were looking in one direction, whether it was the prosecution or somebody, related to one of the victims, a family member or such. But then you hear what Turvey is saying and some of the claims that he's putting out there, I find odd and interesting because there's some things that he shouldn't know. I mean, you have the person that creates or recreates the crime scene, and then you have the digital aspect of it, and sometimes those worlds don't intercept. However, he seems to have information that's outside of his expertise, so to speak. In fact, even Ann Taylor.
Okay, so Elena's question was, what was the purpose of Dylan 911 call when the policeman was there with the defibrillator? The policeman called. The police officer showed up because they called. Bethany called 911. Elena. That's why he showed up, because they had called 911, and she was still on the phone with him when he arrived. With them when he arrived. I hope that answers it.
Taylor has said that he's speaking out of his expertise. I don't know. Are you catching the dot that I'm connecting here of potential where this leak might be coming from?
I'll further it. So why does a crime scene expert have letters that BK wrote to his dog?
Why does Cy Ray have all this stuff?
Right. I was going to say the exact same thing. Ask Cy Ray. Because he's got all the same stuff.
Yep.
Turvey and Cy Ray signed on the same dang line.
He's fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
What a joke.
Imagine if the Grinch was next to him.
More bullshit. I agree. I wonder if she stops him now.
What does that matter in this case anyway, if he
Right.
has a letter to his dog? What?
What a joke.
How do you correlate a crime scene with letters to a dog at his house back in Pennsylvania? So yeah, you're onto something, and everybody's onto something, and everybody's reverse engineering back to this individual. Time is limited. There's an investigation going on. I was contacted today. I'm going to tell you that man's high on a list. I'm not on that list. I can sit here and smile my ass off. That man is looking at sanctions. He's looking at never, ever entering a court again. Or he can. I've asked these questions. He can, but they can also bring up what has happened to this court order and how a violation could have occurred. And if he's actually the one that they go after, that'll be used ever all throughout his career. He'll never recover from it.
You've got to be kidding me.
I don't believe for 1 second that anybody from that court or this leak investigation is calling Steve G and telling him jack shit about it.
Nope. No. He has no clue what he's talking about.
He doesn't.
They would never tell him that information. Never.
No.
And if that's the case, if it was real, well, guess who else is at the top of that list? Your buddy Sly.
Exactly.
I mean, Steve's at the very top. He was leaking shit right from the get-go.
He told people he was leaking shit.
He's...
Go ahead, Mike.
No.
It's all right. It's all right. We already put up the water.
Bullshit.
I'm going to let it fester.
Wow. This is unreal.
So I hope him and his book buddy make enough money so that's his career, because he may be looking at some retraining. Maybe he goes back to the university. I heard he used to be in the university and harassed a bunch of young cute girls.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Are you kidding me?
That
Coming
is
from the man
defamation.
who takes pictures of his underage daughters in swimming suits and puts it on social freaking media, tagging For You page.
What
Gross.
a piece of shit.
That's libel.
ridiculous.
That was fucking unreal. I
Look at
hope
that smile.
Kirby
What
sued
a
the
son of
fuck
a
out of
bitch.
them.
Harassing young cute girls is what he's saying.
Somebody needs to clip this and send this over to the
Oh, I'm sure they got it, Mike. Somebody's got
the
this
attorneys
already.
there.
Right. Yeah, Turby's gonna sue the fuck out of them for that
Oh
one.
no,
That-
I meant to the WSU lawsuit there.
Oh, yeah.
If that's true, then how did Turvey get all of his diplomas and stuff? He would have been kicked out of there if that's true.
Exactly. Wow, you're really going low there, aren't you, Stevie boy?
Goes any lower, he'll be going up.
He's with his buddy.
Unreal.
So maybe he should go back there. Maybe that's why he really feels aligned with BK. Like they've had this thing where girls complained about him back when he was in the university, kind of drove him out of there and got him into the courtroom. He might feel very like similar to what BK went through.
Yeah.
Got him
Yeah. Another
into the
person that identifies
courtroom?
with him. It's insane.
What the fuck?
What is he talking about?
He's saying Turvey was harassing girls, so it pushed him out of the university and into the courtroom. I think that's called graduation.
Oh, and the fact that he worked for the university and he's an expert, they do both, you know?
Yeah.
Is that not, like, can you not process that there, buddy?
His job
That
isn't even in a fucking courtroom. Steve thinks he's a lawyer.
That hat must be a little too tight there, bud.
Yeah.
Steve's thinking that Turvey's a fucking lawyer. My God.
No idea.
The dude's like in a Rubik's Cube. He can't find all the fucking matching colors, can he?
No.
He's too
Yeah,
stupid to take the
exploring-
fucking stickers off.
Exploring Everything says Turvey's on the board.
That's what I thought. Yeah, good call. Wow. You're something else there, buddy.
He needs to stop talking to, for fuck's sake, Viv.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Both
What's
look
up, Booty?
goofy and sound goofy.
Yeah, she's probably got. No, forget it. I'm not going to go there.
That's what happens when you put two half IQs together.
Yeah, somebody should ask him why Kaylee was cutting.
Yeah.
Ooh. Zoink, Scoob. Miss Jules is in the house.
Hi,
Sweet
Jules.
Scoops, right?
She said, join us, Miss Jules.
Yeah.
Come on up, dear. If you want to join us, let me know. I'll throw you a link right now. I'd love to hear from you on this one.
That'd be sweet.
I have, this is a comment saying I'm mentioning this thing. If someone can email comment, I will. If I hear him, I will. I haven't heard any yet.
What?
I haven't heard her mention yet.
No.
Not yet.
But we will.
But if you are, we got you back.
Oh, for real.
You'll see me go nuclear before Dago does. It'll be a
I don't know
competition at
about
that point.
one, buddy. I'm getting hot already. I can feel it. I just feel it brewing.
I can see it in your face, bud.
You, you brew. I just shoot.
When you can, if you see me bouncing, that means both my legs are going to town right now, folks. I am wired for it right now.
But you know, I think it's also a money ploy for him, and that's my opinion. You know, he putting out the book, etc., and him going after yourself and your family. I think he's pandering towards a certain group of individuals that feel a certain way about Brian Koberger. In fact, I saw some weird, articles about these love-struck women and men sending him videos and pictures of themselves and things of that nature. It's insane what is going on out there. It's absolutely sick. And so another defense expert that you have spoken to recently, Cy Ray, he's brought up a couple of interesting things, including one thing that Brian Koberger may have been, in fact, in the house a week, before the murders had occurred. In talking with him, how much have you learned from Cy-Ray?
Me and Cy-Ray have a lot of shared background. So
The fuck?
Now, if I'm Cy-Ray, I'm suing for libel.
Me and
Well,
Cy-Ray
sure.
have a lot of shared background. You were a cop, Steve? When did that happen, buddy? Huh? Whoa. Whoa, that ego.
He
is
really looked up
growing.
to corrupt cop Cy-Ray.
This
He's
is
weird.
that was interesting. The fuck? Wow.
we've talked a little bit, but I don't want to talk on his behalf because it's just not fair, especially when you talk about digital and forensic. It's even when I'm sitting next to a coworker that I absolutely love. I mean, my coworkers I love to death, but they'll be like, Steve's got his own language. Marcos has got his own language. Corey, we all speak. We understand our nuances, but that to ask a stranger to speak.
Jules and Dago are mentioned in comments on Duck Channel. Read today as looking for WSU Mom. Oh, okay. I will check it out, Michelle. Thank you, dear.
For you. But what I'm trying to say here is,
and thank you so much for the super chat, dear.
How I understand some of the things that he's diagnosed is there's 2 other phones in that house that have the exact same AT&T footprint. So when it beacons, when it echoes out, there's 2 phones in there that look exactly like BK's. So when he sees his phone connect with the house, he's already seen that same signal, that same phone, that same program in the house moving around. So you're looking at 6 months of data. You see these houses, and then all of a sudden, this thing's over here and here and here and here. And then all of a sudden, it matches up with these other phones, and it's in the same beeping that if you visually looked at it in a map, it's at the same pinpoints as the ones that are inside the house. So that's how I would interpret him saying that.
You have got to be
that's how you would
freaking kidding me.
interpret. I don't know how you guys interpret shit, but I don't interpret shit that way. That don't seem to make no damn sense to me whatsoever. But I'm gonna do my best to interpret the next thing he says. Okay.
I'm interpreting that he is trying to say that Brian Koberger's phone was moving around with the girls inside the house. Don't you think they would know that he was inside their house moving around with them? He wasn't inside the freaking house, and his phone was never pinging inside the house or on their freaking Wi-Fi. That's
Right.
how I interpretate.
Yeah.
About what it
Right.
sounded like.
And I would never do that. But you have gone a level beyond what anybody should by what you just said about somebody you don't even know making those allegations about Turby. You have no idea who that man is. Shame on you.
I feel like I just whacked my head on something and I'm just like hearing things weird.
Maybe it's the way you're interpreting it.
You got the thing and there, over there, out there, below, up, under. Fuck me.
This is really kind of sad.
He's
Honestly,
rocking and
really.
rolling.
Wow.
On certain times, it could have been in that house. Now, you're not going to get the certainty of factual 100%. So, because somebody could sit and press up against the wall of the house and say, oh, I tricked you. I totally tricked you. Or I got up on the roof. I tricked you. I was never in the house. So you can't say with certainty. And I think that's what Thompson was trying to do as Santa Claus, the clueless boomer who has no place talking about technology. I think he was trying to say,
Hot meat kettle.
I can't put him in the house, but he could have said it in a different way, in a different fashion. I mean,
No, Steve, you're in denial again. He said we cannot put him in the house. Period. Look at him trying to create shit now.
So now Steve is trying to say because Bill Thompson said we couldn't put him in the house. Now he's trying to put him on the roof. You
This
mean
is
to tell
fucking
me
insane.
in that area where college kids are walking all over the place, nobody would see a Brian Koberger on a roof?
14 minutes.
He went out of his way to say some things that are just flat out wrong, but I want to give him the benefit of the doubt on certain things, like the sexual motivation. People looked at his phone 100%. But what I'm trying to say here is how I understand some of the things that he's diagnosed is there's 2 other phones in that house that have the exact same AT&T footprint. So when it beacons, when it echoes out, there's 2 phones in there that look exactly like BK's. So when he sees his phone connect with the house, he's already seen that same signal, that same phone, that same program in the house moving around. So you're looking at 6 months of data. You see these houses, and then all of a sudden, this thing's over here and here and here and here, and then all of a sudden, it matches up with these other phones.
Where's the 6 months of data?
Beeping that if you
Fuck
visually
stick.
look at it in a map,
There for 5
it's
months.
the same pinpoints as
Yeah, how did you get 6 months of data when he was only there for 4 or 5?
Unbelievable.
They don't want to show shit on any data for fucking 6 days on any of these kids.
So they had all this stuff and they weren't going to show any of it in court?
Horse shit.
And Bill Thompson didn't know anything about it? Wow.
How did that happen, Logan?
Wow. I don't know why Steve is not detective. He's so good at this.
He should be. That they
Fucking-
can't. He definitely and an attorney. Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's trying to do the fucking Macarena with his hands.
Macarena.
Oh my god.
Wow.
the ones that are inside the house. So that's how I would interpret him saying that.
Again?
On certain,
No, I
Did he
rewound
say-
it. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say he did not say that twice.
No,
He
I
really
rewound
thinks
it.
that's how it's pronounced.
I just wanted you guys to rehear that again.
Hilarious.
yeah.
times it could have been in that house. Now you're not going to get the certainty of factual 100%. So, because somebody could sit and press up against the wall of the house and say, "Oh, I tricked you. I totally tricked you," or "I got up on the roof. I tricked you. I was never in the house." So you can't say with certainty, and I think that's what Thompson was trying to do as Santa Claus, the clueless boomer who has no place talking about technology. I think he was trying to say, I can't put him in the house, but he could have said it in a different way, in a different fashion. I mean, he went out of his way to say some things that are.
He did say we couldn't put him in the house. There's no other way to say that. They couldn't
Yeah.
put him in the fucking house. That's it. End of story. There's nothing more to it. Quit trying to make it more than it is.
Are just flat out wrong, but I want to give him the benefit of the doubt on certain things, like the sexual motivation. People looked at his phone, 100% believe he was sexually motivated. Any of you pro burgers that think, this is what I got to respect about Ann. Ann put out enough breadcrumbs or seeds to get people to ingest her narrative and then live it, you know. So she was like, well, he's a criminologist. Of course he's got creepy, weird internet traffic, but she didn't want to go to court and for you guys to hear that his creepy internet was plastic surgery, women being ripped open and their breasts being pulled apart and gelatin stuck into them. That's not criminal CIS, Ted Bundy. You guys.
It's CSI there, bud.
So he was watching the show like Botched or something.
What it sounds like. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Didn't
Maybe
it
he
used
was-
to be called CIS?
What's
Like,
that?
didn't it used to be called CIS way back when?
Not that I know of. I've only ever known it as CSI stuff. I could be wrong.
I thought Steve before and all these people said he was watching violent stuff. I mean, he just said he's watching surgeries.
Mm-hmm.
That's
No,
not
you might be
violent.
thinking of NCIS, Dylan. That makes sense. Yeah, that
What the fuck?
that's just what the hell, bro. Wow.
You know what he was searching? No, this guy was a sicko. He was literally watching women being cut open and split apart in a procedure. That's what this man was getting off on. And that's who you're protecting. You women that are protecting this guy, good luck, because you're going to.
Did they show that to you, Steve? They showed you those videos?
How would you know what he's doing when he's watching something on his phone?
Mm-hmm.
He could have been cooking dinner.
I just want to know when they showed this to him. When they showed Steve Bryan's phone.
We have never heard of this. Ever.
Nope. Somebody's telling him a whole bunch of horse shit, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and if this came from Cy, what are they doing giving Cy this information? He wasn't there for
Right?
internet search history. He was there
Well-
for mapping his phone.
Where did we hear? Think about this for a minute, Dylan or Logan. Sorry. Thank you, SRB. Where did we hear about the first time porn and different things on Brian's phone? Where did we hear that from?
The Barnharts.
No. The first more detailed type stuff came out in the Dateline episode. Remember that? They started talking about things that were all that stuff that was in Brian's phone. And that's what caused the people to get all flipped out about the leak.
Yes.
Okay. So if Cy is telling him this stuff, I guess that takes me right back to wondering if Cy could be the leak
The
again.
leak.
100%. 100%.
Yep.
On we go.
Date one. You're going to date one of these guys because you can't wake up.
I can't disagree with you there. There's the stuff that was on his phone, that what I've heard, and that one's news to me. I wasn't aware that there was that in there, but
It's not.
That should tell you something.
That's just the criminology.
Say that again.
Never heard that one before. Well, why is that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Maybe because it wasn't true.
Something's got to be firing under that hat. Sure. Sure,
God.
so ain't brain power.
Just say, oh, well, if you looked at my phone because I'm a true Kramer, I would look like I'm guilty. Dumb fuck.
Yeah.
They don't care about that shit. What they care about is knives ripping through flesh like you did. And that's what he had. And if
One
you
knife,
have that,
asshole.
you're not a criminologist, a true crimer. You're a freaking weirdo.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to his Reddit stuff. His Reddit stuff was, so apparently he used the guise that he was doing it for DeSales and he was doing it for his thesis. However, the post was taken down several times after he graduated and moved away from Pennsylvania, and he was still arguing and fighting to have the survey up. And so it had nothing to do with his current thesis anymore. He had already graduated. And so these things were all for self-gratification when it came to Brian Koberger. Whether it was talking with other criminals that had, filled out his survey and or, what he was looking at online.
When did these two talk to Brian? Did they talk to Brian that we don't know about?
No.
Well, I mean, how else would they know what he's saying right now?
I'm not sure. And just because Brian graduates DeSales doesn't mean that he's not into criminology anymore.
Right.
Does this guy even work anymore?
Who?
Fucking Steve.
Oh, I don't
Holy
know.
shit. When does he have time to sleep and spew all this bullshit? Oh my God.
No idea, but to make the statement you're making right now, you would have had to have spoken to him, I would think. It is definitely speculation. So then make sure you put it that way, my friend.
I think it's pretty clear.
That what you're talking about. That's why this individual called our family and said, "Hey, I was one of the people he kept calling back to." They investigated that deeply because there was a couple of people that came forward and said, "Yeah, it was like a recruiting tool. He was using that post to figure out how to commit a good crime." Like he was saying, "What if I throw this up, find all the people who got caught, then I interview them over and over again, then I can use that to not get caught." So, yeah. And then somebody suspected, like,
Jesus Christ, the way Steve's mind works, I mean, he's the one that seems to be thinking all this shit. Not anybody else.
He's the next Dick Tracy, I tell you that.
Yeah, right. Wow.
this individual's like, "I felt like he was getting off on my conversation. And then I hung up, and then he calls me back a couple days and he goes, I knew at that point." Because he goes straight back to the part where I was talking about her being drunk and passed out on the bed. And I'm literally taking her jewelry, going through her house, and she has no clue. And he just got off, like, "Tell me about that again." And he had new questions for me. Like he had just been twisting and cranking over that whole fantasy. And he was like, "This guy likes what I'm saying. He's getting off on it." So then when this guy goes and murders 4 people, he's like, "I'm picking up the phone. I've talked to this guy." So
Wow.
What?
Thank you so much, Whit James, for 3 months. Wait, is this for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Mini
Congratulations and happy Dago anniversary on being a meatball. We appreciate it. I agree with what you're saying, too. The padded room makes perfect sense. Thanks so much, Whit. God bless. We appreciate you, hon.
Wait. Is Steve saying that Brian called up the guy in the house saying, "Look what I did"? While at the same time, I think it was earlier in this interview. Where
No.
he's running
I
out?
think he's talking about the people. Remember the survey thing
Yeah.
that he got? Somebody responded to him, and he was asking this guy that was I guess, a burglar, what his thoughts were when he was doing it, so on and so forth, and that Brian called him back and wanted to know about this, that, and everything else. Brian was probably doing a paper or a thesis or whatever the hell they do on this topic, and that's why he needed these answers. I mean, that's what he's studying. That would be my guess.
Especially for Professor Cuckoo Bird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Professor Pedicure. That would be my clear thought on something like that right out of the gate. If you're a criminology student and you're asking specific questions like this, you're probably writing a paper on it. I would just guess.
PhD.
That would be my first guess. Not that you're a fucking serial killer or a mass killer or stalker. Especially if you worked at Sunoco or Walmart and you're calling people asking these questions, then maybe we have a problem, okay? But not being a criminology student. I'm sorry. You got to show me something
Exactly.
more. You got to show me something more. Fucking whack dogs.
My name is Jeff.
Oh my God.
It's a
This comment
no-go.
says Circus Music said, "If he's not drunk, he's on glue."
Something's wrong. Good one, Circus.
yeah, he was, yeah, like I said, the courtroom would have been very ugly for the pro.
I want to know what you're going to say when every bit of what you just said is proven wrong. And he does walk free. I want to hear what you're going to say then. Because I know you're not going to apologize. Dumbass.
Deirdre says, "Oh no, he had follow-up questions? You mean like research?" Exactly.
Exactly, Deirdre. 100%. Criminology student. You keep letting that one slide there, boss.
Yeah,
God.
how dare Brian take pride in his work?
I know, right? How dare you try to do it the right way? Thanks, SRB.
Burgers, and that's why I'm all for it. Because other than child molestation, this was going to be so dirty and ugly that they would have all been like taking down their videos and being like, I'm done with this guy.
What?
Huh?
What the hell's he talking about?
He's saying all of this would have come out in court. No, it would not have. Because if they had this on him, they would have already used it.
I fully
Impossible.
agree. Fully agree. It would have came out first, Dylan. Or why do I keep calling
Right.
you Dylan? Logan.
I don't know. You do it all the time, but it
I
doesn't
don't-
bother me.
Sorry.
I think it's the Alzheimer's.
Maybe it's because you look like her. Maybe that's it.
How?
I don't know. I don't know.
I
Sorry.
got a beard. She's got the better looking face. There's a reason why I got the beard.
I know you sound like her. That's what I meant. Sorry. Shut up, Dylan. Anyway, I don't even know, like, that last thing he said right there. Hold on.
Well, he's like, I'm picking up the phone. I've talked to this guy. So, yeah, he was, yeah, like I said, the courtroom would have been very ugly for the Pro Burgers, and that's why I'm all for it. Because other than child molestation, this was going to be so dirty and ugly that they would have all been like taking down their videos and being like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done defending him, because these internet searches, these videos that they want to throw up here where they're blurring stuff, nah, that's not criminology. That's really weird stuff.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, and you know we've talked about this before too. This guy, in my opinion,
As
had
weird
this
as calling your daughter's
plan, but he wanted
ex-boyfriend
to
her
do a crime
boyfriend.
like this. I mean, he purchases the K-bar knife.
As weird as what?
As weird as calling your daughter's ex-boyfriend her current boyfriend.
When she very clearly did not want to be with him anymore.
Yeah, that
Haley
is.
did not want to be with Jack anymore.
He always has to hit these angles of this molestation and
They
sexual
all
stuff.
do.
What is his deal?
They all talk about this sexual aspect all the time. And there was none to this case. Nothing. Nothing.
Before he moves away from Pennsylvania. So, you know, he was graduating with his master's degree. He had gotten a job at WSU. He was going to be a teacher's assistant. He was going to move across country. This should have been the highest point of his life. And so, you know, the possible excuse that his world was crumbling around him, that he was losing his job, etc., I don't think that fits this narrative. He was also trying to get with the whole Reddit stuff even after his thesis. So to me, this guy wanted to commit this crime. And maybe perhaps he attempted to commit this crime in Pennsylvania before he went across country and just wasn't able to do so. But isn't it true that you believe that he had?
Wait. Okay. If you are leaving an area, why wouldn't you do that crime there? If you know you're going across the country.
Ding,
No,
ding, 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 ding.
you wait till you go to that place, and then you commit murder, and then you legally change your license plates.
Well, just the same way, Dylan, as if you live in a state that does not have the death penalty and you cross state lines into a state that does have the death penalty to commit the crime. What?
Right.
Come on.
You're
Nope.
in cloud forensics and you bring your phone.
Like, I've only been in, like, deep in this niche for, like, 6 months. Deep in, like, even I can put that together.
He shot the fuck
My
out.
granddaughter could put that together.
And yet he's done this for how long?
Yeah. Retired police officer as well.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I thought maybe you knew that, buddy.
No, this is the first time I've ever heard of this dude.
Not retired. Not retired. He didn't retire. He left for, I don't know why. I'm not going to get into it, but no back talking because we're using the video. So let's be polite if we can.
Yes.
A little bit.
Had other victims in mind per se. You know, he had pictures of other students, and maybe perhaps his route also coincided with where they resided.
Yeah, when I had a private investigator, we contacted one of the universities. I won't throw it out there just because I don't want anyone in the media to go and make these people feel like they got something to hide. But this university that he went to, so pick one of them. It is there. A girl came up and said she felt like he was following her, just like in WSU, where the people said he's following me around. He's going to my car. So then they basically tell my investigator, we were kind of like, because they were basically being honest, she wasn't that cute. So we're like, okay, we'll see. And then they start looking at it and they're like, he was following her. And they said, well, let's just follow him. Forget her. Let's just follow him. And then they start seeing he's following other girls. And all of a sudden, they eventually follow him. He jumps up in this hillside, gets up in a tree, and is staring at some yoga class. And then they start looking at it, and he likes to follow patterns. And he was going at this certain time where he knew the class was, he knew the girls that were in there, and he was literally going up and I'm saying he went in the tree.
This is like some
By
Back
the
to
way-
the Future shit.
Yeah, Atlanta looked into this. There's no proof of this ever. So
I mean, I was gonna say, how would they even know that what?
Fucking
Right.
Marty McFly.
yeah, exactly. It never happened.
They're just
It's
making
more
stuff up.
good storytelling. Good storytelling.
Especially given Brian's motor function issues.
Yeah, he climbed a tree, guys. 100%. Yeah.
So he climbed a tree and he was just sitting in a tree because that's not obvious on a
Mm,
college campus.
right. Watching a yoga class. Are you fucking serious? Come on. You couldn't make something up better than that?
Right.
Good Christ.
I mean, he couldn't fillet a fish, but apparently he can fillet 4 college kids.
There's no proof. Like I said, you know Lana, how she deeps on things. She went looking into this. There's nothing. That there would be at least a report somewhere. Nothing.
Maybe he used his high knees to get up in the tree.
That's it, Logan. He did the high knee jumps and got up in the tree and used his dyspraxic fucking hands to grab hold of the branches to pull him up there, and hopefully didn't fall because of his visual snow. Whatever. So tired of this dumb shit.
I mean, I could see Brian maybe signing up for the yoga class because why not? That would be better.
I know, man. My son takes yoga.
That's what I'm saying. Like a guy that wants to get close to a female or females would join
Right.
the activity, not high knees up into a tree at 6 foot, whatever he is, because people would see ya.
They say the dumbest shit I've ever heard sometimes.
He was cladded in black, so he couldn't be seen.
Oh,
I want to meet your investigator. Did he need glasses? Did he have, like, where did you find him at?
who
It was,
told him this?
It was
He said it was
Officer,
one of his investigators.
it was Officer Doofy from Scary Movie. That was his
I was
PI.
thinking that too. Smell my finger.
What the fuck?
Some dumb shit, folks.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
It was kind of the way that the investigator described it to me, but he was in this hillside industry staring into this window and watching these girls. So, yeah, he's had everywhere this guy's gone, he's been fired for misbehaving around women. So sometimes you just got to call it what it is. I mean, he's into his 30s and he's still behaving this.
He was 28 when this happened, so no, you're wrong.
When was he fired?
I want to know. That's what I was getting ready to say. I want to know the proof. I want to see the proof of this too.
He wasn't fired from any job.
Nope.
What is he
Nope.
talking about? He was not fired from what job was he fired from?
I think his investigator might have been Mariah from the Quality Inn.
Yeah, boy.
When she said he was using his sheath as a weapon.
What was her
Whatever
point?
she said about the sheath, she made it seem like the sheath was the weapon.
That's what I think she believes. Like, my sheath is better than yours.
I don't think she knew what a sheath was.
She didn't seem to. My that's at that point.
Holy shit.
I said, oh my God, we talked about this I think it was last night. I said, you better be careful. I'm dangerous. I got a
trash bag. The butt plug thing, bro. Like, come on. What are you doing?
Snap straps and butt plugs, y'all.
She has 3 different personalities, man. I tell you.
No, like 4.
Wow.
The 4th one tells the story. The other 3 are
Holy
involved in it.
shit.
She's beyond done, like gone. That is a fried egg if I ever seen one.
How is she not?
My purple sheath is better than yours. And then she fake cried too.
Yeah,
Wow.
he skins animals with his sheath.
Yeah.
How?
They're dangerous. Look, I gotta be careful.
That
I think she was head
leather.
of the laundry department at the hotel.
I at that point when I heard her say that, I wanted to grab my sheath and slap the shit out of her with it. Is what I wanted to do.
Oh, but she probably liked that too much.
And how they allowed that conversation to continue. Either they must have wanted to entertain that day because that was so beyond dumb.
Oh, they needed it. They didn't give a shit.
I have a feeling that when they were doing that interview, there was an officer behind, like trying to do charades, so she tells the story right, and she was just butchering the shit out of it.
All right, Bubba. So where did the fucking butt plug charade come in?
You don't want to know what that
Come
would
on.
look
Yeah,
like.
right.
You started it.
You don't want to know what that would look like.
Maybe it was something to do with whatever continental breakfast, huh?
Don't forget the Columbine coat that he had on every time he went anywhere.
In July,
The black trench coat
Unreal.
when
But
it's 107 degrees.
When he went in the DMV, when it was cold, when he had the gloves on, he sure as shit didn't have the trench coat on. Now,
He did not have any coat on.
And he must have been out of his senses because he was stalking at that moment. Because look how he was stalking that girl. Slipping. Yep.
I know what you did last summer.
What a shit bag.
I don't even know what to say.
Well,
way. And it's just really sad that we don't listen to girls when they, or I'll say ladies, when they say, hey, this guy's not normal. And then there's enough people, because anybody can have an awkward day that they're just half asleep and they say something makes somebody uncomfortable. But when it's repeated over and over and over, you get up to 13 times. It's beyond ridiculous.
It's called autism, Steve. AUTISM. Okay, it's autism. Okay, and it's not getting social cues, Steve. Okay, it's normal for people that are on the spectrum. I know that you don't think it's okay, nor do you understand it because you wouldn't bully people that have it if you did. But
Yes, he would.
pray to God that nobody you're close to ever has anything like that, you fuck. Every time he talks about it makes me want to vomit on myself. I'm so tired of hearing how they talk about people that have these disabilities. It makes me sick.
You ever see those? You ever see that TikTok trend where, like, they'll ask their significant other like one question, they'll record the answer, and then they'll ask a completely different question, and right before they cut to it to the answers, they'll say, "That's not what you asked."
Mm-mm.
Yes.
So like they'll ask a question like, what would you do if like a intruder came in, but they would just record that what they would say, like, I would kick him in the face, I would throw him over the table, and then at the front of that they'll record and say, what would you do if 3 orphans showed up? And then they'll clip it together.
Wow. That is wild. They better not start going into talking shit on autistic people and stuff, because I will snap the fuck out.
And it's just sad that we still live in a society that doesn't believe that these things are happening. And men need to just grab guys like BK and beat the hell out of them. You know, if I was in that criminology class, I would have dragged this guy out, or I would have caught him in the hallway, pressed him against the wall, put my arm up in his throat, and said, "You keep doing that in the classroom, and we're gonna handle you, bro. We're gonna handle you. Don't ever."
Is that what you'd have done, tough guy? You feel good now? Feel like a tough guy? Okay.
You would shove your arm into somebody's throat that has autism and isn't really good with social awareness. That's how you would treat somebody?
Yes, that's exactly what he would do.
Tough.
That's the type of person he's projecting himself to be at this point.
Tough.
And that's interesting. Yeah, that no other guys in that class ever made a statement about this, or
Nope.
or did they? Okay, and did they? And I guarantee you, because I know Casey Arndt said that anything she said when she did her interview, and this was basically Brian's girlfriend when he lived in Pennsylvania, stated that anything she said that was not negative, they turned it negative, and they cut and redacted everything she said that was possibly positive. Mikey, Willie's friend Mikey, that Willie did the interview with, said that everything he said, they turned and twisted his entire story that he gave into their own fucking narrative. Okay? You tell me. You tell me. Unbelievable. I've never in my life seen anything like this, you guys. Never. This is so disgusting to me.
Talk to so and so, because I had girls in the classroom. I played college football. We didn't let that shit happen. You didn't punk and humiliate and degrade girls in our classroom. We didn't do that. We weren't raised like that. So
Probably
whoever was in this class, it's
probably because you were never in an academic class where you had surrounded by smart people that maybe would have been smarter than you, that maybe felt threatened like they did, and maybe Brian, being as intelligent as he was trying to keep people correct on what they were talking about. And when he corrected them, it embarrassed them, so they would get angry and they would run off and go tell Professor Pedicure so she could make up some more lies. The whole thing, okay? That's how that works. God damn.
it's sad that maybe they did and it never got reported. So I should take that approach. Maybe it did get, somebody went and talked to him, but it's sad that more people didn't take it serious all the way through his career, from high school, probably middle school. We don't know that, but from high school all the way through this.
You know what pisses me off the most, you guys, is I have tried for almost 4 years as hard as I possibly can to show respect and represent, send condolences about their loss. But at this point, I've never seen anybody act like this that has gone through this. It's unbelievable to me. I don't understand this. And at this point, I'm almost at the point where I don't even feel bad for them anymore. Does that make, I feel bad saying that. I really do. And I don't want to feel that way. They forced it on you, you guys.
Individual. I
Just
heard
of note,
in that police academy.
when he
Sorry,
said that
say
he
again?
played, Just of note, when he said he played college football, I plugged that into Grok.
I'll be right back.
I plugged that into Grok, and Grok said, no, there's no public record or evidence that Steve played college football.
Interesting. What do you know? What college? Do we know what college he went to?
One moment. University of the Pacific.
Huh.
Where in the hell is that?
Yeah, where is that?
Hold on, I'm going to see if they even have a football program. Nope.
All right, sorry. I'm so angry right now that I'm allowing this to
Oh,
bring.
1995. Up until 1995, they had one.
What is you talking about?
Where Steve went to college.
They had what?
They did it. I used Grok to see if he ever played football, and Grok said there's no evidence of it. And I went to see if they had a football program, and they haven't had a football program in 31 years.
Where did he go to college at?
It says the University of the Pacific.
I think he graduated in 92.
The University of the Pacific?
No.
Is that real? I've never even heard of that.
It's an IT school.
Oh, okay. That would be. Okay, hold on. Stop, Dylan. Come on. Since when do IT schools have
California.
football teams?
It says they had a football program up until 1995, and has connections to Amos Alonzo Stagg, who was a national championship head coach for Chicago way back in the day, Tom Flores, and Pete Carroll.
I'll believe you because you're the sports guy, but I've never heard of a tech school having sports teams. That's wild.
Yeah, it says he earned a bachelor's in science and computer science.
Okay. I'll believe it. I'll believe it. Maybe you need to go back to school then and get a little bit of common sense. How about that one? Get a degree in that. Jesus. Oh, it's not a tech school? Okay. I thought
No,
it was.
it's not. It's a normal college. He just got his
Gotcha.
degree
Thank you,
from there.
Whitby. Gotcha. Hold on a minute. How old is he? 52? Somebody said?
No, he's got to be older.
Yeah, because I graduated high school in 93. And I'll be 52 in November.
Oh, maybe he is 52. Yeah, he's 52.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Well, how long was he in college for then?
Well, it depends who you ask.
He was
a
born
year-
October 8, 1973.
And I was born November 23rd, 1974. So he's a year older than me, a little bit in a month. But he came out of college in 93? Wait.
Then he went to college for 2 years.
Okay. So be it. It's not that important. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
If he would have been an employee at that point in his career, he would have been fired. But because he was a student, they couldn't fire him. And that's the only reason they couldn't remove him from campus.
I think I'm not sure if we lost Steve or me. Are you there?
I'm there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so
Sure.
sorry about that.
They're
It
both
paused
lost.
for just a second. Yeah, going back to when he was kicked out of the law enforcement class, is that what you're referring to when he had to spend the rest of the high school year at, I think in the HVAC class, and then his senior year he ended up having to do it online. Is that?
Yeah. And the sad part is what I found out was that kind of set up what happened to my family.
Mm-hmm.
So he was in this criminal. He had these visions of grandeur. He's kind of like Turvey. He went into everything he did and thought that he was going to be the smartest person in the room, and he was going to take over whatever he put his mind towards. He had that delusional, even though he even wrote in the internet, I'm kind of delusional. I'm kind of like, put myself in the center. Like, that's a good thing about sports. When you play sports, you think you're the stud quarterback, you think you're the linebacker, but you get out there and somebody smashes you a couple times and you're like, okay, I'm not that guy, but I got a place on the team. You know, I can play, I can do my thing. These guys that never play sports, they have these delusions. So he had these delusions, and they kicked him out of that because of the creepiness he did, some of the spying that he was doing on the girls. And they put him in his dad's class. They put him in HVAC, and that lit a fire under his ass that he said, they think I'm his, this person reported to me, he basically wrote and told his friends, and this is an author, they think I'm as dumb as my dad. They think I'm an idiot. They don't realize how smart I am. They're kicking me out. And it lit a fuse, and that's what started his master's degree. And he was like, at that point, he was just a druggy loser, and he started like really putting himself in a mission towards being a criminologist. And that's how he crossed into our life. If he didn't get kicked out of that police academy, that's where he just would have been a bad cop.
Yeah.
And that's the thing we were trying to say. Like, some people think that how could you expect WSU or anybody to read his mind? We're not saying that. What we're trying to say is Pennsylvania got.
He'd have fit right in Moscow then. If he'd have just been a bad cop, I mean, you know.
Is he
that'd have
fucking
worked out
serious
perfect.
right now?
Do what?
Is he fucking serious right now?
In what way?
In any of this shit that he just said about the police fucking academy and all this shit? What is he talking about?
Whatever he can get out of his mouth.
Holy fuck.
He'd have just been a bad cop. Well, like I said, he'd have fit right into Moscow then.
Right. He was a danger to those girls, and they removed him from those girls. And now those girls are well, and they're having babies and families. They're all good. Unfortunately for us, they never removed the danger. And now we have, 4 people dead.
Yeah.
So somebody, they didn't read his mind back then, but they removed the danger. They removed him from that. And those girls are safe and sound. And that's the best thing you can do. So when people think, oh, how do they expect anyone to know that Brian was a murderer or killer? No, you don't do that. I don't look at my coworkers and think that guy's a wife beater, but I might say, you can't be around her no more. This guy's got to be separated. He cannot be in the same room with no one else around. We got to get him out of here. He cannot control himself around her. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about to other men. When you see it, say something, do something. And, I wish that would have been done, because my daughter would still be here in the world today.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel for you, my man. And you're absolutely right. There was enough warning signs that was happening at WSU, for them to have wanted to terminate him within that one semester. There was the signs. In fact, when you have a professor saying that this guy is going to be a predator in the future.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Pedicure, the one that everybody that took her class hated. And she self-projected herself onto Brian Koberger when she described him. You believe that one there, bud? Come on.
It's all about the narrative.
Probably need to start following those red flags and doing something about it. Not to mention, once something does happen and, November 13th happens, and then you have this guy who's a problem at your school, and you don't put the pieces together to figure that out, that this guy who's having issues, and then especially when the bolo comes out that you're looking for a white Elantra, I just couldn't fathom how WSU just dropped the ball multiple times there. Which, like I mentioned, I'm suspicious that the fact that they terminated him the same day that Moscow Police Department found out who Brian Koberger was.
I think we all are. And where there's smoke, there's fire, right? We're not idiots. You know, some people are pretty slow at picking up facts, but I think for the most part, a lot of people understand that something doesn't sit right with the fact that he gets fired the same day that he's named by the FBI. The FBI are probably...
He wasn't fired, though. They put him on leave. They put him on administrative leave until whatever happened with the case happened. That's how that happened. There was no termination. But okay.
Probably the best of the best when it comes to investigations. So they name him, and then all of a sudden this university, that's the moment they feel that he's crossed the line and he's not even there.
Yeah.
He's halfway across the country. It's like, what happened that day? Well, the facts tell us we know exactly what happened that day. So yeah, and unfortunately, it's still happening today. You know, there's girls and even other people, maybe smaller kids that are getting bullied and treated badly like that. And we just got to do better. We have to, when we see something.
You're a fucking bully yourself. That's about as contradictory as you can get. Come on, bro.
Got to stand up. If you raise your children that way, Kaylee wouldn't have put up with bullies like that. Maddie would have got up in his face. I'm telling you right now, Maddie had zero fear. She would get into a guy's face and tell him, get out of here. Don't talk to my friend like that. She was very strong when it came to, she was a quieter girl, but when it came to somebody being bully or punking someone, she was the first one to jump up and get in there.
That's an interesting point to know. If that's true, think about that for a minute, you guys. Could that have played into that night somehow?
Yeah, his favorite daughter, Maddie.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but think about it. If Maddie was that type of a person, especially if she was under the influence of alcohol, could that have played into this somehow that night?
Yeah,
real.
did she, you know, get on somebody that, did she embarrass somebody? Did she?
I mean, did it play into the whole thing?
Mhm.
Right.
Why did somebody mention the loss of drugs at some point in time?
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Interesting point.
Both.
Yeah, they're all about Maddie. It's weird. Very weird. Maybe down at the corner club, that hour and a half we don't see. We saw that Kaylee had to drag her out. Remember that?
The hour and a half was pre what we're seeing, right?
Yeah.
Or after?
Free. I gotta wonder, because I remember seeing Kaylee had to drag Maddie out of there. I wonder if she got in somebody's face.
Well,
Maddie, what'd you say to Adam? I told him everything.
well, you gotta, before they were going to the door, she spun off to the left going out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And she was talking to somebody, and then that's when she grabbed her and then left.
Right where Decor was sitting too.
I don't know.
I'm just saying. It doesn't mean it's anything, but it could play into that if you're that type of a personality, you know?
And be like, get out of here. So it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we lost some really amazing people. But out of that came this. And we're working with the charity. Murder Has a Name. And we're going to help other families figure out how to hunt criminals, how to hunt who killed your children. It's like a hunting course. I'm literally going to teach you how to go through your evidence, work with your investigator. Your investigator's already there. He's already got these nuggets there. Call him back up. Say you got some funding. Tell him, let's reopen this case and let's figure out if we can do some IGG. You know, hair back in the day,
How many people wonder if Steve or if Sly Prey is going to become part of this foundation? Because
Find
I
out.
think he will.
I'm still kind of on the fence because with Cy, because it kind of feels like he's trying to rage bait the state.
Oh, I don't see it that way at all at this point, buddy.
He's trying to rage bait the megahorn, Steve, as well.
Oh no, we'll see.
It was just, oh, is it the right color? Is it the right freaking texture? Those days are over. No, we can figure out way more information. So these guys that are doing these crimes, the times a number. I talked about this a little bit, and it's a hard subject to talk about because I don't want to dismiss anybody who's gone through rape and didn't get justice, because there's more women out there who have gone through a rape and didn't get justice than I could ever understand. But going forward, rapes have dramatically dropped. They're the fastest category of dropping. They're in some places, in a lot of cities, they're dropping over 90%, because people understand that the fluid exchange is pretty much guaranteed. You're not going to get away with it. So pre-planned murders are almost gone. There's going to be those ones where you guys get the picture, where a guy just gets out of control, but it starts off as one thing and turns into another. There's still going to be those, but unsolved rapes are very, very rare now. And I think, and I hope, with the true crime community, we can get this message out that the same thing's going to happen to murder investigation.
Wow. So he talks about like Brian being obsessed with different things because Brian researches this and that. Every interview he does now, this whole rape thing comes up. Every time now.
It's always some kind of heinous sexual crime.
Right. Anytime he talks about Murder Has a Wallet, this same story comes up. Every time.
That's a wallet.
Every time.
We're going to get to the point where you're going to drop a piece of hair, you're going to sneeze and leave some DNA, you're going to do something wrong, and it's not worth it. Go talk to a doctor. Go figure out what your vice is. I mean, like this individual, he had vices.
Quick thing, Dago.
You know what?
Yeah.
According to the FBI, clearance rates for rape is between 26 and 30% nationally. So
okay.
Steve's completely wrong on that. It's the complete other way.
And that's probably why he did what he just said, because he does it all the time now. He probably read it and flipped it on purpose because it fit better for him.
Yeah, there's only 26 to 30% that actually end in an arrest.
Right.
So,
good catch, buddy. Thank you, Grok.
And those are the reported, as Angel put it.
Yeah. Right. Gotcha. Good stuff. Yeah, like you said, and that's those that are right. Good call, Angel. Thank you. So many that aren't reported, especially on colleges. Yeah, college campuses is horrible for that. They don't report them on college campuses. So many. I looked into that once before because of a case I covered. So many of them do not get reported on college campuses out of fear and worry that they're going to be judged and things like that. It's fucking disgusting. And it's. That women should never have to feel that way, ever.
Or retaliation as well.
Yeah. That's another big worry, that if they say something, that it's going to happen again, or something worse will happen.
Especially in college, or people are going to find out that you said something and it's a popular guy or whatever it is, and then
nobody believes them. Right.
Nobody believes you, or you're ousted or whatever.
Yeah, and they actively cover them up to protect the college reputation, or if it was like you said, a very popular frat guy, that didn't happen. He wouldn't do that. And then that girl looks like a horrible person to the rest of the college, university. And many of stories where I've read where they've dropped out. I've read a couple stories where they've taken their own lives because of that. That to me is absolute horror. Disgusting. But again, why are we talking about this? Because he brings it up. Every time he brings up Murder Has a Wallet, we have this conversation no matter who he's talking to. It happens every time. It's sickening. Sorry.
And he just went from heroin to dieting to boxing. Oh, yeah, I got to fix the boxing too. Somebody wrote me a long email. I did misspoke on a boxing thing. He was an amateur boxer. I met.
Oh, I did misspoke. He did misspoke. He's admitting that he was wrong when he said that Brian could throw 162 punches per minute.
He's fucking high off his ass.
Right. Now he's going to correct it, I think. I did misspoke. So here we go. Right, Deirdre, you caught it too. He did misspoke. Hold on.
I had to say 3-minute rounds, and I said 1 3-minute round.
Mm-hmm.
So he had 162 punches in an amateur fight of 3-minute rounds. So
Brian Koberger never had 162 punches in a 3-year round. Okay, Brian didn't go to the fucking gym to fucking box, folks. He went to socialize and to meet people. He wasn't there to fucking box. So
When
stop
did
talking.
he have a fight? When
Yeah.
did he put
never
out a
did.
fight?
He never did, Logan. The owner of the gym even said that. Never happened. Never happened.
Didn't the owner of the gym say he never threw one punch?
Yes, thank you. That's why I said he never had a fucking, let alone any rounds, but in 3 fucking years he never had anything. This is so dumb. More
Wow.
bullshit.
Where does
More
he get his
bullshit.
information from? It's clearly not from reading anything.
And anybody that will tell him something that he wants to believe, and that's the whole point right there. If he wants to believe it, he's going to believe it.
I'm going to send him an email, an anonymous email under a fake email, and I'm going to put all this stuff in there about Brian and see how much of it he repeats. That's not true. I'm just going to make it up.
It'll probably be all of it, Logan.
I
Every
want to
single
see
bit.
if he ever repeats anything.
Because I believe that's exactly what's happened.
I'm just going to make stuff up.
That's a good point. Good idea, too. Unbelievable.
I'll try not to misspoke, though.
You definitely don't misspoke.
You got to make sure you interpretate well.
I will interpret
fix that. I try to always fix whenever I misspoke or misspeak because this one I could ask you to edit probably. I don't know, but that's how it is. I don't know if it's 100% live or if it's delayed. I just sign up. I don't like have a list of like, here you go. Tell me, these are the terms in which I speak with you. I'm like this, who's this? What the heck's this loser's name again? Turvey, this first time I've never said the man's name. You want to say my name, Turvey? Let's have it, Turvey. Come get in my face. See what happens. So Turvey, I've never made a penny off an interview ever. I do it for my daughter. Unlike you piece of shit. I don't charge tens of thousands of dollars for anything except for my job. And I don't need
a job, you moron.
So
that is his
Turvey.
job, you fucking asshole.
Turvey did it for his job.
That's intense.
Oh my gosh. So you want Turvey to not get paid for his job?
But if it was on the other side of the fence and he was for his daughter, it'd be a whole different story.
Right.
What a fucktard.
How do you get this delusional?
The Grinch.
He needs a vacation break.
He needs a staycation someplace permanent, Hoagie.
It's his job.
Oh my God.
Wow, what a mess.
Vulture around dead bodies and murder victims and people who've been raped to scrape up some money and be the gigolo forensic.
That's his job.
I can make that forensic be whatever you need that crime to be. I will make that crime scene look like whatever you need. That's who you are, bro. That's why you're an investigation. That's why they're coming after you, not me. I'm way bold. I say all kinds of crazy things. I say things that people drive them nuts. But I'm not like you. I'm not crossing that line.
You don't have a job, bud? Is that what you're saying? You don't do your job when you go to work?
He's purposely
exactly is he
out here
talking about?
saying things to drive people nuts on purpose.
He's trying to provoke is what he's
job.
doing. He's provoking on purpose. He's poking the bear.
It's annoying.
Get a life. Get a life, boss.
That's what you do with your time?
That's the only
Well,
thing
this
he
would
said
make
that
sense.
is true so far. That he says all kinds of crazy shit.
It's been, a week since him and Enton did. It's been 10 days
Right.
since that bullshit. Daniel's a little slow. So this was planned.
Uh-huh.
Like you're saying. This is trash. This is straight trash.
You know that what's that second person? How do you call it? What do you call it? When you get embarrassed for other people?
Secondhand embarrassment?
Yeah, I'm feeling that right now for him.
Yeah.
The stupidity is real here.
I'm not doing illegal things.
Yeah.
Nope, not at all, man. I'm just defending my daughter, and I'm doing it for free.
Your daughter,
You're
Maddie.
not doing illegal things, huh? Threatening people's lives on live YouTube platforms and on news broadcasts and calling out a forensic expert. All of this. This is actually illegal there, boss. With your fake cross on your hat. Shame on you for wearing that hat. Your daughter, I'm not going to say that. Forget it. But you're not defending her by doing this. I'll just say that. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, early on in this case, he even admitted that he would say bullshit information. He's intentionally muddying up the waters.
He admitted, yes, he admitted to putting out misinformation and asking other people to spread misinformation. Word for word, he said it. And how are you not being held in contempt or arrested for messing with the case?
Oh,
Bull.
Deb just made an interesting point. He only said Kaylee's name once.
Yeah.
That's true. Good call.
What was that?
It was Deb.
Murder money?
Oh.
Joey's new version of
Murder has a wallet. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Turby, by all rights, right now could sue the shit out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because of what his job description, what his basis, all of that. He could absolutely sue him right now and win in any court.
He literally insinuated sexual harassment.
Sure did, and amongst other quite a few other things. And I hope he does. I hope he does.
Rescue.
That's a cute kitty.
Thank you so much. God damn.
So we issued out a challenge to that loser. He'll just ignore it. So don't speak on my name, bro. Unless you really, we can handle it. We can handle it.
Yeah, I thought his statements were pretty childish. You know, the fact that he said that, you guys speak at Comic-Con. I mean, Comic-Con it's for victims' family members to speak up and talk. I mean, there's been so many, and not, in this case and in other cases where.
No, Comic-Con is not for victims' family members to speak up. That is not what it is at all. But that's an interesting point.
Comic-Con.
Comic-Con, huh?
I mean, with
I've been to
Stephen
plenty of
Christie there, it
Comic-Con.
was Comic-Con.
Yeah, it turned into Comic-Con for sure.
Drunk as heck.
Wow. Crime-Con is what he's discussing, but he called it Comic-Con. That's fun.
Give me my Darth Vader stuff. I'm getting ready for Comic-Con.
They made it into Comic-Con.
They did.
Family members advocate for their family. I think it's outrageous to attack somebody who lost a family member in the manner that you guys.
Well, I get it for him because he's a cuck. He's somebody who sits in line and raises his hand and says, "Can I speak now? Can I please speak? My baby's dead. Can I say something now?" I'm not that kind of guy. I don't ask for permission. I'm going to speak on my child's name. I'm going to do everything to protect these kids. I'm going to fight like nobody else. So maybe for him, it makes sense for us to be quiet and shut up and not do anything. But for me, this is who I am, not making any money. You didn't offer me any money. Nobody offers us any money. We're not. I think he said we went to CrimeCon looking for a documentary. What are you talking about, dude? What documentary? This guy's so full of shit. And if you never would have spoke my name, I never would have spoke his name. And I'm going to come for you, bro. And guess what? You're lucky I didn't put Olivia on here because we would be sitting here and just.
That's another threat. Yep. I'm going to come for you, bro. Well, you guys are good with these threats. Damn.
Well, Olivia wouldn't have been able to do it live because she needs ChatGPT to write her sentences for her to make sure that they're as dramatic as possible.
Mm-hmm. That is fact.
She fucking spices them up for sure. What a fucking joke.
It's ripping. You probably would not have a career anymore. Okay? That's how good Olivia is. Don't let me sick Olivia on you because it will be bad, dude.
Please
She's
don't.
already sending me things.
It'll hurt my eyeballs.
Kaylee's room was where the murder happened.
Please don't put Olivia on. I cannot look at that.
No,
he just said
gross.
Kaylee's room was where the murder happened, right? I think so.
Probably he's getting worked up, so he's probably going to start making all sorts of mistakes now with what he says. He does it all the time,
and he's working himself up. Turkey's literally just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting. I'll put it that way.
A documentary? What are you talking about, dude? What documentary? This guy's so full of shit. And if you never would have spoke my name, I never would have spoke his name. And I'm going to come for you, bro. And guess what? You're lucky I didn't put Olivia on here because we would be sitting here and just ripping. You probably would not have a career anymore. Okay? That's how good Olivia is.
That's
hold
on.
Olivia
That's
on
interesting the way that he phrased that. You're lucky I didn't put Olivia on here. Like he's Olivia's agent.
I mean, first of all, what could Olivia do to take his career? Nothing. She
Run
could
her
do
mouth.
nothing. Except for Olivia is a domestic abuser, though.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
hopefully,
true.
Hopefully her tatas don't fall out on this one. Who knows?
She doesn't have any.
Yeah, no. Thanks for bringing that up.
But she is officially a domestic abuser.
That's true.
Good luck.
because it will be bad, dude. She's already sending me things. You said Kaylee's room was where the murder happened. That's how pathetic you are. Your little book with your little, you said it was in Kaylee's room and she was the target. You're clueless, bro. Your work is sloppy. I can't believe they paid you money. You should.
So Turby can't misspeak, but Steve can say all sorts of wild ass shit like this, huh? Okay.
Rochelle says the Netflix cameras were literally in the back seat of their car on the way to the plea.
Front seat. Front seat.
Front seat.
It was the front seat facing the back seat. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty wild. I think he's getting worked up because he knows that Turby is right about these things, and maybe he's upset about it. Maybe he's questioning it, I should say.
I mean, it really got Steve upset, didn't it?
Sure does.
And if that is the case, if they were in the front seat of that car and you think they were filming and he wants to complain about people throwing stuff at their car prior to that, these people Right.
Mhm.
Am I wrong? Yeah. So it's like, hey, asshole. There's a story.
Turby definitely hit a nerve on that one, Mark. On this one, Margaret, for sure. And you know what's funny about it that I think bothers him is Turby's so calm, cool, and collective when he tells what he tells. That's the thing. He ain't worried. He ain't bothered. You
You don't
don't
come off
scare
shit
him.
either.
You don't scare him, Steve. That's the sad part. And the fact that you're trying to bully him is it's even worse. It shows your maturity level. It's pathetic.
I really hope Turvey goes on the custody queens or how they put it, queens of custody.
Yeah, I hope Turby sues the shit out of them. I do. I don't want to see them go through anymore, but you've brought every ounce of what happens to you going forward on yourself. Every bit of it. With your own statements. You want to come at me, bro? Come on. That's a threat. I'm sorry, but it's a threat.
Oh, well, I'm coming for you is a threat.
That's definitely a threat. Good God. Grow up.
Never be in a courtroom again. And I hope they sanction you, and you never are.
And when you're looking at that kind of
And when they don't, are you going to jump up and down and throw fits like you always do? Of course you will.
expert, that's probably an attestament to what kind of defense he had, which is when you have to lean on somebody like that, is what I mean, is you probably don't have much of a case. And like I said, I think they he knew it, and which is why he pled guilty, and he wants to take it back now because he's not getting the right living conditions or whatever he thought he was going to get. And he's a work, he's a piece of crap.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, that man, he spoke my name first. I never said one thing about him. I don't try to push other people's work. I just try to focus on the kids in the case.
Yeah.
I don't name drop. I don't do that.
Who cares, dude? How old are you?
You don't know what you're talking about when you do name drop. So
Right.
Doesn't make a difference.
What are you, 13? He said my name first. Good God.
And yet most of this
I'm not touching you.
Right.
And most of this thus far has just been everything other than the case.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the case. This is all personal, angry bullshit. Period.
I think he's ODing on Ozempic.
Oh, I thought they all have been.
That's definitely something.
Especially what's her name? Good God.
Ooh.
Right, exactly. My dad can beat up your dad. I'm telling my dad he's gonna beat you up.
Exactly.
God bless America. Grow up. The Idaho Bill 37 is the death penalty. The firing squad. That's maturity, isn't it?
Yeah. This guy's unreal.
But if you're going to bring my name up, here it comes. Here it comes, buddy.
And what are some of the things that he's claiming? I think he claimed that there was hair in Ethan's hand, which the documents say that's not the case, that it's Ethan's hair. I think he mentioned that there was
He likes to change because he's so late to the game. He's so pathetic. He'll listen to like Lana and some of these other people that correct him.
What?
So now he's saying it's on the bed bunk or next to the bed. He's trying to focus. But first he was saying he reached up and ripped it out of his head. But that sells books, right? He said that at first. Now he's like, well,
he doesn't write books, Steve.
He never said that either. Did anybody ever hear Turby say he reached up and ripped something out of somebody's head?
No.
No, nope. He said that it was in Ethan's hand. Ethan's hand fell down beside the side of the bed in the wall, and it fell out onto the bed frame and the floor. That's what he said. Where the fuck is this coming from?
Bunch of misinformation.
He's literally trying to fill the gaps that Turvey leaves because Turvey doesn't speculate.
And then he's going to throw Lana's name into it? Come on.
Wait, did he say Lana?
Yeah.
He sure did.
he'll go on Lana's and
Hang on, listen.
How good Olivia is. Don't let me sick Olivia on you because it will be bad, dude. She's already sending me things saying you said Kaylee's room was where the murder happened. That's how pathetic you are. Your little book with your little you said it was in Kaylee's room and she was the target. You're clueless, bro. Your work is sloppy. I can't believe they paid you money. You should never be in a courtroom again. And I hope they sanction you. And you never are.
And when you're looking at that kind of expert, that's probably an adjustment to what kind of defense he had, which is when you have to lean on somebody like that. Is what I mean is you probably don't have much of a case. And like I said, I think they he knew it, and which is why he pled guilty, and he wants to take it back now because he's not getting the right living conditions or whatever he thought he was going to get. And he's a work. He's a piece of crap. I
agree.
Ahead.
I agree. Yeah, 100%, man. I mean, that man, he spoke my name first. I never said one thing about him. I don't try to push other people's work. I just try to focus on the kids in the case.
Yeah.
I don't do that. But if you're going to bring my name up, here it comes. Here it comes, buddy.
And what are some of the things that he's claiming? I think he claimed that there was hair in Ethan's hand, which the documents say that's not the case, that it's Ethan's hair. I think he mentioned that there was
and that's not even true either. The way he's saying that the documents are saying that it's Ethan's hair. That's what document was that, Logan, that what's her name wrote out that it wasn't a factual statement, but go ahead.
Ruth Ballard.
Yeah, Ballard.
That one.
That's the one. How was it? Do you remember how it was written, Logan? 100%, but it was not if I remember correctly, I don't think it was 100%. It is absolutely Ethan's hair because I don't think it was tested like that.
No, Turvey said it was never tested like that. It was just tested to see if it was human hair.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
And on top of that, I don't think Turvey ever mentioned Steve by name. He didn't mention anybody by name. He just said, I think he just said like
he said the family. Yeah, that's it. He never said any names.
So Steve told on himself.
To change because he's so late to the game. He's so pathetic. He'll listen to like Lana and some of these other people that correct him. So now he's saying it's on the bed bunk or next to the bed. He's trying to focus. But first he was saying he reached up and ripped it out of his head. But that sells books, right? He said that at first.
And again, he still thinks he's the writer of the book. That's the other problem.
Now he's like, well, it's not in his hand. It's next to the bed on part of the bedpost or whatever he's saying. Like, and there is a chunk of hair there. But listen, people, I hate to be the guy to explain it to you.
Then
and
shut
I
up.
hate to do this. And I hope
then shut up.
Any parent that's part of this case, turn this off right now. He's wielding a knife in their heads. Chunks of hair and flesh are ripping off their skulls. Hair's everywhere. It's everywhere. Yeah. And for you guys to be manipulated, not understand.
It's a 50-50 shot. If there is stab wounds on the head and there is hair in a victim's hand, it's 50-50. It could be hair from being stabbed in the head, or it could be hair from the victim fighting and grabbing onto something. Yes, it's very possible that could happen.
Was there even stab wounds in the top of the head of Ethan?
Yeah. There was
one knife.
There was.
But still, why would you not test that? If a victim has hair in their hand, you absolutely would test that. There was a struggle.
I fully agree.
Yep.
Stand that there's chunks of hair with blood on it and they're not going to process it? No shit. No shit. They know exactly where it came because you could go plug it right back in. And that goes for both crime scenes. So don't get manipulated by a loser writing a book. And that's the only reason I'm saying this. I would never say this. I would have taken this to the grave. But this loser trying.
Why does he keep screaming about Turby writing a book? Turby didn't write the fucking book. You're so misinformed, dude.
Mm-hmm. He's reading Libby's script.
And then on top of that, they're not Legos. You can't just pop them back together.
Yeah. Right.
What the fuck?
DNA company.
And you run around like clowns saying Ethan had a chunk of hair with some focus. We could change the whole case. We're gonna change the whole case. You guys are idiots, man. And you're getting manipulated. And that's what really frustrates me, is you're getting so manipulated.
Pot, meat, kettle.
Yeah. What would his cold case DNA company do if they saw that in fucking records, you asshole?
No shit.
Son
Thank you.
of a bitch.
Wow.
That's
somehow
fucked.
Give the nitty gritty, the hardcore stuff, the stuff I can't see on TV. And that's why I chose yours. And that's why we're here. That's why we're seeing it. It's very clear that hair has nothing to do with him. And the fact that that kindergarten retard wrote it in there, like,
bro.
Wow. Really?
Wow. Okay. Wow.
He saves the best for last, huh?
I think we're only halfway through this fucking thing.
Holy shit, tarts.
You know what? You're a pathetic excuse for a fucking human being. Shame on you, you piece of fucking shit. Fuck you. Wow. There's the real you.
There it is.
Thank you for showing yourself to the world, my friend. You
The
piece
person
of shit.
we knew you were.
that, good luck. Good luck, because that isn't enough. They never said it was your hair, bro. How is that going to be a big enough game changer to overturn your conviction? You're not even pointing to something that is meaningful to change the outcome of the case. You have to point to new evidence that is so radical that if it went to court, you would have been found innocent. The fact that somebody's hair wasn't tested has zero. That's an alternative suspect. That's all that is. That doesn't change your reality. That doesn't change your DNA in the sheath. With multiple touch points on it,
DNA.
He is so done. And did the best job she could have possibly done. She was saving it. You guys don't even know.
Okay, you fucking loser. Why is he sticking up for the defense now? Ask that question. Why is he standing up for the defense? And he's done this more than once. That is interesting to me.
I mean, how can you know it's not? Let's go back to what he said about the hair. You cannot know that it's not going to be a game changer unless you test it. You can't possibly know.
Well, in his fucking tiny little mind, he does. I don't give a fuck if Brian did do it at this point. The way you talk to people, the way you fucking, the air that you breathe, fuck you, bro. Shame on you. Shame on you. I can't believe I ever felt bad for you at this point. That is disgusting. Unbelievable.
His alibi was not going to even be allowed in court. He was not going to be able to even tell people that he was out driving and looking at stars and he wanted to go away. That was all going to, that the jury never would have heard that because he could never, ever provide an alibi.
No, he didn't.
Is that what your buddy Bill told you that you hate so bad? Is that how you got that information? Where are you getting that from?
So how can he say that, but yet he has all these pinpoint
That's what I was
where
just gonna
Brian
say.
was that night? Because what he just spoke on wasn't that size stuff that they weren't going to allow, right?
Pretty sure.
So how's he get? Who the fuck's providing the pinpoint shit?
Where do you think it's coming from, Mike? Think about it for a minute.
Yeah,
After what we
exactly.
just
But
saw.
it's like he's so bass backwards. It's not even funny.
Right. That's exactly where it's coming from, Mike. That has
Yeah.
to be where that comes from at this point.
He's fucking crazy.
But it's okay if he puts all that stuff out, right? Whether true or not true, you'll just believe it. Now, you just proved who you truly are, sir. Take that hat off. Shame on you.
He couldn't, and you know, the only one I think he said was that he was at the Wildlife Park, which I thought was interesting because Joyce LePage, that's where her body was found, and she's been often rumored to be the first victim of Ted Bundy. And when they looked at Brian Koberger's phone, it was riddled with Ted Bundy. It was riddled with Patrick Bateman from American
It was on his
Psycho.
mind.
Exactly.
That's why. It was on his mind. And remember, when he chases her down the steps and she goes and she does that thing, and that's what Dylan reports. And then Bethany hears the table get hit and cups bounce off the floor. Now you have two different sources. So all the conspiracy theories, follow me out here. You got somebody downstairs, somebody on the middle floor, both saying they hear something coming down the stairs, the table, a bang. That's probably the table, because she says I followed hearing cups. Those, you know, those red. What do they call those? What do they call those?
Solo
red
cups.
What is it? Solo?
Solo cups. Red solo cups.
So when those hit, they make a weird sound. If you've been in a college town, you kind of know that sound. It bounces off there. There's water.
Okay,
flowing all
Mr.
over
College
the place.
Town doesn't know what the
Wait,
fuck
here's
a
that.
red solo cup is? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I'm not surprised about that.
So he
And in
just skips over the flash. You just completely skip over the
course.
flash on the first fucking floor.
And on top of all that, you're not going to run into that fucking table unless you're knocking everything over. You're not going to walk up onto a scene with half the table messed up and the other one perfectly pristine.
Right.
The reality is, odds are, they played beer pong after the murders. That's what that looks like.
I think they
Yeah.
played. They had a party there that night, without a doubt in my mind at this point. Clearly and
Yeah.
honestly, they were partying there that night.
That's why that shit is everywhere.
I absolutely believe that now, without a doubt. And here's the sad part. You have been duped so bad, sir. So bad. And you believe it. Every bit of it. And it's pathetic.
Because he's got 100 million reasons to believe it.
I saw
400.
Senior say something earlier that he said, "What if the ESPN party was in between the Whites and 1122?"
In the street?
No, like in between the two.
Back and forth between the two places.
Yeah,
That's a good point, Mike. It probably was.
that's
For
what
all we
Senior
know,
was
the
saying.
ESPN party was at the fucking house, dude.
Yeah. Who knows?
That's a good point, dude. That is a really good point. I never thought of that. What if it was at the house that night? I'm telling you guys, I don't believe that there was not a party there that night. I wish Kim was in here. With everything we've seen and heard and people, the way they're saying different things and so on, there was a party in that house that night. And many people have stated it now. Many people. People heard it. I think we heard it in some aspects too through the 1112 camera. The water that spilled is on the floor right next to the side of the couch, which to me tells me that table went that direction towards the couch.
And on top of
funny shit. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dago.
I was just gonna say the funny shit is the table seems to have gone that direction. The chip bag was on the arm of the couch, and there's blood spatter on that too. in that same direction. Think about that for a minute. Yeah, he did say that. Wickham did say there were more cell phones other than the people in 1122 as well. Good point.
I mean, it makes sense too of why the police car was circling too, and they didn't think anything was up because it was just like normal shit. College kids party.
The party going on, right?
You know.
And on top of
WSU Kim said there was lookouts.
He sure did.
Supposedly, allegedly, just kids out there looking like normal.
And on top of all that, that is the worst possible place to have a beer pong table. Logistically, it's blocking the bathroom. There's no space on the side by the side wall because you got to have 1 foot behind the table. You got to keep the feet lined with the table, and you can't really set up well with the table that close to the side wall. That's not where the beer pong table would go. They would go in the kitchen, out of the way of the bathroom, opening up the area. And it'd be kind of shimmied to where you'd have easy access to the fridge.
Yeah, and like Kat just said, Dago, I have a picture of table near the couch was shoved over. See? That's what I'm saying. If I'm reading that right, that's what I believe happened. The table went that way towards the couch. The blood splatter on the chip bag towards the couch. The blood splatter on the table. I think the table went all the way over. I think that may have been because I did that experiment here. I had the same table. I set it up in my dining room where I have a laminate floor, and I knocked it over, and it made a loud bang. Literally a very loud bang on the laminate when it hit the side. Okay, thank you, Kat. Right. The more people that believe this narrative, the better chance of winning this lawsuit. And I swear to God, that's all that matters at this point. It's disgusting. Like I said, murder has a wallet. Thank you, the person that told me that.
His alibi was not going to even be allowed in court. He was not going to be able to even tell people that he was out driving and looking at stars and you want to go away. That was all that the jury never would have heard that because he could never, ever provide an alibi.
No, he couldn't. And, you know, the only one I think he said was that he was at the Wildlife Park, which I thought was interesting because Joyce LePage, that's where her body was found. And she's been often rumored to be the first victim of Ted Bundy. And when they looked at Brian Koberger's phone, it was riddled with Ted Bundy. It was riddled with.
So what? He's a fucking criminology student.
Yeah, Kathleen Ramsland.
And on
Look
top
where he
of
came
all
from.
that, on top of all that, Brian doesn't have to provide a fucking alibi. It's innocent until proven guilty. You have to put him in the house. He doesn't have to say where he was that night. You have to put him in the house. Period.
He didn't have to. They offered that, and that's why they did it. That's what he's saying right now. I think is bullshit anyway. I think the jury would have heard that. I do. I think he's wrong. Who would have picked up the cups on one end, Dylan? But whoever did the cleanup, cat lady, in my opinion. Whoever did the cleanup is who picked all that up, in my opinion. I fully believe that. Maybe it was Dylan and Bethany. Maybe it was Dylan. Maybe it was other people in Dylan. Maybe it was nobody. Maybe it was other people without those two. I don't know, but somebody did it. Whoever did the cleanup is who I believe picked all that shit up. That's my opinion.
Cleanup / stage.
Yeah, staging, cleanup, all of it. Very, very true.
Patrick Bateman from American.
It was on his mind.
Exactly.
That's why. It was on his mind. And remember, when he chases her down the steps and she goes and she does that thing, and that's what Dylan reports. And then Bethany.
Who's she, Steve? Say it. Who's she? Who's he chasing down the steps? I want to hear you say it.
Pretty sad, ain't it?
Here's the table get hit and cups bounce off the floor. Now you have two different sources. So all the conspiracy theories, follow me out here. You got somebody downstairs, somebody on the middle floor, both saying they hear something coming down the stairs, the table, a bang. That's probably
Bethany
the table.
never said she heard anything coming down the stairs.
Hearing cups. Those red.
What'd you say?
Bethany never said she heard anything coming down the stairs. She just heard a bang and a
You heard
flash of light.
The cups. Yeah. Dylan heard the stairs. He's intermixing all the shit now. He's good at doing that. Putting everybody different stories together into one.
So the question I would have for Steve is, who is she? Is it Kaylee? Is it Xana?
That's what I'm waiting to hear him say. Which direction he's going to take it with. You know what I mean?
How much you want to bet he doesn't say a name?
He won't. I know he won't. That's why he keeps saying her and she.
What do they call those? What do they call those?
Solo
red
cups.
What is it? Solo?
Solo cups. Red solo cups.
When those hit, they make a weird sound. If you've been in a college town, you kind of know that sound. It bounces off there. There's water flinging all over the place. So here's that. That's double calibration, or double people giving the same witnessing. So then he comes down and he chases her in there. At that moment in time, in his mind, 911's being called.
Mm-hmm.
Because he realizes there's somebody else in that house. And once he realizes there's somebody in that house, he has to make a rational decision.
Everything he's saying is Ray right now. Every fucking word.
He knew whoever was in there. Let's say it was Brian. Okay, just speculating.
Yeah.
Let's say it was Brian. Do you guys remember the fact that Dylan was calling out for her roommates? Do you remember in the beginning when it was said that all the noise that was being made, Dylan was going out from her room saying to be quiet, shut up.
Shut the fuck up, right.
Yeah, and then yelling out her roommate's name according to Dylan. So whoever was in there would have known the whole time that somebody was in there, not just when all this started happening.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. Great point. Huge point.
Do I go into that room and kill her? And what if there's a boy in there? What if there's more in there?
Oh, now he's worried about a boy being in there, but not worried when he came in the house? Stop.
Everything this man is speaking on came from Ray. Everything. We just heard Cy say the same thing the other day. Now he thinks 911 was called. That was never said before until Cy said that the other day.
The person in that home, the people in that home doing this was never worried about 911.
Nope.
Never.
Never. Not one time.
If they were worried about 911, they wouldn't have gone into a home with all the lights on and
thank you.
Not knowing who was in there.
So
they knew
now,
who was in there.
Exactly, Logan. And now we know Cy's gaslighting worked, because now he's gonna run Cy's narrative now, because now they're buddy. This is pathetic.
One was called when I chased her down there, because I've been in here fighting for 2, 3, 4 minutes, whatever amount of time. He went after Ethan and went after Xana, and Xana fought her little ass off, literally her butt in blood on the floor. She fought her ass off, and that happens. He's thinking to himself, 911's already been called.
What? What did he just say?
It's a weird thing to point out.
What are you talking? I'm not saying he's going there. Okay, I didn't say that.
She was sitting on the floor.
It's just a weird way to say this.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like her butt print was on the floor in blood, but why? It's just weird for him.
Why is that being brought up? Right.
Yeah.
I followed hearing cups. Those red. What do they call those? What do they call those?
Solo
red
cups.
Decision. Do I go into that room and kill her? And what if there's a boy in there? What if there's more in there? I know 911 was called when I chased her down there, because I've been in here fighting for 2, 3, 4 minutes, whatever amount of time. He went after Ethan and went after Xana, and Xana fought her little ass off, literally her butt in blood on the floor. She fought her ass off, and that happens. He's thinking to himself, 911's already been called. If I go in there, I'm going to be in the house when they show up. So he just walks off, heads to the car. We all see that car taking off at a high speed, and then it heads. And then there, if you know that town, most ways back,
we see a car taking off, not that car, a car.
No,
And
most
nobody-
people wouldn't leave a witness.
No, definitely not. Definitely not, Logan, without a doubt. And nobody
He's-
can clearly verify what that car is. Nobody can.
He's so smart. He's such a criminology student. He left a living witness that he played peekaboo with.
And a sheath.
You said it. Complete horseshit, Dylan.
Complete.
to Pullman, take you past the police department, which he's thinking is sending cops back his direction. And he doesn't want to be blazing one direction as the cops go past to another. And they might have cameras on their cars filming. So they basically makes a rash decision, heads south, which is the safest direction he thinks he can go, because going east isn't going to get him closer to home.
Steve Goncalves never had any of this theory, any of this stuff until after he spoke to Cy, folks. Remember that, please. This is important, I think, because this shows the work that Cy is trying to do, in my opinion. He is definitely recreating a narrative to them for them to see this. For whatever reason he's doing it, I have no fucking clue, folks. It makes no sense, but he's doing it because he has never spoke like this before about any of this, ever. You guys tell me one time he ever said any of this before.
That's a big negative.
I've never heard this before coming from him. That's all I'm going to say. Now, I want to know why. Why is Cy so dead set on planting this narrative in his mind this way now? That's a whole other point. We're not going to get into it because it'll take us too far off of the beaten path. But I'm just saying it's obvious to me that that's exactly what it seems to be doing. None of this was ever stated before, ever. I think Cy gave him a theory as to what he thinks happened that night. And now Steve's going to run with this. The whole 100 yards.
So he's got to go south. He could possibly go up north, but he goes south, and then he starts doing this path. He gets lost. He's trying, and if you look, there's only so many opportunities that'll take you to the west side, and he needs a road that takes him straight to the west. He's going straight south. He needs something that goes across west. Look, and you can count him. He's just numbered.
I agree, Chris.
And eventually, he pulls off on one of those, makes a decision, turns on his phone, and boom, he's done. They can now map him from his turning on his phone in Idaho to the house at 421 or 420 leaving. They can now say, could he leave this location and be at this location? Does it work? Does the math work with the roads and the options? And it's 100% match. Furthermore, when he goes back, they nail him on the way back. It was over. It was done. He was roasted, toasted. And I just wish Thompson would have had the courage to make case law, do all of America a favor. We're going to spend $8,000. Let's make some law. Let's shoot some holes in this guy. Tell everybody in the world you come.
You mean $8 million? They did all this, Steve. This is the part that you're missing. But okay.
Come here to Idaho and you kill our kids, you're going to end up and die. Like Texas. Texas is pretty badass. They don't play. I guarantee you there's men that are predators that think to themselves, I ain't going to Texas. I ain't going to Florida, because those places, those don't play. And here in Idaho, we have some work to do. But I'm not quitting. I'm not a quitter. Most of the people here did an amazing job, did a lot of hard work. We got 90% of it right, maybe even more than that. It's just the courtrooms are the courtrooms. And I can't control those.
You know, and so with the timeline and Brian Koberger leaving at a high rate of speed
So,
outside,
hold on a minute.
heading south.
Statistically speaking, the threat of a death penalty is not a deterrent, especially in crimes of passion. Typically, death is a crime of passion. It's very rarely played out or very rarely thought out.
Funny how that works, huh?
You're meaning that like a crime of passion is not ever premeditated. Rarely. It's more of a heat of the moment type situation.
Yeah, you're not thinking, oh, if I do it here, they're going to give me the death penalty.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how that works. That's never been how that works.
Yeah.
The death penalty is not a deterrent.
He's going to be real good at them cold cases, ain't he, bud?
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to know why the prosecution who went through Brian Koberger's car tore it bare bones completely apart, every
Down to the
bolt
frame.
and nut in there, took it apart. They found blood. They swabbed that blood. The prosecution did. Tell me why they never tested it. They did not test it. They found blood in his car and never tested it. The defense tested it. The defense took it and tested it. That tells you right there that the prosecution knew it wasn't going to be the victim's blood.
Right.
And the defense knew it wasn't going to be the victim's blood.
Exactly. And it turned out to be Brian's, right?
Turned out to be his own, which tells you the car was never cleaned out.
Nope.
You
Otherwise,
can't
it would have
just
been
remove
cleaned.
victim's blood and leave your own there.
Thank you. They
Pinpoint
knew.
that, Stevie boy.
Great point, Logan. They knew beforehand, clearly.
Don't tell Investigation Discovery that one.
Why would the prosecution get blood out of your suspect's car and never test
it? Thank you. Same reason why they found blood on a possible sheath to a murder weapon and never tested it, Logan. Think about it, because they knew.
Absolutely.
They knew it was not going to come back to the person they were going to be convicting or trying to convict. So,
and that's why they found blood on the handrail that they never tested.
Very good point. Yes, ma'am.
And getting lost. I agree with you. I felt that he felt that somebody was aware of his presence and that 911 would have been called. I think Dylan reports that she screamed out a couple of times during the attack. So even if he didn't see her, he had most likely heard her. And from what I understand, the house was fairly small, so somebody screaming out, I think it would have carried, especially at night. And so, yeah, I think he definitely got out of there. The direction that he went, that makes sense. I had often thought about it as that he meant to. I know that he downloaded the Broadcastify just before the murders happened around, oh gosh, what time was it? I think I actually have it here when it was, but he had downloaded Broadcastify that night. And what Broadcastify did was it would allow somebody to listen to the 911 dispatch from Whitcomb 911 that night, and which I believe both Pullman and Moscow.
Because of the car accident in front of his fucking apartment.
Thank you. That's exactly
all
what
it was. That's all it was.
He
Nothing
downloaded
more.
Broadcastify at like just after midnight.
Exactly why he did it.
Not after the crimes, after midnight when the hit and run happened right outside of his apartment.
Thank you. Yes. Ding, 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 ding. As I would have done the same thing so I could hear what was going on, because Brian was nosy when it came to crime and he liked to know things. As anybody that's in just, okay. And you'll think I'm weird and I don't even care at this point. When a fire truck blows by my house, guess what I do?
Yep. And by that time, usually it's too late.
I'm on my scanner or in my vehicle chasing the fucking thing because I want to see where they're headed, what's going on. It's just part of me. Anybody that's involved in anything. My buddy Jeff, that's a cop, okay? Whenever there's crimes going on, he's kind of nosy to see what's going on. He's always on his scanner. I'm always on my scanner listening to things because I don't do it anymore. It's part of being what you do and what you are, folks. It's normal. So absolutely, that's exactly why he downloaded Broadcastify, in my opinion, without a doubt.
And this big turkey guy and Steve both agreed before they started talking about Broadcastify that the house was fairly small and every noise you could hear everywhere. Yeah, well, that kind of goes against what you guys are saying.
Yep.
And the fact that Dylan didn't call 911.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, and also, let's kind of walk through his reasoning here for a moment. According to Steve, aka Cyre's reasoning, he sees Dylan in the doorway and thinks, "Oh shit, there's another dude in there." Come on now.
Yeah, that's again, the mentality is something different. That's for sure.
Or did he think, shoot, that is a dude?
Right. Oh my God.
What happened?
My name is Jeff.
Mikey missed it.
What? I didn't miss shit. I've seen everything right here, man. I've been watching the Big Turkey. I've been watching all this shit. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm on point. I'm over here eating fucking pretzels.
We hear it.
I know what's up. I just don't know what. I could pin so many things right now. It's not even funny. Don't fucking play with me, Junior. What the fuck, Jeff?
You're killing me, bro.
Which part? Jesus.
The
Fuck.
inebriated fowl. That's hilarious.
Oh. Oh man.
Coagulated duck.
He's lost.
Their emergency services go through that. So I thought that it had to do that, but the explanation of him panicking, knowing somebody's there, and him having to go a different direction away from law enforcement makes even more sense. And I think
I like what you're saying though, because I've thought the exact same thing, and I've heard multiple people that are very intelligent that do this for a living say the exact same. So put yourself in his position. The scenario that we gave,
He's talking about one person, Cyre.
which is more Cyre
That's his
than
new
me.
best friend.
I'll say that there's some of that we've always aligned with, but he added a little bit of nuance to it. But knowing what you're saying, if he knows once I turn this thing on, I can start hearing the cops talk. How much pressure does that put on him to want to turn that phone back on?
curiosity killed the cat.
So he could have turned that on for directions, but you might be more right in him being like, the minute I turn this on, I might be hearing them going to the crime scene and hearing about what's going on, all that chaos. And he turns it on. He doesn't hear the chaos. He starts slowly moving back. And then he's still listening. He's not hearing chaos. Then he goes back 9 in the morning to 9:12, because he knows there's no chaos. At that point, he knows nobody's called 911. So maybe that girl just didn't realize what was going on, thought it was some kind of crazy prank party, whatever. And
Oh my God, I'm so fucking tired of hearing about pranks.
Prank party. What the
All
fuck
they've
is a
talked-
prank party?
It's always been a prank to him. Everything's a prank. Where did this even come from? That's so insane that he always goes there.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it came from the guy with the cross on his hat.
That's what I'm talking about. That's who says it. Repeatedly. Always.
wonder if the second trip was more, I'm looking for the sheath. I could have dropped it in that backyard. I'm going to go survey over there and see if the path that I went to my car, if there's any, I mean, he could have had binoculars. He could have had whatever, but he went back there. We know he went back.
All right, Steve, where the fuck are the binoculars at?
Well, but it's so hard to believe that, again, this is a criminology student that is interested in crimes. He didn't just go there to see what was going on, maybe, like I do when I'm chasing fire.
Well, this would have been at 9.
That would be too outlandish, wouldn't it?
Well, that would be at 9 in the morning, though. That would be at hours beforehand.
That was probably right after that selfie.
And besides, he would have been heading. He would have been headed towards.
Bitch.
What?
Nothing. I was playing. Go ahead.
He would have been headed towards Costco and what was it, Aldi's
Yeah.
at that time.
The selfie was taken at 10 something, right?
Oh.
Or around 10, I thought. Maybe I might be wrong.
I thought it was like 8 or 9.
It's all in there someplace.
I thought it was 10, 10:30. Okay, either way.
That's wild. And thank God he was that stupid. Now, Kobergers will be even stupider and be like, oh, he never would have turned on his phone if you did the crime. It's like, okay, dude. So you can't admit when he just is stupid. So you got to be stupid. It's like, I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense.
You know, I used to tell people that all the time. They would tell me, I would see like, man, you know, he took his own car because this was their argument. Why would he take his own car? Why would he leave the knife sheath? Why would he why would he turn his phone on? And I'm like, you're saying all these dumb mistakes that he made and you're surprised he got caught. Why? Like it makes zero sense that you would think that he wouldn't get caught. And here it is. It's in this document here. It goes in Koberger's Chrome tab history on his phone. I located where he searched Google for broadcastify.com/listen/feed, Pullman Police and Fire Dispatch live audio feed on November 13th at 12:26:49.
Okay, so there's your own answer. Okay,
Pullman
both of you.
Police.
He's listening to Pullman Police, not Moscow Police, not ISP, Pullman Police, meaning the accident that happened in Pullman, folks. It's, oh my God. Anyway.
It's so stupid to insinuate that it was Moscow because surely he could have just downloaded the Moscow Police.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's just so dumb for him to insinuate that. Like he calls everybody else names and idiots and this and that. Well,
I mean, how dumb are you to not understand that? Read it and hear it. How dumb. Pullman Police and Fire Dispatch Live. What the fuck would that have to do with Moscow?
Pullman,
Thank you.
right.
You're just dumb, like you like to say. You're just dumb. That's all. Good God.
What an idiot.
A.m. So just before the murders occurred, or before he takes off to Moscow, he's listening to the feed for.
That makes a lot of sense because he kept the Cellbrite people told us that he factory reset his phone a few different times. So even if he had that application, he may have needed to relook it up and reconfigure his phone. Because
I'm sorry, he did
prior
what?
to the crime, you're probably going to clean up all.
He factory reset his phone several different times. Just his normal track of life. Just
that's new.
Something he normally does on a regular basis. Oh.
Yeah.
So it's not just a one-off thing because there were murders committed that he maybe shut his phone off or powered it down. I mean, it sounds like he factory resets his phone on a regular basis.
Sai told us he does. That's something that they found out, that he does it all the time. It could be a nervous condition based on his ADHD. It could be I don't think it's anything nefarious. I've done it many a times because my phone
it's
growing up.
usually to get the bugs out of your phone.
Yeah, bingo. Yeah. And when somebody has OCD, I'm telling you, 100%. 100%.
Hyper focused.
Yep.
Getting a bunch of ads on that Samsung phone, Dago?
Actually, no. It's just it's old and it's time for a new one.
Get an iPhone. You won't get ads.
Don't talk to me anymore.
Your background, and then after your crime, you might reset your phone again to clean up your history. So people don't realize that there's some.
So during the crime, you were looking things up, Googling shit while you were committing the crime that you have to clear your history out too, Steve? Come on, bro. Stop saying stupid shit, okay? When did he have time? When with all of his 8 octopus arms, and he was killing 4 people at the same damn time. To reset his phone because he was looking up stuff on Google. What was he following a YouTube how to do list or something? What the fuck? How dumb.
History that's stored off your phone. I don't try to go too into it because I don't want to protect those type of people.
Right.
A lot of the stuff that I've been told is they don't want somebody to inform the public how this stuff works, because when you inform the public, you inform the creepy pro burger who's trying to get a PhD in how to kill people, and he's not the first guy that wanted to be a cop or wanted to be some type of court member, a Dexter type character, to have an inside scoop. Like, they live these fantasies. They love this, like this website that he was going to, where it's plastic surgery and people are openly doing surgeries and showing other doctors how to do them. And it's a honeypot. So he's not the only one that's been caught there. And they don't want people to know that they're on to certain sites, and you might be seeing something on purpose so that they know who you are.
Honeypot.
And then you're on a list.
There you go. That'd be smart.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things a couple of things that Cyrus says in the interviews that you've spoken with that I don't necessarily agree with. One of them, and I kind of want to get your opinion on both of these, is going to be the DNA and how IGG can somehow get Brian Koberger a new trial. And the reason why I don't buy it, or the reason why I don't think there's a safe argument there, is that in Cyray's argument, he mentioned that there was certain cases that utilized the IGG, but in Idaho, and in this case specifically, the IGG is not admissible. And in the cases that he was talking about, when it came to like evidence that would have eventually been found through the natural course of the investigation, and I believe he even mentioned Nye, using similar terminology, and how it didn't sit in this case. And I think he's mistaken, because in those cases, and the evidence that he was referring to was evidence that was admissible. This case, the IGG is inadmissible. It's not in any warrant. It's not in any search. It's not in anything. There's one WSU warrant that mentions DNA, and if it comes back not being Brian Koberger's, not to look at it. But what that's referencing is because I believe at the time they hadn't arrested Brian Koberger. They had only gotten his dad's DNA from the trash can, which is a completely legal means of obtaining DNA. And so since they hadn't done the match to Brian Koberger's yet, they couldn't put on there saying, hey, well, we have Brian Koberger's DNA. And so that's why they put on there, though, in my opinion, at least, maybe I read it, that it sounded like they were saying, well, if Brian Koberger's doesn't match, then we don't use the DNA or something to that nature. But outside of that, there was not one search, not one warrant. It acted as a tip, and a tip that you can't use. And I mentioned this before. If it was like, for instance, a drug case where somebody tips off to me, hey, this person's selling drugs, but I'm not going to be a part of this investigation. I'm not going to testify. Here's the information. I can't go get a search warrant now. I can't go and knock down the house. I got to go build a case. So what would I do? I would go sit around it, watch it. Then I would, find cars that are going in there, leaving after a short period of time. I'd pull them over, find probable cause to pull them over, search, find drugs, get them to flip, and then build the case. You have to build a case. You can't just go in there with the information. And in this case here, I felt like the law enforcement did that. They were able to get his phone number from traffic citation. They were able to then pull the information from that. They were able to look into his background and his history and his Reddit and things like that, which all gave them probable cause to search further into him. And then once they got the DNA from his dad, he's done for. I don't know. I don't see the connection there. Do you have any concerns personally with the IGG and how it was used?
I've had to study IGG way more than I ever thought I would ever, as a father, as a regular IT guy. You understand
Tomboy says, how did she find it if he factory reset his phone? That's a good call.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Although they can pull things from a little bit deeper in, can't they?
it depends, I guess, but if he's factory resetting, then they shouldn't have been able to even get much of anything.
Horseshit.
I mean, certain people, certain experts can dig, they can pull things from a deeper region in your phone history, I think. I don't know if they can, but that would be my only guess, Tomboy. But that is a great question. It really
I
is.
mean, with a factory reset, the only thing that would be that they would be able to pull is from the cloud.
Right. Yeah, I would think. That didn't come from the BAM fart or the barn farts. It came from the. Oh, okay then. Well,
Um,
then, yeah.
There was another question in chat, and it said, "Why did they have to go all the way to Pennsylvania to get his DNA?"
Yeah.
They didn't. They didn't.
Yeah.
I think they had it before that anyway, Logan. I'll be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Oh, yeah.
That's my speculation, but
Mm-hmm.
they've
The
been
barn-
lying. They've been lying, Tomboy.
The Barnhart thing, that's Cellbrite, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need some water, Mikey. Some things sound like they're sticking.
They're not. Catch me in a bad time.
Hey, I got the munchies.
Buddy, I ain't doing shit. I'm just watching.
Enjoying
Daniel
them
here.
pretzels, buddy.
I
Enjoying them
know, they're
pretzels.
great. So isn't the dog.
What kind of pretzels are they?
I ain't telling you. They're like mustard, man.
They're the fucking mustard pretzels. I'm
bud.
talking to you. Leave me
I got
alone.
a whole bag. And I
Leave
just
me
opened them.
alone.
Just for you.
I'm done. I'm done with you tonight. I love those fucking things.
Sorry.
This process and how you take a tip and how you can turn it from a tip into a court presented subject matter. You know, you're basically saying somebody just calls an anonymous line and says, "Hey, there's a red SUV in the back, is guns. Don't ask me how I know. Click." You can pull that car over, and you might still have to find a reason why he was doing something wrong. He might have to be speeding, or you got to sit behind him and wait for him to not turn on his turn signal, some simple thing. I don't know how it goes, but you guys do. I do know that IGG is a very hard subject for people to understand. IGG is only used when you don't have a direct hit. So when you're searching for your crime scene, you have DNA in your crime scene. It's almost like a fingerprint. When you search up fingerprints, if you don't have a database that it matches to, it's over. It's done. That's the same with IGG, with DNA. But IGG takes it a little bit further and says, unlike the fingerprint where you're in a dead end, with IGG, this person might share some of his DNA with some ancestries up here. So then you upload it and you could look and say, these are all innocent people. These 100% did not do the crime.
Right.
That's why they're not evidence. That's why it's a tip. They're just genetic witnesses. They're just genetically sharing some of the same markers that crime scene has. That's all it is. That's why it can never be put into a court case, because those people are completely innocent. Put yourself in our shoes. Put yourself in BK's family shoes. Your son is related to the guy who did the 4 murders. Do you want your son to have to go to court? Why would he need to go to court just because he's related to somebody who killed somebody? Right. So they're totally innocent people. They're never going to be part of the court record. It's just trying to look at who's out there and whittle it down. And I get how it's controversial. I get how people see that it's a violation of privacy. I don't think I do know that IGG is a very hard subject for people to understand. IGG is only used when you don't have a direct hit. So when you're searching for your crime scene, you have DNA in your crime scene.
Did you hear what he just said? IGG is only used when you don't have a direct hit. So even okay, maybe I'm hearing this wrong.
He doesn't expand on that, does he?
No, but here's the thing. If the okay, how can I say this? Based on what they've told us, the DNA they have that belongs to Brian is a direct hit, right or wrong. It was definitely his dad's, which directly relates to him, right or wrong. If that's the case, then why are you using IgG? If that's true what he's saying, just saying.
It's almost like a fingerprint. When you search up fingerprints, if you don't have a database that it matches to, it's over. It's done. That's the same with IgG, with DNA. But IgG takes it a little bit further and says, unlike the fingerprint where you're in a dead end, with IgG, this person might share some of his DNA with some ancestries up here. So then you upload it and you can look and say, these are all innocent people. These 100% did not do the crime.
Right.
That's why they're not evidence. That's why it's a tip. They're just genetic witnesses. They're just genetically sharing some of the same markers that crime scene has. That's all it is. That's why it can never be put into a court case, because those people are completely innocent. Put yourself in our shoes. Put yourself in BK's family shoes. Your son is related to the guy who did the 4 murders. Do you want your son to have to go to court? Why would he need to go to court just because he's related to somebody who killed somebody? Right. So they're totally innocent people. They're never going to be part of the court record. It's just trying to look at who's out there and whittle it down. And I get how it's controversial. I get how people see that it's a violation of privacy. I don't think you get privacy when you murder people. I don't think you should rape little children and go into a database in another country where it's legal, because there's certain countries where underage sex is totally fine, and people fly over there, really rich people, and then they molest these kids, and then they're protected. I don't think that should exist. I think the world should just be better. And if you're in those type of things, you get what's coming. So I don't have anything to be scared of. I get where people are worried, but I'm telling you, that database is never going to set you up. There's no way they can go and take digital forensics from inside 23andMe and go put it in a crime scene. It's not organic. It's a digital fingerprint. It's a digital ones and zeros of who you are. They cannot reproduce that and go put it where it doesn't belong. And again, these are the type of things that really high up labs have told me. We don't know how to address the audience, Steve. We don't know how to talk to people and tell people that our digital fingerprints of our 23s and all these different genealogies up there, those cannot be used against you. You're totally innocent. Now, if you go and do a crime, you're going to get caught one way or another, whether it's CODIS that does it, your fingerprints that do it. Just stop treating people like crap. Be a good person, and you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I agree. And then
what you're saying is, yeah, you're right. I think what I was trying to say was, if they didn't prepare you guys for multiple layers of challenges, because he understood what was going on. They were trying to railroad a plea deal. It was a last minute thing. They wanted to crush it. They'd been working on it, and they wanted to tell all the families, if you just stop fighting, all your problems go away. And he knew that wasn't true, because he heard parents coming out there doing interviews just saying, we wanted to move on. This wasn't fair to us. And he knew, he's like, I don't think those families were told about IgG could be challenged, even though I don't think that's the proper one. There's what we're dealing right now is an example of they never sat down, any of us, and said, hey, the very first challenge that he's going to have, no matter what we do, is he's going to do this petition and he's going to go after his counsel. Now, Shannon Gray did tell us that, because we had him and we tried to disseminate that information. It's probably why they hated me, because I was like telling the other families, no matter what they say, we still have more obstacles to go through. They didn't prepare families. They didn't prepare families.
Crazy. Yeah, it's insane. They didn't prepare you guys or let you guys know what
But they prepared his family. They prepared his family 100%. Your son's about to be killed. You should probably help him make the right decision. So they were prepared, not us. And that's always been and will always be my gripe with how this whole process went, is not the right way. It's just, you got 4 human beings over here and one piece of shit. And that's who you're going to cater to. You're losing my respect. You're losing my respect when you cater to the one piece of shit over the 4 fucking families. Good luck.
No, I agree with
you.
you.
Hard. That's hard, you know?
No, I can't imagine how hard that could be. You know, it must just feel like absolute betrayal because the prosecution is supposed to be on your side.
Exactly. It does feel like betrayal. And you're like, you got hope, you know, that things will get right. And I mean, we got him. He's never going to be out again. That's a good thing. Once he gets into the regular prison, those guys have their own freaking way of working it through. I think this guy won't ever live a long life. And thank God for that. I hope they go in there and they take care of him. Prison rules, go for it, man. Show him, represent for Idaho, man. Represent that some asshole can't come into our community and do this. I'm all for you guys. He's out there ratting you guys out. He's in papers, dropping your guys' names. I've heard about Peru. I've heard about all these different killers that don't want their name out there in the media, and he's dropped them. So he needs to deal with that. That's his problem now.
Well, that was one of the other things he wanted. He wanted to be in general population, I believe. I think that was one of his gripes.
Mm-hmm. Give him what he wants. That's what I'm saying. Give him what he wants.
Give him what he wants.
Yep.
You know, and the only other thing that because you know I listened to what Cyree had said, and I thought that what he was saying it was very accurate, probably for the most part. I haven't seen all the information.
Sorry, Viviana. Do I look too old for 52? I actually worked for a living, so maybe that's why. Listen, at least I'm clean and I'm not covered in mold, so you know.
The evidence that he has, but it makes sense on what he's saying. The only thing that bothered me was he's saying that he believes that Brian Koberger went a different route to Moscow, and I'm not necessarily sold on that. And the reason behind that is, according to the PCA, at approximately 2:44 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the white Elantra suspect vehicle 1, is observed traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way, and then at 2:53 it then turns towards SR 270. And when I look at, and not only that, but a forensic examiner identified that vehicle as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And then further down into the PCA, it then talks about when they got Brian Koberger's phone information, once they have took his data there. And they found that at 2:47, the phone is utilizing similar resources that provide coverage southeast of Koberger's residence, which is consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Koberger residence and traveling through Pullman. This is consistent with the white Elantra. So it's southeast of where Brian Koberger's phone is. Or where his apartment is. This is where Brian Koberger's apartment is. According to Cyree, he indicated that Brian Koberger was closer to the golf course that's southeast of his location.
So I don't have anything to be scared of. I get where people are worried, but I'm telling you, that database is never going to set you up. There's no way they can go and take digital forensics from inside 23andMe and go put it in a crime scene. It's not organic. It's a digital fingerprint. It's a digital ones and zeros of who you are. They cannot reproduce that and go put it where it doesn't belong. And again, these are the type of things that really high up labs have told me. We don't know how to address the audience, Steve. We don't know how to talk to people and tell people that our digital fingerprints of our 23s and all these different genealogies up there, those cannot be
really high up labs. Can somebody tell me what really high up labs have told him? How to explain that, what a really high up lab is? Somebody.
Is that what he's calling Othram?
I think so. Wow.
Maybe it's a lab that's on the second floor instead of the first floor.
or the fourth floor, yeah. Could be. Good God, bro.
I think he's so fucking high, Dylan. He's on the 10th floor.
It's a ridiculous statement.
I think that's somebody else.
Just say
I don't know who
Othram.
you're talking
Just
about,
say
Logan.
Othram, Steve. Be done with it. God.
used against you. You're totally innocent. Now, if you go and do a crime, you're sorry. You're going to get caught one way or another, whether it's CODIS that does it, your fingerprints that do it. Just stop treating people like crap. Be a good person, and you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Take your own advice, douche.
Please take your own advice, bro. Oh, please. Good God, please. Jinx, by the way, Dylan.
I said it first.
No, it was coming out of my mouth. I just couldn't get my mouse clicked fast enough. Buddy.
Agree. I
Oil
agree.
your job,
And then-
What you're saying is, yeah, you're right. I think what Sai was trying to say was if they didn't prepare you guys for multiple layers of challenges, because he understood what was going on. They were trying to railroad a plea deal. It was a last minute thing. They wanted to crush it. They'd been working on it, and they wanted to tell all the families, if you just stop fighting, all your problems go away. And he knew that wasn't true because he heard parents coming out there doing interviews just saying we wanted to move on. This wasn't fair to us. And he knew, he's like, I don't think those families were told about IGG could be challenged, even though I don't think that's the proper one. There's what we're dealing right now is an example of they never sat down, any of us, and said, hey, the very first challenge that he's going to have, no matter what we do, is he's going to do this petition and he's going to go after his counsel. Now, Shannon Gray did tell us that because we had him and we tried to disseminate that information. It's probably why they hated me, because I was like telling the other families, no matter what they say, we still have more obstacles to go through.
So he's saying that Shannon, his own attorney, couldn't stand him, which I'm not surprised at. How many investigators did he go through? Like 3 or 4 investigators. They just kept rolling out because they couldn't handle him. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Starting to get light. I can see the look on Mike's face. It's starting to get
No, he's so fucking out there. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes, I agree.
He hits so many angles. I don't even know how he can.
He's all over the
This-
place.
this
All
much energy
over
doing
the
this.
place. Yes. He's
Oh my
widespread, buddy. Hey, Kimmy. Playing hooky tonight. There she is. Good to see you, Kim. I hope you had a good visit with your family.
They didn't prepare families. They didn't prepare
That's
families.
crazy. Yeah, it's insane. They didn't prepare you guys or let you guys know what the.
But they prepared his family. They prepared his family 100%. Your son's about to be killed. You should probably help him make the right decision. So they and her photos and all that stuff back.
They used his family. They didn't prepare them. They used his family to talk him into the plea deal.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's his court case.
Right, and they need to be prepared. Especially if it would have been for the death penalty, and that they need to be prepared. Their son is going to die as well. Okay? That who can ever prepare for that? Honestly, nobody can. Just as much as he can't. Nobody would have ever been prepared for that, even if they would have sat down with him for a month and said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go with the plea deal. They wouldn't have been prepared. That is not the answer they were looking for, so it would never have been okay. Be careful, Sleepy. Ever. Ridiculous.
That's all. I'm not trying to slam anybody. I got so much respect for the officers, but we're at 4 years now. Who gives a shit? And the worst part is Thompson's such a piece of shit that if that phone gets broken into, I can't rely on him to redact my family's personal information to the point that I'm protected. Every time a document comes out, my family's address is in it, my kid's credit card.
Wait a minute. What is he talking about? What did he just say? If that phone gets broken into? He's got to be talking about Kaylee's phone, right?
They've already gotten into Kaylee's phone.
Then-
Olivia let the cat out of the bag.
Well, he's saying something different. Is that what he believes still? This has got to be a lie. It's got to be a lie.
Olivia literally said that they used her passcode. They used Kaylee's passcode and got into the phone. And
Maybe they're saying though that they got into like the basic stuff, Dylan. Maybe they can't get into some kind of encrypted shit or something. You know what I mean?
what encrypted?
I have no idea, but I'm just trying to tell you that we heard that, and now we're hearing this. So,
you got the passcode. You're on the phone. You got everything you need.
I have no idea. Then, no idea. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. There again, what else does?
Cards are in it. Phone numbers are in it. All kinds of stuff comes out. He doesn't care one bit about our privacy. They'll redact FBI agents, and I'm all for that too. But they won't redact our family. They literally don't care. So I'd rather just get my kid's stuff back and not have to deal with all these Freedom of Information Acts for the next 4 years on my kid's phone.
You know, one of the one of the things that was uncovered, I believe it was through Facebook. I don't remember the guy's name, but he had put it out there was Brian Koberger's family's or his father's plane tickets that he had purchased. You know, right after the Bolo comes out, his dad apparently, allegedly, buys a plane ticket for the following day after he made arrangements for the plane. So I think it was like December 10th. He calls in for December 11th, was going to fly in that day, but due to weather issues, it doesn't happen until the 12th, where he gets into, I think, Spokane. And then the 13th is when him and his son flee across country. You know,
take some weird path.
They fleed. Since when? Now they're fleeing across the country. They were going home for fucking Christmas. What the hell?
That wasn't Steve. That was Turkey.
I heard him. Yeah. Now they're
sorry.
Fleeing.
Don't some people buy plane tickets last minute because they can be a lot cheaper if a plane needs to be filled?
Yes.
They'll
can be.
But weren't we told? Yeah, but weren't we told that Michael and Brian had this plan set up from like when Brian got there?
Yeah, I think they had the plan set up, but I think Michael bought the ticket
last minute.
Yeah, kind of like a last minute thing. But I do know people that do that because they can be significantly cheaper if a plane just needs to put bodies in seats last minute.
Good point. Actually, that's a really good point. I never thought of that before.
Yeah, fleeing across the country while getting pulled over 87 times.
Yeah,
that's an effective way to flee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you think there should have been an investigation into that?
There is an investigation. I'm hoping we start cracking some whips. You know, I'm super aggressive. I've heard that this was like some type of backup plan that was laid out. You know, if he tried to do this stunt, which he just did. So let's.
He's not super aggressive at all.
Let everybody know. They're not innocent. They had 100% knowledge. They know that their phones have been searched. They know that he was telling them, I'm out jogging at 2:30 in the morning. And then the murders are happening around 2 to 4. And they're like, he's been texting us and telling us he's out during that time. And he's got a white car. There's a knife in the shopping cart. He's 10 miles from the house. The family was putting things together, right? So they went and got him and then dragged him back. And then they were going to go get rid of that white car. That car wasn't coming back with him. He's going to go get a new one. He already told multiple people, including some mechanic, that don't worry, I'm getting rid of my car. So, yeah.
Where did that come from?
That's the biggest line of horse shit I've ever heard.
That's never been stated anywhere, ever before.
If you know, okay, let's try to think this out logically. If you're, shut up, Mikey.
Oh no, I know they did, Rochelle. I was just wondering why he was telling the world that they didn't, basically.
So he commits the murders. He legally changes his plates with full intention on getting rid of the car when he goes across the country, and then gets pulled over 147 times on his way fleeing across the country.
That's a smooth criminal.
It makes perfect sense, Dylan. Don't you understand it, son? Come on.
The same way, as soon as he pulled in the driveway at his Pennsylvania home, they moved all the other cars out of the way so he could pull it into the garage and shut the door, and they immediately started bleaching the shit out of his car.
Just they were hiding it from the
except
world.
That one blood spot.
Right.
They tore it all apart.
Shit.
They put all the cars in the driveway. They tore it down to the frame and they sandblasted it and all of that. Yeah, they got it all.
I'm pretty sure
he went and bought 37 bottles of bleach and drank some and cleaned with some and did whatever else he did.
And they did it so quickly that Brian was able to, just a short hour or two later, sit at the kitchen table and be sifting the trash with gloves on nefariously, when in reality it was because you have to separate your trash, the recycle, from the trash in Pennsylvania.
Yes. And he always wore gloves. I wear gloves when I'm touching garbage. So, I mean, Yeah.
Look at Brian Goldberger's hands.
Dago?
Do what, Dylan?
Where were you November 13th?
sitting
Well-
here.
Can I look at my phone real quick?
Yeah.
I'm sure if I eat enough Tide Pods, it'll make sense.
But yeah, like you said, Logan, look at his hands. You think, would he possibly want to wear gloves because he didn't want to wash his hands because they're already over
dry and cracked and bleeding. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it was winter though. Could you imagine those hands, washing them over and over and over, and then going outside with those hands? Ouch!
Right.
I'd be putting gloves on every time I went outside in the winter if my hands looked like that.
Yeah. Exactly. And that, you know what? Sandy makes a huge point. You'll believe every fucking word Cy Ray will say, but you won't look at one document. Are you kidding me? Come on. Bubbles. I think she's testing the chat. That's why she keeps typing my name. See how it comes up.
Yeah. He was going to come back, fight his suspension, and he was an egomaniac, dude. He's a turvy, dude. They think they can argue their way through everything. They're smarter than everyone in the room. They're the most annoying, the people you can't stand. You literally see everyone's.
What the hell just happened?
There's a little arrow in the middle.
Arrow in
Hey
the
guys,
middle.
thanks for checking out
no.
my new YouTube channel. Please click and subscribe. Really, really appreciate it. I just sat down with Kaylee.
Look at him.
Don't worry, I'm getting rid of my car.
Good job.
So when you're searching for your crime scene, you have DNA in your crime scene. It's almost like a fingerprint. When you search up,
Ray had said, and I thought that what he was saying, it was very accurate, probably for the most part. I haven't seen all the information, the evidence that he has, but it makes sense on what he's saying. The only thing that bothered me was he's saying that he believes that Brian.
after you say that you're going to use an alibi defense, you have 10 days. So then we went back. But the real rules are.
What happened here? Do I have to go forward or backward?
You were at about 120 something because I looked at it and I was like, holy fuck, we still got an hour to go.
I sped it up a little bit too.
It is what it is. You know, you got to play by the rules. It's 4 victims. It's not just what I want. It's what the whole group is. I still feel like the whole group was more online than Thompson was. But I get that. I understand there's a lot of politics and a lot of things that go on. It just sucks that we spent $8 million. We're giving this guy vegan meals. We're protecting him. Put him in the gen pop. Let the prison be the prison. He earned what he's getting. And it is what it is.
I wish that would be the case, that they would let him.
So they were prepared, not us. Told them.
They want to put they want him in Gen Pop so bad so that he will be killed, basically, is what it is. That's truly, without a doubt, why they say that so repetitiously. It's disgusting. It is disgusting.
Our civil rights in Idaho state, when the trial is over, the evidence goes back to the families. They said it's in some kind of brute force thing. I've got people that are willing to get into that phone for free. Mm-hmm. And they've got way more skill level than what we have locally. And that's no slam against Walla Walla or any of these cops. I'm not trying to slam you guys. I just want my kids' stuff back. I want her videos and her photos and all that stuff back. That's all. I'm not trying to slam anybody. I got so much respect for the office.
Please tell me he doesn't believe they haven't gotten into the phone yet. Because he's talked about this more than once now. Do you hear it, or am I hearing things different?
No, he's sitting there believing that they haven't gotten into the phone.
That's insane, you guys. That's insane. There's no way they did. Wait, didn't Cy say that they got into the phone?
Olivia did.
I mean, I know what she said, but I thought Cy even brought that up when he was talking about this stuff, that he saw all the phones, or somebody did.
I don't know if I don't remember if Cy said anything.
Or maybe it was Wickham. I don't know.
But we're at 4 years now. Who gives a shit? And the worst part is Thompson's such a piece of shit that if that phone gets broken into, aspiration.
Yeah, he said that already. Sorry, I went back too far. My apologies.
Of blood under pressure. The sheath is there. I mean, it's so funny that Turvey literally tells people that the sheath is on the floor. Okay, so it's on the floor, but your expert testimony says it's on the bed. So you're going to tell people to sell your book that it's on the floor. But when you get under oath and put your hand on the Bible and you could go to prison or jail for lying, you say, oh, no, it was in the bed. It was definitely in the bed. I think some things were staged. I think the bodies were staged. But he doesn't say it's on the floor. But he tells people to go buy his book and it's on the floor. It's like, I just don't understand how people like to be lied to. Like, I would be mad that somebody lied to. Like, I paid for this.
The dude did not write the book.
I wonder when they find out that he did not write a dang book, what are they going to say then?
Oh, he's going to try to cover it up like they didn't make that. He looks so dumb saying this right now. Every time he says it, it looks dumber.
And I think
write a book.
And on top of that, Turvey said that there's documentation that it was found on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
We saw the documentation. Jules got it.
Yeah.
She did. We saw it. Read a document, Stevie.
But it was meant to be set on the third floor. They forgot the third, apparently.
Hold on a second. He's talking about Turvey writing a book who didn't, but
Right.
Cy Ray sure did. But you want to be buddy with him.
Well, that's
Cy Ray's it's contradicting what he wrote.
Cy's his buddy, though. That's why, Logan. That's the only reason why. Cy's telling him the things that they want to hear. You see what I'm saying? Brian's guilty. If Turvey came out and said the same fucking thing, Turvey would be his buddy then. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what it is. It's so pathetic. It really is. It's so like 8th grade. Like, he's my friend because he likes Transformers, but you're not because you like G.I. Joe. Go away.
Yeah, exactly.
It's exactly what he's doing. It's ridiculous.
I mean, for
this clown played me.
What are you saying?
We need a counter for how many times I've said pot, meat, kettle.
Yeah, well, there it is for sure.
And I can go through, Kaylee got attacked in her own room? Like, what? I mean, how long have we been here, guys?
Yeah.
And I see people defend him that are like, try to be neutral. But I'm like, you can't be neutral to some dude who in year almost 4 is just spewing the same lies that we had. And they weren't lies. They were probably just simple mistakes that we all repeated back in the day because they sealed this thing up so tight. But if it was 23, okay. But when 26 and we're letting somebody say some stupid crap like, oh, the sheaf was on the floor.
Does he even realize who Chris Whitcomb is? I don't think he does. I mean, this truly proves that he doesn't pay a fucking attention, period.
No, he don't pay attention to shit.
All he hears is what he spews, period.
This has been a 2-hour grandstanding for him.
Oh, for sure.
I swear on the Bible. Oh, yeah, it was on the bed. It was on the bed. That's like wild, dude. Like, what?
That is. And so, I mean, basically what you were saying is that you felt that there was an intended target when you said that he didn't have to go upstairs.
I felt like I had some FBI type people say, hey, Steve, we think this individual had picked this house. That's what was being meant by targeted. We weren't trying to say the families were targeted or the kids were targeted. We're trying to say that this individual went around this pathway and looked. And unfortunately, that house allowed you to see a lot of what was going on.
You are fucking kidding me. Now you're going to tell us that he targeted, Logan talked about this in the beginning of the show. He targeted a house that has every light on, 5 cars in the driveway, and you have no clues inside. The dumbest person I could ever imagine wouldn't do something that dumb. Oh my God. So the house was targeted, and it was that house because you could see through the windows? Is that what you're saying?
Couldn't
No.
see through the back because the trees were in the way.
No, come on, Steve. You got to come up with something better than that. That's as bad as his theory behind motive was because Haley and Maddie were so close. Remember that motive he gave? Because they were so close. Brian didn't like that. Get over yourself.
Because of the hill and the topology of everything, you could sit in little locations and see inside down. So that's why I was so upset that Thompson wanted to tear the house down, because I knew that the jury was going to say, what could I see if I was parked here? If he's doing these paths on Linda Lane and doing all these things, what could I see going down those things? Like, could I see Kaylee walking around in a room? Could I see Maddie in a room? If I come around that road and go there, who am I seeing? Xana? What do I get? And then they just tore it all down. I mean, I get so much hell from the pro burgers, but I've fought more for their positions than I've fought for a lot of the people that think he's guilty. You know, I've pushed back as hard as I can because I didn't want to fight my community. I wanted everybody to be on the same page and say, we got the guy, now let's kill him, put him in the ground. And then that's the message. I mean, nobody wants to talk about that, but I'm done with school shootings. I'm done with punks grabbing guns and acting like badasses and shooting people. I'm so like, thank God we just had that guy in Idaho blast that guy. Was in and out. He just pulled out a gun with the silencer. So Idaho doesn't play, you know. We need to restore a little bit more respect and authority to citizens. And if our courtrooms are going to bail out 90% of the time, then we got to do something else, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. Jeff has another question. He says that you mentioned Xana's 412 TikTok comment on Hannity. Can you tell us what it said?
I could be wrong on all the impact, but she hit a thumbs up.
What's the point?
Heart on a song or TikTok's a little different for me. I don't do it, but it was like a friend or somebody doing a dance to a certain music, and she hearted it, and that was a timestamp that was very critical to knowing that the crimes weren't at 4 or 2:20ish. You know, you hear the scream over at the 112. I don't like getting into that, but that was a domestic dispute that was going on. There's a gentleman who appears pretty intoxicated, comes in, or I think around 150 something. I won't get too close to the time because I'll get it wrong. He comes in there, and that screaming and yelling was definitely investigated, and it was a non-issue. So,
excuse me?
I thought you guys tried to say that those were party noises, happy noises.
Uh-huh. Now it's a domestic.
Interesting.
Give me a break.
That
was me mad was.
What'd you say,
was
Dylan?
Absolutely not a domestic issue.
Not even close.
That was a female who found something very unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Or encountered, or was attacked, right?
It's like, all right, so tell people, because I'm all about dispelling the lies and and maybe it's foolish for a dad to think that he can combat all the lies. And maybe I made them frustrated that I wanted to dispel this stuff. And they're like, we don't care. If your life is going through hell, that's not our problem. If your kids and families are reading all these TikToks and all these comments, we don't care. We're not going to dispel all these rumors because we'd be doing that all day long, Steve, and that would just take up too much of our time. But what made me mad was they went to those people and they told them they were under the gag order. And my lawyer and we knew clearly they weren't. They were just, to me, you intimidated them and told them that they can't come forward, because there was a media outlet that was reaching out and said, hey, let's clear the water. Let's clear this debate up, which would have been years ago. And we wouldn't be talking about this 2 o'clock stuff. And,
wow. I didn't know they investigated that.
They did 100%, because everything was being investigated. You guys think clumps of hair are just going to be overly? I know you don't, because you're a previous police officer. But a clump of hair that you can literally attach to a corner of somebody's thing, their skull, and you realize that's where you're not going to run a test, guys. You're not 90%, 90 some plus, probably closer to 99% of the stuff wasn't tested. Here's another thing. Oh yeah, I didn't. Oh,
that was one of the dumbest things you've ever said. Yes, you're going to run a test on it. Just because you think it may fit into a spot on somebody's head doesn't mean you don't test it, okay? That was so dumb. And I mean, so dumb.
And then goes into, 99% of it's not going to get tested. What?
Dude, I've never heard anything like that in my life. What the fuck? You really believe that, too?
DNA guy.
In a lot of countries, it is mandatory to test everything.
Including this one. It's supposed to be.
Well, I can't wait to tell this one. So, some people, even family members of mine, thought that they could go into Xana room and get a sample that had Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, Xana, and perfectly the guy who did it. It's impossible to have 5. Impossible. You know how hard it is to get 4?
How hard is that?
You have about 1% chance to get 4 individuals identified 100%. Because just remember, like, you had Kaylee, Maddie, and unknown. That's what starts happening. The higher you start getting samples, the more people that are in that sample, it statistically gets more and more difficult for them to identify everyone, because we all share nuclei. We all share certain things. So when they start blending together, the statistical probability of them being able to figure out who all is in there, first and foremost, if you got 5, you're like talking about 20%. How do or you're like, this one's 10, this one's 5, this one's 35. It doesn't work that way. So many people thought they could go into that room and just dab.
I'm going to ask this again for the 100th time. The Chapin's Foundation being based on suicide. I didn't know that it was, Natasha. The Chapin's Foundation. Wait, am I missing something?
They do use the color yellow a lot in it, don't they?
I mean, I guess, but I never knew that. If that's true, I have no answer to be able to answer
I didn't
that.
either.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit to see what that could be all about. That's wild.
The right surface area, and then they solve the case like some Hollywood movie, Murder She Wrote. I seen this in Murder She Wrote. they put the little swab and then they catch them all. It's like, and I didn't know all this stuff either. But now that we've got our Murder Has a Name, and I've talked to some of these labs, they're like, Steve, they did a really good job getting one single source like what they got on the sheath. Bam, can't argue with it. And you, like, if I touched your hand, I could not transfer your DNA as a single source. If I did anything with you physically touching and I touch you, it would be 2 source. It would, because your cells touch my cells, and whatever I touch is going to be a combination of both of our cells. So the single source on the sheath, and then it was going to go a step further. They were going to say that there was aged. Some of the cells on the outside of the button versus inside around the corner were from different touch points, different dates. They can say the cells were more dehydrated underneath than the ones on the surface. So he was done. They were going to be able to say he touched it by their expert analysis multiple times on that button, not just.
I want to know why that would make him done. What does that fucking have to do with whether he did it or not? If there was more than one thumbprint or skin cell on it, that doesn't change anything. I don't think it makes it any. I don't care if there's 100 pieces of DNA or one. What the fuck is the difference with how many there are, new or old? That doesn't fry him, in my opinion. Like I said before, for all we know, what if it was his sheath and knife? Maybe somebody stole it. Maybe he sold it. So of course there would be fingerprints on there. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't end anything. It doesn't solidify anything, in my opinion.
One. So now you're setting up a guy who's not in CODIS. You get him to touch it twice, maybe 3 times. Then you throw it in, get a little bit of Kaylee's blood on there, get a little bit of Maddie's blood on there. And so I don't know how they could be murdered somewhere else in the house. And their aspirated blood is on this sheath. And then it's on the bed. And then it's outlined. You pull up the sheath and you can see the sheath outlined there with dots. I mean, I guess for tens of thousands of dollars, you can get somebody like Turvey. He'll tell you whatever you want to see. You want aliens to come down there and commit the murder. He probably might be twice the fees.
Might be twice. Well, there were some people that were believing that some guy jumped from a plane.
Our Cougars did it.
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah,
it was insane. Some of the things that people were saying, but the fact that it was aged pretty much debunks any possibility of it ever being planted, because it's difficult to plant DNA on its own, but to then plant DNA that was left behind on 2 different dates or 2 different occasions, that's impossible. That is impossible.
And now you know why somebody.
No, it's not. No, it's not at all. Again, I just explained it. You don't have to plant the DNA on the sheath, but the sheath can still be planted. Without a doubt. Like I said, he could have sold it, traded it, somebody stole it from him, anything. And of course his DNA would be on it. That's stupid to think that that's not possible.
And on top of that, the sheath was unaccounted for what, 3 days?
Yeah, right. And you could put whatever they can do what they want to do. It is what it is. And now you're really bringing up Crime Circus of all people. Anybody that believed the whole parachuting thing, Jesus Christ, that was horrible.
Was begging for a plea, and then they're like, oh, she did do a good job. I'm like, I want to be mad at her. I want to criticize her, but I'm trying to be fair and honest as much as I can for somebody who's defending the person who murdered my child.
Yeah.
That's very hard to do. I mean, to now go after somebody who's defending somebody who killed your kid. If you put yourself in my spot, somebody walks over and just starts beating the shit out of your kid, and your kid's screaming for help, bloodied, and they're just doing it over and over. And then they get arrested, and then somebody says, I'm going to defend that person. How much anger would you have towards that person? I mean, that's when your kid lives. That's the type of anger we had. And I'm sitting here defending her, saying that woman did an absolute splendid job of keeping him from the firing squad, because she knew how motivated Idaho was to, right here, we passed a bill while this stuff was going on. We weren't going to play with this guy. And she was like, I think you're not going to find a jury of outdoor, because it already happened with the grand jury. One of the questions they had was, okay, he has a K bar. We want to know, does he have a hunting license or a fishing license ever? Because we're hunters and fishermen. That's a natural question. Because why would you have this big 7-inch blade knife? Why? You're a PhD college student that wants to be in a courtroom, or a professor, and he didn't have one. So she looked over that jury. She looked over this question. She knew that they weren't. This isn't the community that's going to be lied to by misdirection of stuff like Turby was going to say, where, oh, it's on the floor, but now it's on the bed, and somebody staged him. They staged the body. It's like, oh my gosh, give me a break. Staged him? Come on. So two people are in there with two different freaking weapons, killing them, and then they stop and stage him.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense
to you. Then, okay.
Why is that so hard to believe? Anybody?
Does he not understand what staging means?
I mean, I don't know, but take care, Sandra. And is that for me, or is that for one of you guys? From Natasha. Either way, congrats, Natasha, and happy anniversary on 1 month.
Yeah, that don't make any sense whatsoever. This says here, what's the single most important thing that you want people to understand about Kaylee, who she was and what she meant, that goes beyond the case itself?
Thanks, Bianca.
Kaylee was so wonderful, so powerful, so bubbly that the whole family rose up to fight this battle.
Mm-hmm.
I think that kind of lets people know. And Kaylee didn't have to be the center of attention. She had her boyfriend from high school. She wasn't chasing guys. She was happy.
No,
she
that's
had
Olivia.
Maddie was her friend for life. She wanted a ride or die friend. I'm not trying to be the popularist girl. I'm trying to get all these friends. I just want my ride or die friend, and we're going to do everything together. And I'm never going to have an experience without her there. They did vacations. They went all across the world together, because that was like her sister of choice. And she had this big family. And I remember telling somebody, saying, why do you guys do what you're doing? And I remember thinking, well, if you asked Maddie and Kaylee, if they were sitting right next to us, they would probably tell us, you could have did a little bit more. You could have did a couple more interviews, Dad. You could have, this guy right here, when he said that, I was hoping you would have shut that. Like what I just did to Turby, I would have hoped you would have said that, Dad. Like you would have put that guy in his place. Like Olivia's like, let's put him in his place. We don't take shit. We don't do it. We do not take this kind of crap. And Kaylee was that type of person where she was making things happen. Good things were in our lives. I've had a great freaking upbringing. I love my community. It's just so unfortunate that bad things can happen to really, really good people. And I was probably guilty of thinking that when I seen the news, this has happened to somebody for a reason. They were involved in shit. I probably would have blamed somebody for buying dime bags, because I'd be like, well, if you talk with those kind of people, weird shit can happen. I raised my kids that way. I was just like, you don't mess with drugs. You don't do any of that stuff, because that's where the bad stuff happens. So I think my kids are at college, drinking a beer at the bar, taking a professional driver back. They're doing everything the way that you'd want your children to behave. And you just didn't know that there's this psychopath hunting these girls. And all the while, the community just we weren't prepared for that. Like I've said multiple times, cops were minors
Steve
in possession after a
aware?
football game. That's what they were built for. That's what.
Is Steve aware that Kaylee and Jack broke up?
I don't think so. Or either that or just like everything else, they don't want to accept it. Yeah. And how about all the cocaine talk we've been hearing for the past 2 months? You want to ignore that too? You might as well.
No drugs, absolutely.
Right. Nothing. Dime bags. Mike, when was the last time you heard that word?
Holy shit. That had been about 98, bud.
80. I was going to say 89, but okay. You're on point. You're probably on point. Jesus, dude.
But 90% of the day is, as an officer, you're talking, you literally are on campus. You show up talking to kids, you get to know them, you tell them, don't drink and drive. I don't want to see you hurt. I don't want to pull you over. These guys have relationships with these kids. They become their friends and family. So, yeah, she was an amazing person. We didn't deserve this. I know that sounds classic, what family would say they did, but truly, these kids, I can't think of one single thing that they could have done that played us like I had a bad boyfriend, or I had, I got in a conflict with this person and I called him a name and then that came back to haunt me. None of that.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I would say is, as a viewer watching true crime, know that some families are just 100% wrong place, wrong time. And you kind of see that with like school shootings and stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%. And again, man, sorry for your loss and everything that you and your family have gone through and continue to go through with some of these idiots and things of that nature, man. You shouldn't have to be dealing with it.
Most people are good, man. I try to remember, like my organization, our nonprofit, we've seen the most beautiful people in the world. Our board is filled with actual true crime people that are trying to make the world safer. That's why I was trying to, I think we talked about this a little bit afterwards or before we did.
You don't get to jump. You don't get to jump in front of a train and then bitch when you get hit by the train.
Right. Good point. Good way to put it too.
Like, oh my God.
I fully agree.
This podcast, let's make true crime successful in making the world, or at least America, safer every year. 100%. We can get it caught up. Yeah, that's really what I'm trying to do. Is I don't want to be in true crime, but if I'm going to be in it, I'm going to be in it 100%. I'm not going to go follow other people's life's tragedy just because I can't deal. It's just too heavy for me because I know how real. There's no actors here anymore. These are really daughters and fathers and sisters and mothers that are dying. So I have a hard time with that. But if I can, put together an organization that gets into these cases that have gone cold and these officers have worked their tails off and they've just ran into a budgeting issue, that seems so easy. That seems like, all right, let's make this happen. That's what we're doing. So for Turvey to try to say that we're doing documentaries out of Cry Belt, you clown, Turvey, you are a joke, bro. What, you made tens of thousands of dollars off my daughter's death, you piece of shit. And I'm out here helping other families, and you want to say that I'm doing something unusual and weird and spooky or creepy? Bro, you look at yourself in the mirror, bro. Look at yourself. You're a creepy looking dude.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I direct you to the Netflix documentary?
Wow, he's got a serious hardcore hard-on for him, doesn't he?
And I like the vest too. So Steve can fuck off on that too.
Oh, Steve probably has a vest somewhere too.
Be there to pull the trigger, okay? They're talking about that in Idaho right now. We don't play, man. So Daybell, like that case, like they said, like 6 to 8 hours. I don't understand what 6 to 8, but I looked it up. That's what they said. That's how long it took for the jury to say he's guilty. Yeah. And I remember the reporters were out there like, I don't know what they play. They've already come back. He's guilty. So I think we built a shooting range for this man, for this particular moment in time. Brad Little is an amazing, amazing governor. And I can't say enough positive things. And another thing is Jeff Nye and Ingrid, they were awesome. So when I'm tough on the prosecution, I should tell people those AGs did an amazing job. It's just that town is so under pressure by the university that it was hard to get them to fight like I wanted them to fight. And but some people really did step up and do an amazing job, and I want to give them credit. And I mean, I wrote emails out to their bosses and thanked them because they deserved to be set apart from when I am vocal and I'm rough. I want to be respectful because a lot of people are doing the right job.
100%. Jeff says by his test, Xana TikTok queen at 3:45 a.m. and never forget the foundation in the bathtub at 4:12 a.m. Confirmed with a website called Unifuri. Just sharing what I know. Pretty sure it's right. And so this is just kind of, I guess, what Xana.
Yeah, it's a follow up, right? That's. I think we sent you a photo, but yeah, Turvey's bathroom. So I'm going to tell you guys.
Wait.
I'm going to show you. There's photos of that bathroom.
This is what Jeff is obsessed with, is this fucking statement right here.
They sent him a photo of the TikTok?
I don't know. Hold on. Let's hear it again. I swear to God. This is all Jeff thinks about.
Oh, the TikTok proves it. It does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fuck off, Jeff.
And I can't say enough positive things. And another thing is Jeff Nye and Ingrid, they were awesome. So when I'm tough on the prosecution, I should tell people those AGs did an amazing job. It's just that town is so under pressure by the university that it was hard to get them to fight like I wanted them to fight. And but some people really did step up and do an amazing job, and I want to give them credit. And I mean, I wrote emails out to their bosses and thank them because they deserved to be set apart from when I am vocal and I'm rough. I want to be respectful because a lot of people are doing the right job.
100%. Jeff says by his test, Xana TikTok queen at 3:45 a.m. and never forget the foundation in the bathtub at 4:12 a.m. Confirmed with a website called Unifuri. Just sharing what I know. Pretty sure it's right. And so this is just kind of, I guess, what Xana.
Yeah, it's a follow up, right? That's. I think we sent you a photo, but yeah, Turvey's bathroom. So I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to show you. There's photos of that bathroom. There was like toothbrushes, hair, shampoo. That bathroom wasn't cleaned up at all. Mm-hmm. There's photos out there you can see that will show you there's no cleanup whatsoever that happened in that house. It was very clear. The Amino Black was there to show if there was a swirl mark or any of that type of thing. They didn't see any cleanup whatsoever. There's beer cans everywhere. The Dixie cups, they were over there. All that stuff was there. Go look at those photos and tell me you think there's been a cleanup, because it doesn't fit. So don't let some idiot sell you a book and a story that doesn't match what your own eyes can show you. I mean, you guys are smarter than that. I mean, the true crime's smarter than that. Like, look at that house and tell me you think that there was 8 hours of cleanup in it. I wish my daughter would have cleaned it up a little bit. It's a little embarrassing to see the house that dirty and that bad. So for somebody to think that there was an 8-hour cleanup, come on, man. We got to do better than that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean,
yeah, your daughter was a little busy being dead. That's why it wasn't clean. And then again, by my opinion, they partied afterwards, because that's what it looks like. And I would really like an explanation from Steve. How the fuck are there no footprints?
Yeah.
Great question. Huge question that they'll never try to answer ever, because there isn't an answer. Well, from their side of things, at least.
The whole cleanup thing was just outrageous. It was absolutely outrageous. Let's see.
There's another thing that there's details that are going to come out. Like when I say I want men, so this is a warning out to the investigators in this case. Come out and talk about the footprint by Dylan's room, so I don't have to. Because it's a backstory there that explains it all. And I had thought about saying today what it is, but my wife was all nervous, and so I was like, all right, fine, I won't do it. And then Olivia was like, Dad, give them a chance. So like, so Ray stood by his work. Investigators, stand by your work, because people are using that stupid footprint by Dylan's room to make it sound like she was involved, or the killer had some one-legged hop, or there's no way for him to get the blood from Xana's room to that spot. There's a total explanation for that piece of evidence, and it all lines up, and it would have came out in court. And that's what I'm frustrated with is and I'm in a job where if you do a job, you stand by your work, and that's just the way it is. You don't just one day come to your coworker and say, well, let's just not do our job and let's just pretend like the last 3 years we weren't working. I don't know where you can do that kind of stuff, and then you just say, well, all right, boss,
stand by your
for the last 3 years.
Okay for the FBI agents that worked on this case to be
exactly.
redacted.
Yeah, and I agree with Bubbles. He has information about the footprint. Why does he have that and nobody else does?
Well, I think we all know the answer to that. He's full of shit.
Or Sai gave him some more garbage and said, this is important. Look at it. We're almost done with this, guys. Literally almost done.
Salty Salute says the Goncalves family has every right to speak up just like the Pro-Burgers do. They shouldn't need to attack the family to prove a point. I agree. I mean, that's the other thing too. I mean, if you're having to resort to insults and attacks and things of that nature, that just speaks about how ignorant you are.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? What, Dylan?
I give up. Up.
Nobody's ever tried to stop them from speaking. They're the ones that go out and insult everybody. Jesus Christ. Unreal.
I think
you know what I mean.
I think Turkey's got to watch his shit back.
That was so dumb.
And not knowing your place, and this goes to Turvey as well, not knowing your place and who you're talking about, and what you and your family have gone through, and to say the things that he has said is just ignorant beyond belief. S-Dub says, thank you, Mr. Steve. You and your family are so strong and incredible. Love you always. I will be there when they take down BK. Let's see.
Yeah, I think for the most part, everything has been as positive as a mass murder case can be for this type of stuff. I mean, I've been amazed at how beautiful this subculture of the community is. When I went to CrimeCon, I thought it was going to be like Comic-Con, where people dress up like Spider-Man, and like there'd be the Pro-Burgers over here, and then there'd be like the freaking whatever. I was like, dude, I might go there.
What did you think people are going to dress up as, like the Pink Panther and a fucking cat burglar, or what?
More like Steven the fucking Grinch.
Oh my God, that was wow. Okay.
Start knocking and start punching people. Like this could be bad. Like I don't want to go here. But it was nothing like that. It was actually just people trying to they have a lot of empathy. They see these things that are happening and they know more could be done, and they want to be part of that movement. And that's when I was like, well, if people want to hustle, if people want to work, that's what my team's always been, is just hard workers. So we built our organization. We said nobody will get paid, but you're going to work your ass off the same. And if you don't want to sign up for that, totally get it. It's a terrible sales pitch. But if you really want to come, you really want to work and make a difference in the world. So like every year we go to CrimeCon, we got a list of people and families that we've helped. Then this is the organization for you. And that's what we're doing now. And we're trying to move away from our case. We wouldn't be even talking about it. We started doing interviews where we were talking about other people's cases just before this jerk decided to betray everyone and say, "Oh, I was lying. When I got on the stand, I was lying to all you." And you're like, okay, all right. Shocker, he's saying he's lying now.
Wow. Who, Cyril?
Has Captain Jack asks, I'll ask you in a different way. Has the Koberger family ever tried to communicate with you?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because there's definitely been people who have tried to put that.
They wish
who they said they were, but you never know on the internet. I've never sat in front of one of them. I know that we've definitely reached out and said, hey, that we don't have a beef with you guys. We don't have a problem with you guys. I know my wife wouldn't mind.
Are you kidding me? The first thing you said in the beginning of the show is when Brian is executed, you're going to stand and laugh in their faces. What? Wow,
This
bro.
dude is so all over the freaking place. It's
Yes.
almost like he's on rugs.
No lie. Like literally.
Seriously.
Or has multiple personalities, one of the two.
Something.
Who are we talking to now? That was so ridiculous.
He'll say one thing and literally an hour later he says the exact opposite, and it's every single thing he speaks on.
Yes.
Looks like this guy's full of testosterone shots.
Very contradictory.
Talking to any one of them. So it's never been a personal thing with them. You know, that's why I was like,
that's a blatant lie. You threatened them. You literally threatened them the day that you were supposed to be going to court, walking away from the courthouse. You threatened them. Are you kidding me? Bullshit. Don't try to cover it up now.
Careful getting into this mess. It's not fun. I'm here talking. I was built for war. I've been a fighter my whole life. This is what I do. I protect my family. But I'll tell you right now, if somebody said, hey, 100 grand and it's not your kid, all day, every day, I would have given 100 grand and not been in this. I wouldn't want to be in any of these parents' shoes. And I think we would all give up every penny that we possess, every car, every home, everything, and been homeless to have our children back, and felt lucky. Literally be sitting on the streets, homeless, hugging everyone, and feel like we were lucky.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't believe that coming from
It's
him.
tough, man. And, you know, and I agree with
Not
you.
even
I
a
mean,
little bit.
Everybody, nobody wants to be in y'all's shoes, you know, and I mean that with the most respect. You know, what you guys are going through is hard, and I couldn't imagine just going through that and then adding on top what these idiots just pile on. It's insane. Truth Exposed says people talk about the one shoe print are the same type of folks that step in dog crap with both feet.
I know I get it. It's just so frustrating because if we would have had a court case, all the stuff would have been explained, and then all the families wouldn't have to like hear it over and over. And it was starting to die down. All the stuff was going away, and then he did this. It's just like you know, if he just would have went into the shadows, I think me and my family would just be working on other cases right now. But
yeah,
kind of pulled us back into this a little bit. But long story short, I don't think this is going anywhere. And as long as it doesn't go anywhere, we can just refocus back on these other families. And, you know, unfortunately, we are going to be part of this true crime community forever. But I want to have a long list behind me that says these are the families that we've helped. These are the people that had no answers and have answers today. These are the killers that were walking on the streets, and then they crossed the G's, and the Murder Has a Name Foundation and all the people that partnered with the G's. And now that asshole is sitting in a prison cell, and he's hating his life. That's what our goal is, to just find people that want to do that. And then you can do the true crime and know that you're making a difference in the world.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And I agree with you. You know, that's kind of like what I do as well. You know, I felt that a lot of, you know, victims' family members, I've gone to a couple of different places, helped out with Barbara Hall, with her son, Timothy Dees, who passed away a couple of years back. And then I've been working here recently on the Evansdale murders with the Cold Case Foundation that brought me on to go help out in that. And so
that's why I'm here. You're different. You're different. You're built different, bro. You're just built different. You got a background of action. Some people just want to talk and spread bullshit and lies. Some people are action, and that's why I'm here.
I appreciate it. Yes, thank you so much. And Pineapple Dana says, Steve, they didn't.
Well, that's interesting because I did the same thing. In fact, I'm the one that started with Barbara's case. So, just not to toot my own horn, but if you don't like me, but you like him, and we covered the same case, and I got that kicked off, or helped to get it kicked off, I should say.
He really just brought that up.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I'm glad he did, because that's proving a point right there. Good night, Michelle.
Share info, hurt for all. I'm not sure what she's referring to there. And then Jeff says again, Xana's 412 TikTok comment, never forget the foundation on the bathtub. Posted on her friend Lainey's video, refers to when they spilled makeup as kids during Not My Arms Makeup Challenge. And so I think it's just
let it go, Jeff,
because some people are pointing out something about the bathtub in one of her posts, and I'm assuming that they're trying to
put it in one of the comments. I'll loop back tomorrow in the morning and I'll look at this, and then I'll investigate it. If you think there's something there, I'll definitely look into it. I'm always, any of you guys, you read so much stuff. If you can share your insights and stuff, I felt like I've started back in 22, 23, just reaching out to the community and saying, hey, if you can send me photos and information. I'm only one person, and I got a full-time job, man. And I mean, I've got a very, very difficult job at a hospital where if I mess up, heaven forbid, people could die. So I got to be focused at work. And people are like, oh, we don't read everything. It's like, you know what? I'm working 50, 60 hours. I'm on call every freaking 3-4 weeks. Yeah, I can't sit on my butt all day long reading true crime stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I'll get with Jeff. I know him personally. I'll get the details from that.
Perfect.
And Dr. Vona says, Steve, your love for Kaylee is beautiful. God bless. And Sirius says, we appreciate you, Christy, and your beautiful kids. You are always in our thoughts and prayers, and happy to do so.
Where it's done. I wish everybody would move on.
Yeah. You know, that's one of the things that, like, basically
Not a fucking chance.
It definitely is.
Yeah, there's nothing left in that. So I can't believe you really said that. That makes him built different. This is a joke. What a joke.
That guy will suck the life out of you.
Yeah, that was something else, buddy. Yeah, I helped to start that case with Barbara. You remember that, Mike?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. He brought that up. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
And he jumped into it, but that makes him built different. Whatever, dude. Do your thing. It is what it is.
When the hell did he come into it?
He
Because
did
that
it later
fell
on.
apart.
Yeah, he did it like a year ago, I think.
Oh boy. Mm-hmm.
It is what it is.
So, which one of you guys do I send a therapy bill after this?
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, yeah, nah. It ain't gonna be me because I'm doing my own.
I think I suck the life out of you.
It did.
Both of them.
It did. Yeah, that's crazy as fuck. Whatever. That whole thing, I'm just still burnt on what he said. The words that he used blows my mind. Take care, True Sleuth.
I mean, it was only a matter of time before he was gonna be dropping that kind of shit.
When he dropped the hard R, I was done. Like, you're a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry. You don't get to do that. Not even remotely.
Yeah. What would he do if one of his grandkids came out that way? He heard somebody say that.
Thank you. Exactly, Mike.
Olivia.
Disgusting.
What if Olivia comes out that way, huh?
Yeah, right.
Or another little Stevie.
Absolutely disgusting. I did feel bad, and I still had respect for the loss that I don't have any respect for you at this point.
Yeah.
You're disgusting. Sorry. So what do you think, Logan?
Bronxy's got a potty really bad.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's ugh. He talks so much and he says nothing when he's talking, but then he'll say something and then he'll contradict himself, and then he'll say horrible things about everybody else on the planet, but not his family. His family is perfect.
Right. Yeah.
It makes me wonder, and I hate to say this and I hate to be that person, but it does make me wonder, was Kaylee a bully? Because if she took anything after him, him or Olivia.
That was brought up.
Even the mother.
That's been brought up before.
Tell me she didn't come out that way.
She launched a death threat at somebody over Facebook.
They're icky people in society.
Yeah.
I don't fall far from the tree.
Treat others horribly.
They definitely give off the bully like persona. I agree with that.
I think the only one that I haven't gathered that off of was the son.
Yeah, he's the only one. Only because I think he's so quiet.
But he's also nowhere around too.
Well,
there's a difference in being a strong family or strong people and just being a flat out ass.
Good call. Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah.
Super classless. Exactly. So
yeah, there's no kind of class whatsoever in there. To say the things you say to people, the way you say them, the way you refer to people, and just no.
It's not even necessary.
I don't care how angry. I expect the anger. I expect sadness. I expect all of that. But to take it out on the world,
it's directed all in the wrong places.
Everywhere except where it should. You are correct. Well, guys, that was a long one. I'm sorry, but that was because we had to break everything down. It was a long interview. So we're not really gonna do much of anything else. Obviously, I do real fast. There ain't too many of them. I want to thank True Sleuth for that. Natasha again, congrats and happy day anniversary. G Bean, thank you for that. Natasha again, Real Italian again, thank you. Pixie, thank you. Simply Solo, thank you again and again and again and again. And the Real Italian again. Rescue, Adopt, Love, and Repeat, thank you. True Crime Unleashed, thank you for that, as well as that. And with James, thank you and God bless. Appreciate that. Congrats on 3 months. Michelle F., thank you so very much for that. God bless. Appreciate it. Thank you for that one as well. Exploring everything, thank you, and thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Dog Mong. Exploring again, thank you for that, and that, and that. Damn, you guys are hammering away tonight. And Pumpkin, thank you for those. Very much appreciated. True Crime Unleashed, thank you for that, my friend. Again, Michelle, thank you very much for that. I did see that, and thank you. Simply, thank you very much. True Crime Unleashed, thank you again. Conspiraling, of course, thank you very much. Miss Sandra, thank you. Conspiraling again, thank you. Fly on the Wall, thank you. And Miss Bianca, thank you, as well as Ms. Amber, thank you. You guys are amazing for all of those. Very much appreciated, and God bless. I want to thank Dylan for being here tonight as well and throwing your live stream into this.
Yeah, it's always fun hanging out with you guys.
That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You with you, my friend. It was definitely a wild show for sure.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be wild, but goddamn.
Wonder when apologies will be issued. I don't. That'll never happen, Tomboy. Ever. Ever. Miss Logan, you have any last thoughts? I know Bronx, you've got to go to the bathroom. Do you got any last thoughts before we get out of here?
I just want to thank everybody for being here with us tonight and hanging out with us. Thank you to the panel for having me. And of course, our mods across all channels. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us and the work that you guys do for us. We appreciate it so very, very much.
Absolutely. Mikey?
That's a negative.
Dylan, you go right after him.
Nope. Thanks for stabbing your eyes with us with pencils tonight. I don't know where he'll go next.
I just checked the Goncalves family page. They haven't posted since the interview.
Shocker. They must be busy.
Yeah, trying to wiggle their way out of all that bullshit.
Who knows what they're doing now? Where'd old Doc Holliday go?
Yay.
Oh, hey.
Sorry about that. My granddaughter just ran over and said goodnight to me. Did you say anything, Dylan?
I was just saying that I checked the Goncalves family page. They haven't posted anything since 11 o'clock last night.
They're probably not going to. Not at all. Well, again, Dylan, thank you for joining me. Miss Logan, as always, appreciated. And Mikey, of course, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you guys all so very much for joining us. Thank you to the moderators all the way around. You guys are all very much appreciated. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button on all these channels. Share it out. Hit the subscribe button if you have not done it. And the notifier. Please and thank you. And don't forget, we do this every Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't think we have anything special next week yet. I do believe Kim will be back with us. But make sure to hit the like button on the way out the door. Share it out. Thank you to any and all donations that were sent out to us tonight, guys. You guys are amazing. And take that all in and sit on it and come up with what you feel, guys, and make your own perceptive feelings. Or what the hell am I trying to say? I'm tired. Sorry. perceive it how you will and make your own decisions based on that. Sorry about that. And I think that's going to do it for tonight. With that being said,
the verdict is in.
I hope you all have an amazing rest of your night, guys. Good night. God bless. And don't forget, love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing because you guys are
CY.
people. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Hey. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's cafe scenes. Working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Looking for the motive, then the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's cafe seats. Working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring. Dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down at Dago's cafe seats. Working together.